Back to the upside we go here this morning to extend what has been a multiple-day bounce back here for semiconductors specifically, tech in general, but overall a little bit more positive sentiment around the tech sector in general. Rate cut expectations as well. On the back burner, it sounds like this morning, a couple of analysts pointing to further delays as far as rate cuts coming this year, potentially. We'll talk about that coming up. Oil back to the upside as well. We've had 3 or 4 days in a row to the downside for oil on de-escalation of global tensions right across the board. So a little bit of a bounce back here this morning for not only oil itself, but some of the oil stocks looking pretty good actually here this morning for CVX, XOM, etc. Coming up next week, we're right into the thick of things. Well, I mean, slowly getting into the thick of things. As far as earnings goes as well, we'll get Netflix. We'll get J&J Intel, and then we wait another week and a half or so to get into the Mag 7 and the bigger tech names. But they're coming fast and furious here.
They are, and we're in the midst of earnings season. Pumped for that, Brenda. A lot to trade, a lot to talk about when we are in midst of earnings season. Big headline yesterday, late in the day, that Taiwan and the United States had struck a trade agreement. The chip names are very strong this morning. Again, whether you're looking at SMH, you're looking at NVIDIA, Intel, some of the RAM names, Micron, SanDisk, all up 5% here to start the morning. More headlines as well coming out of Coinbase. Looks like, you know, the stable coin legislation, or sorry, the crypto legislation to basically articulate the framework under which they'll be governed is going to be delayed in the Senate. And BBC and YouTube tie up there, not bad.
Yeah, I read
nice
that.
to see that, you know, YouTube kind of dealing with legacy television a little bit.
Is it that, or is it more legacy television coming to YouTube saying, hey, we want to play too? and yeah, if you missed it, they're going to make content specifically formatted and specifically to target the younger audience on YouTube. So yeah, I think it just says so much for this platform, specifically YouTube, and the reach that it has globally. So yeah, I think it's great. Shout out to Ramin here.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah, she's not in yet, but ASTS,
baby.
Ramin's 2026 picks, right back to highs here this morning. Nice government contract for them.
Yeah, she's killing it with that. Well, they can't stop launching, Brendo. Good luck for that company. I was reading a little article yesterday that SpaceX wants to have 10,000 launches per year. I don't even know what that would look like, how much jet fuel or rocket fuel, that would use. But looks like the launch cadence in general with these space companies is really picking up. And I was just talking to you and everybody else the other day about my experience with Starlink. Just A triple plus, Brendo, in terms of, you know, usability and feel of like being at home.
It's amazing how far that's come. Yeah. Internet on a plane, or Wi-Fi specifically on a plane, from where it used to be. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. I mean, I feel like maybe even a year or 2 years ago.
Horrible.
It was just horrible.
Yeah.
And there was many times you would get on a plane and it wouldn't even be working.
No.
And they would just restart it and it wouldn't even work. So yeah, no,
God bless them.
Absolutely fantastic. Amazon as well, with a minor headline today regarding Saks Fifth Avenue and this bankruptcy or potential bankruptcy. Back to the upside here for Amazon this morning as well. Another one that we talked about earlier in the week with the satellite angle as well.
Kuiper.
They're getting in line to start launching their satellite-based internet service coming up later this year and into 2027. So pretty good week to trade. Lots of volatility, lots of back and forth here, but directionally speaking, we're still kind of chugging along, trying to get through some key levels here as far as the overall market is concerned.
Unless we really get, unless we sell off today, it's going to be likely 2 weeks in a row that we end up negative week last week, a couple of negative days this week, but a kind of a mixed bag. Not too bad. Feels like it's a wait and see, hold and wait mode.
Yeah, crypto as well, a little bit on the weak side here so far this morning. We'll touch on that coming up as well. Happy Friday, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, happy Friday and good morning, everybody. It's a good morning to be a Dodger fan, I suppose. But
isn't that every morning?
Well, whatever, man. They just have all the money in the world. See, what clearly, and if you don't know what I'm referring to, it's the biggest free agent in baseball. Went to the Los Angeles Dodgers because
I didn't even hear that he was reported to go there. Like all of a sudden, it was Dodgers. I was like, what?
Does they come out of nowhere?
I thought it was gonna be Mets.
They're like Micron. No, they're not. No. But it kind of like it's the amount of money they spend is like the amount of money Micron is making for their shareholders. That's the way to think about it. No, in all seriousness, Talking about the week, because I know the boys were like, the market hasn't really done much. Look at it from the first day of the year. Like there was the crazy day, obviously on the first trading session, on the second. If you look at it since, we essentially have one double bottom on the NASDAQ and like a 4-time tested top at like 26,000. It's very much range bound. The expectation that we get out of here today on a Friday, I'd say pretty low. So we're near the top end of the range. It feels like maybe we that here, but you got to look for reversion style plays when we get up to that top, or at least range hedging if you're any long trades getting up to it, because very much, and we're not just talking this week, like both 2 weeks to start the year have been unable to break out of this range. The one real break was kind of to the downside, if anything. So I'd expect a little bit of that kind of an inside day if we get up to 26,000. Short ideas, but those chips so strong.
Oh, so strong.
Yeah, the chip names have been unbelievable, and now the space names going as well. So
yeah, we have, and then yesterday you weren't here, but we were shorting silver. So I'm gonna try to see if we can short it here today. Short didn't really work out, although silver wound up red. Today you're down 3% right here early. Thank you, Randy. Okay, those bananas look like they have some potential. It could be
not overripe,
not overripe, but maybe not ripe enough. Yeah, welcome everybody. I'm going to go short silver right here again, down 3.5%. Let's see if we can win on this today. Watch out for 81.60. I just want to get involved a little early. The move is starting right now, and if it does break up to VWAP, then we're going to get out of that one. But yeah, it's good to be on a Friday right here, but it's into a long weekend, of course. We talked about Martin Luther King Jr. Day on Monday, and that should be at least a good day off. We haven't had any of those in a while. No, January seems funny because you go through all these days off leading into the new year, and then you get one right away.
It is.
It's the 17th already.
Weird.
It's like boom.
It works out great for us.
Yeah, my kids are off today, so
because you guys have a PA day today.
They get a 4-day weekend.
It's weird. Like our school, my daughter's school has a PA day on was it PA? Whatever. PD, PA day, whatever. On Monday, so she's off, which works great because I'm off. It's not actually a Canadian holiday. And then yesterday was blind luck because I had an appointment. That's why I had the day off, and then it ended up a snow day. So ended up.
Yeah, it was a big.
Yeah, it was. I'm not even sure what time I would have, like there was all kinds of delays on transit getting in, so I'm not even sure what time I would have made it in yesterday, and shoveling out was intense. Got a good workout twice though, because when I came back from my appointment, the plow had finally come through and plowed us to you-know-what.
Yeah, that's what happened to us too.
So I'm parked on the street, and I'm like, okay.
Well, at least your appointment happened. I know I was saying to you, I didn't know if it was going to even happen.
I'm glad.
Because a lot of the city,
shut down.
Yeah, it was shut down. Like a lot of the city rinks for the hockey and a lot of the organizations. And today was bad getting into work. Everyone's going slow. I was saying I think I had it better in yesterday than I did today. Everyone's on the road today, just going so slow. Yesterday, I just had a maniac Uber driver that was just going crazy, and it was great. Yeah, not driving the way I would have been driving, but he was a little insane there. But yeah, it's Friday, so it should be good. I mean, I said yesterday I didn't like how the NASDAQ closed yesterday. Here, if we type in the Qs, we'll just take a look at that real quick. That we closed on the lows yesterday, and I did not like that. Today, obviously, you're getting bumped up. We got some memory names moving. We got some chip news moving today, starting the market to get to the upside right now. Bitcoin just hovering around, but I did not like sort of this action that we had seen right into the close. It was a pretty decent sell-off right into there the last 4 or 5 minutes with the imbalances. We weren't able to get above this level 622 or so on the Qs. And today you're just back up to sort of where we were midday yesterday. So I think I'm still sort of thinking bearish, but I got to, assess some of these stories and try to get this all figured out here before we make our claim here. But yeah, so far so no. I did not die yesterday. No, that was a good one. No dying. I don't know. Jay Bronson's like, but did you die? No, I did not. What's about to die though might be Rivian. We have seen this stock bounce off $17 yesterday. We'll see if it continues to make that move lower there. And then I saw on the look today that Intel, okay, yeah, 48.50, not too much. We ran $50. Obi and I both had that long, but then it didn't really turn out to be so good yesterday. Right off the open, that was okay. Went up to 50, then cracked pretty low. And now we'll wait to see if we can hold some bids there. And it was nice to see Nvidia get off the bottom there yesterday, back up to 188 here today. So yeah, it's like You know, just another day in Stockland, and I didn't even realize that it was Netflix earnings coming up as well. So that's down to $88. So we'll see if
continues to fall.
that can fly. I mean, yesterday that was just a big whoosh right there. We'll have Michael Noss, I believe, on a Friday coming through. So that should be pretty good, unless he's not.
No, I'm
Oh, okay.
I'm laughing and Sharif's laughing because see how there's like the screens behind us that we're getting ready for? No, there's like a.
There it goes, Silver.
Like my 4 screens, I'm trying to move my mouse around. Now we're connected to the ones behind us too, which was new to me this morning. So a few things have changed, so I have to be careful because I don't have complete control. I'm like, I can't get to this one without going around. It's like a bit of a pain.
Mine is.
I'm gonna have to reset
Mine,
it
I
up.
think, is fine.
Well, it's all making things better. Like the whole idea is that we'll be able to swing around and be facing, Sharif and Brendan right now, and then we'd have screens in front of us. Yada yada. Anyways, it's a work in progress, but yeah, a bit of a different control of what I was looking at. No, Netflix. Just to go back to Netflix because that's what I was trying to talk about. I still think we can get down to like that 83 spot, but you've now double bottomed here at 88. So ever since the announcement of this, moving to cash potential offer, it's held one low. So at least for now, this seems like the place to maybe do a little scalp trading. And then WBD, like we're saying every single time, it seems like you can pretty safely still trade this as a short at that 29 level. It just sits in between the 2 deal prices right now. So I think that's probably not changed. I know I backed away from it, but I think if this gets up to like 29 again without there being some kind of a news story, you're probably looking at a decent fade trade. It's a very good range-bound trading stock for obvious reasons.
Just got a little bit more short there on silver as it bumped back up into 60s. So we'll wait to see if this is going to be a good trade or not. Covered a little bit at 40 there for SLV. Maybe we'll go into some scalp mode here today. Yeah, it's Friday, man. I don't know if it's going to be a free-for-all Friday like I thought maybe it was going to be heading in, but yeah, still thinking bearish, I think, here into the day. It's 95.5 for Bitcoin. We saw some movement yesterday in the space as well, and I think it's going to be some power names. Vistra was moving around here in the P market as well, and Constellation and whatnot. So yeah, it should be a decent one there. Brendan, we do have Michael Noss today, I believe, unless we hear otherwise. So we'll hear what he's talking about different. I don't even know what is the topic is going to be today. So
energy, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. We'll find out. Let's go back over to the desk and figure out what maybe if we know what Michael's going to be talking about.
The ever exciting commitment of trader data.
Oh.
He brings that every once in a while. But yeah, he's coming up at 8:30. We'll touch in with Mr. Noss and see how his week was. Boeing here back to the upside this morning as well. I'm just checking the economic calendar. There's really not much today. There's one number, New York Fed Services Activity Index, coming up at 8:30. That's basically it. 9:15 manufacturing production as well, but that's basically it. Some Fed speak then closer to 11 a.m. that Adara will keep you posted on. Here's Boeing. As I mentioned, nice day yesterday. Looks like a deal has been struck between SPR union members and Boeing, which is never a bad thing as far as production goes for them.
Yeah, 1,600 all in all, Brendo, of Spirit Aerosystem workers, as you were saying. A tentative collective bargaining agreement reached. It follows that $4.7 billion acquisition of Spirit Aerosystems, which officially closed, by the way, guys, on the 8th of December. I know it's kind of one of those underreported stories. The negotiation for these non-engineering positions, they're referred to in the article as white-collar workers. Good look there, signing an internal alignment with the reduced labor. The proposed contract, though, does include a 20% wage pool over roughly 5 years. It provides a structured path for pay growth, which was something clearly evident in the last collective bargaining agreement between a lot of the factory workers and Boeing, citing the cost of living. So nice to see some stability there. The stocks look good, Brendo.
I was just going to say, what a difference a year makes here to start things off here in January. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, throw out 2 days ago. 5 out of 6, we'll call it, straight to the upside here for Boeing. So that looks pretty good heading into Friday morning. I was just reading a note on UNH as well. Bernstein with a positive reiteration here at Outperform, going to $444 on their price target for United Health. So did have a nice bounce back day yesterday. We broke that low 330 low, comes right back above it, trying to hold here.
President Trump trying to put money directly in people's pockets, making basically the argument yesterday with respect to healthcare and the issue around the Affordable Health Care Act or Obamacare, that he wants to send payments directly to people to be used according, obviously, to how they like, but basically focusing around giving money to people to buy healthcare. So we'll have to see how that moves the needle for a company like UNH.
Yeah, quick flush out of the gate yesterday, and then again, right back above some key support levels, guys, for United Health.
Yeah, UNH has been moving around, but there's some other names, maybe not directly related, but in a very similar space. And I see Steve Irwin with the super chat. You caught Novo Nordisk today. And then a second super chat, you forgot to mention they have news today. They do. They got approval for a stronger dose of Wegovy, which could raise efficacy. The other good thing that you got going on with Novo, hey, looky. There's the retake of the 200. All it needs to do now is break 61. Did I write that down? I did. I just wrote $61 on my iPad. It's a pretty decent, look, it's a pretty decent level. If you go back to the daily, there's a little overhead resistance here at 63. But still, it'd be the first breakout since it took the 200 period moving average. Unfortunately, and the reason why, like, it's on my iPad, but it's not necessarily on the note today, is because, well, yeah, we've been sliding down for like $2 all morning long. So that little triple top breakout on Novo might have to wait, which is fine. As long as it can hold on to this range, maybe this is a next week type of play. But I think Novo, you know, they've already gotten some good news with the oral pill, and now they get another piece of positive news, and you're going to hold that 200 for the first time in, you know, a very, very long time. Wow. Got to zoom way farther back to be able to see it. So yeah, I like Novo, but it's going to have to wait for 61 to break, and that could take a while. Maybe next week.
All right, we're starting to go southbound here on SLV. That's why I was like, what? And that was a pretty good move right there. We just actually got some more shares into that short, and yeah, right back into the lows again of 25. So we actually printed, okay, there, I was gonna say, we actually printed 25 last time, so I'm gonna sit there at 26. And here comes the move right back in right now. So a quick little 50-cent winner right now to start the day on SLV. Let's wait to see what happens when and if. This one, I'm bidding 80. Let's see if it wants to break lower through 80. I really, I'm gonna start to be obsessed with trading this, so just get ready for that. So right now, SLV on the way down. Now 40 cents in the money. We'd like to trade stocks, obviously, that have some action and that are moving around. Lots of volume going through right now on SLV. It doesn't have to wait for 9:30, right? And so that's why if I'm going to sit here and talk to you, fine people, we might as well be in a trade if we like something. So there goes SLV right there too. Okay, I'm bidding $80.05. Hopefully we can grab that. There it is, man. It is our first, and that's another good reason why. It is, man. Daily goal met right here on silver as we're now 70 cents in the money as it's starting to go lower. This could, I mean, look, based on what you did yesterday, this thing could rip my face right back off, right there to the upside. So we'll just keep on watching it. But yeah, it is timber right now and not the lumber. This is silver heading to the downside. We almost have $1 right here in this. And it's a good thing that we started to trade it. I mean, I was in it real early, right when the show started. We averaged it in, and there it goes. Nice little downside play here. I don't know, news-based or not, I think it's just a break of 80. And you're starting to finally see us getting underneath here, the 200 period moving average. I don't know why or how much this takes to load up here. But, you know, finally starting to go underneath, finally starting to turn. Let's see if this is the day that maybe silver starts to give some up. But down 4% already is pretty good. So I'm going to start to cover a little bit more down here at 80 like we had just done. So, yeah, so far so good, but who knows, man. A lot of people love the silver long, so we're going to have to be careful with this right now. I did see that Ford and BYD there were coming up with some sort of a deal. So I'm going to try to talk more about that. A battery partnership between Ford and BYD. Ford's had quite a nice run, but this is like, we've seen this happen, man. We saw Rivian getting absolutely spanked, as we showed you over the last couple weeks, and it looks like Ford is starting to think about doing the same thing, which kind of sucks. But there's a 50-period moving average. I'm in this name, like Ford, but maybe it's giving it up right now. So, okay, yeah, it was a nice battle back. You probably saw Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley yesterday were actually really huge.
What was up with, like, the opening candles were insane. I did see it. It was just, I can't remember a time that I saw something like this on, well, let's look at the three. On Morgan. Look, we like Morgan. like Morgan and Goldman are both good. I think, when we talk about the reasons why those banks were going to be better, had everything to do with trading in the markets and IPOs and the like. But that opening candle was more or less the entirety of the day. Like I can't remember the last time I saw something like this where it just sits there doing absolutely nothing, and then the first look right at 9:30, it's already going, and then you had like $10 on a single push up there in Morgan. This is an all-time, whatever, it's an all-time high, but I think you look for a consolidative day on the banks. Oddly enough, the bank I'm looking for is SoFi today, because like it's wild. Like we're talking about the futures being in a range. Look at SoFi's support at $26 for the last 2 weeks. It's been bouncing almost every single day. You had the big reversal into it yesterday. So that was like one of the first things I noticed when I was going through the list of stocks is, well, if I'm expecting an inside day, heck, you've got this one pretty much bouncing well off 26 or 26 quarter or so every single time. Like most of these bounces are giving you at least the dollar, which for SoFi, like that's a pretty hefty move, right? You're looking 3 or 4% bounces off of that level. So in bank space, I'm kind of looking at SoFi today for that support, but you can't ignore what's going on with Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. Way too strong, and these are the ones that I think carry the torch for the next little bit. I just don't know that I would want to, buy in up here, wait for them to settle down. Like such an explosive run yesterday, maybe give it a day or two before thinking about where to get back in. And as always, I'm sure there'll be a spot. There'll be a time for like JP Morgan and some of the others after they settle down from earnings this week where you can maybe jump back in and catch some longs. Yeah, so lots of volatility, certainly in the banks, but it's a kind of a fintech name, a new one that has my eye for sure. And I just heard ONDS, and that stock's a mover. Ondis looks like they've given some guidance, new guidance here in my ear. All I heard is ONDS, and then I heard
something too, yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to double check. It's not moving much on the headline, but this is a stock that has a tendency to be very popular, and now it's really starting to go. So all we heard is some revised projections for the next quarter. When we get the actual story, we'll let you guys know. There it is.
There we go.
Or it'll just be that fast. Okay, so that's a good improvement. 175 million from 140, so that's a good 25% increase, and they got a backlog jumping to 65 again, 25% increase there. So that seems bullish for ONDS. Crazy move backside that had yesterday. Nowhere near, it's not near the highs, which is good because it means it's got some room to rally. It was already bouncing off some support here at $13. Might be worth adding to the list, just names that you want to keep track of. It's usually pretty good in volume, and it's been a rocket ship. Consolidations on bullish stocks are not a bad thing. You might think it's been boring, like this one fading back a little bit, but fading back while holding on the line at 13, you can break out the 14 today, you got something going for sure. We got Adam James abroad, actually. He just sent us a super chat in here. Greetings from cold Miami Beach. Yeah, that's a good one. Vero thoughts. Cold Miami Beach. It's like minus 11 here. And we got, I had at least a foot of snow yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was easily more than a foot of snow, but yeah, it was a bit intense. No, I'm sure you're doing just fine in Miami Beach, regardless of what the weather is. Vero 300% to the upside. Yeah, this one is, you'll find this one on the watch list today, Venus Concept here. It was Madryn Asset Management disclosed a 91% stake, which is a little bit intense. That feels like might as well just hold the whole thing at that point. No, but when you have a small float company like this, or a smaller float company like this, and it gets soaked up, there's nothing available. And when that's the case, you might go absolutely ham. I'm going to double check it. That seems ridiculously high. It means there's going to be nothing available. It is squeezing, but just keep in mind, this is a repeat offender. So reverse split, pull back after a gap, not a gap up, but a parabolic move up. So watch this level here, about $7. So you get through 7. That was that first day in April when it broke out. That's where it closed. And then after that, you got like a $9 level as well. So $7 and $9, a couple of key levels. And I just double checked. It is 91%. Madryn Asset Management reports a stake of 91% in these guys.
Yeah. Well,
Wow. Yeah, that can cause a squeeze. Not a lot of shares out there now.
1%, yeah. Okay, a couple more covers here on SLV as we go. So we're back down into 80. I'm still bidding 88 here. Last time it broke, we weren't able to get anything lower. So let's go. I'm bidding 88. We just stopped there at 88 again, but it should bring it back to the downside. And then we don't have to cover too much anymore. The reason why I'm short silver, I was looking short yesterday. It was going long all day. Then finally it gave it up near the end of the day. I just thought we were underneath VWAP, the 50 period, like everything is sort of turning down right here for silver. And, you know, yesterday, this is what we were looking at early, and then it sort of just blew up. So let's see if we can, again, like we just missed our bid, but that's kind of what I'm looking for now. And I just thought that if we could take down, and this is why I only want to get out here for 79.80, and then we can see if the break does happen, we can maybe get to 78, 77 today on SLV. So that's kind of what I'm trying to wait for, but patience is what is necessary now right there. It was 47, yeah, so it's a pretty... that is very frigid.
Yeah, that would be cold.
That's not a good enough reason for me to move to Miami. But the $1 million would be.
Still better.
All right, TQs, Amazon, JP Morgan, we talked a little bit about that as well. Gold, I heard someone say that maybe gold was a little overdone to the upside. I can't remember which talking head said that, but there goes gold down a little bit today as well. Silver's the one that's heading southbound, but potentially gold with 2 or 3 straight down days there at the highs, maybe just slowing down a bit. So yeah, let's go back to the desk, but it's 8:30 right now. We're coming up to 8:30. And again, make sure you hit the subscribe button. We just got over 550. We want to thank everybody for that. Let's keep the momentum going to the upside on the subscription side of things. So yeah, 47 degrees, Sharif, in Miami. That's not warm enough to get you down there, I don't think, is it?
Probably not.
I don't think I've actually been to Miami properly. I went to Fort Lauderdale, which is pretty close, for my cousin's wedding, so we kind of ventured over. Have you been to Miami?
No.
No, I haven't.
I've been to the west side of Florida, but not the East Coast.
Be somewhere I wouldn't mind checking out. But yeah, I just got back from vacation, so we're going to have to wait a little bit.
That's 8 Celsius.
8 Celsius. That's not going to cut it at all.
That's chilly. All right, a couple other things to note. Just reading a note here on Tesla coming through. Gets a 5-week extension in the U.S. probe for full self-driving traffic violations. So that's not going to move anything. As far as Tesla is concerned, I was also just looking up Palantir here. Palantir's been stuck in this choppy kind of back and forth mess for a better part of a week. We're still doing the same thing. Just under 180, 181 has been the top here over the past few days. But Jamie Dimon spotted at Palantir's Washington, D.C. headquarters yesterday. I don't know if that means anything, but...
they be talking about raising money, maybe. Maybe he needs another banker.
Shopping something?
Well, Brendo, I mean, all that we're seeing is President Trump tell everybody, look, we need more weapons, we need them quicker, and we don't want share buybacks, we don't want dividends, we want you reinvesting. So it looks like they're going to be deploying some capital. I'm talking about, of course, the defense names.
Yeah, possibly. But like I said, Palantir hasn't really done much.
No.
In the past couple of sessions here, just chopping around, going sideways. Just a quick recap. For anyone just joining, only number coming up at 8:30 here, New York Fed Services Activity Index. Not going to do anything as far as the market is concerned. 9:15, we get a few industrial and manufacturing prints. Again, probably not a big deal. Some housing data then at 10 o'clock, closer to 11, both Collins and Bowman guys. And then later in the day, Fed's Jefferson comes through as well. That's basically it for the economic calendar today.
Yeah, Fed speak. For sure, but that's all right. I mean, ultimately, like at this point, I think most of the geopolitical stuff is going to be a bigger deal than what the Fed has to say. We know we're not getting a cut, so we have to push forward our expectations a little bit down the line. But if you just jumping right back to Palantir for a quick little second, because nothing's really changed on PLTR the last time we talked about it. Like you are literally hugging this 50 period on the daily, and it's when it can get away or stretch away from that I think it gets a little bit more exciting. That said, when you're in a range like this tight, 74, 80, like this is pretty much exactly what we're showing with SoFi, right? Like if it's in that range and you're a Palantir trader, it's been giving you more tests to the top, so you've been shorting like when it gets to 180, 181, and if we dip down, you like that 74. Like I just prefer SoFi, just a few more tests to that low, but it's that kind of an opportunity that just might be sitting for you there while it's sort of stuck in this type of a range. You're getting much more volatility out of some other defense type or related names that have been able to make some bigger moves. Oh no, I didn't want to go blue ocean on AVAV. No, like this name has been a little bit more, little volatile, but trending back into the upside. I like AVV, drone play, obviously. Wouldn't have made it a pick if I didn't like it, but this is one that seems like it's doing a little bit more. So stair step up, higher lows, into now a triple top. This has a chance to do like a local breakout. Whoops. Warning, of course, that this is at the top. These are at the highs already, but it's giving you a nice consolidation up here, maybe looking for a secondary move to try and test the 52-week high on AVAV. Yeah, so Palantir, more of a range-bound trade till proven otherwise, but there's lots of other defense-related names which are going to give you more juice.
Yeah, I'm still working on this silver trade, but it's now $1. We just got 61, so we just took about $1 and change right there. Yeah, no. Yesterday we didn't trade Tesla, but that was kind of an interesting name as well. There, you just talked about trying to raise some money and talking to bankers. We heard Elon Musk there as well, trying to figure out what's going on potentially with SpaceX there, and trying to find some bankers and who can sell him the best on the underwriting and all this kind of stuff for the release of that name. And that should be a really exciting time when and if that happens. But I mean, again, like this is a huge move down to the downside there that Tesla sort of engaged with there yesterday. So I'm thinking that this little bunch up right there, this could be a good little spot to think about some Tesla dip buys. It's only $4 from here. Like it's at 440 now, and we're at 437. So, all right, man. Silver trying to bounce, but we've already covered about half of this position. So we'll see if it can get going as well. ASTS on the move, Rocket Lab on the move, as some of these sort of high-flying names continue to kick around. I don't know if SMR was doing anything. We have Michael coming up right now. Yeah, 1930 right now. So SMR doing its own thing. And then SNDK. Shreve asked me yesterday how much SNDK was up on the year. I was like 40% or 35% or something. It's up 72%. And then add another, in like not even 2 weeks, like 10 trading days, like not even 10 trading days. I have to add up how many days there's been. But as Shreve just mentioned there, 2 weeks, SNDK up another 5% here today as well. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk and talk to Brendan and Shreve and Michael Noss.
Hey, there's Rob. Let's bring in Michael Noss. It's Friday morning. We'll talk a little bit about what's moving around to end off the week here. And Mr. Noss, happy Friday. First off, let's touch on this commitment of trader data. And maybe just from a higher standpoint to kick things off, if anyone's hearing that for the first time saying, what the hell are we even talking about? Just give them the rundown here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys, longtime listeners of the show probably remember me waffling on about this for a while because it gave us a great signal for this entire rally, but haven't talked about it in a while. And that's because the government shut down. So the reporting body that gives us this data had also shut down. And you would think when the government opens back up, they would just hit a button and all the data would populate again. But instead, they rolled it out over little tiny increments for a long period of time. So we're just getting this data back. So essentially what happens is whether or not you know it or not, if you've ever traded a futures contract, when you have that position open, your broker reports that data to the CTFC, the Securities Futures Trade Commission, I think. And so that has to happen for everyone. It happens for large speculators, which you got to think are large institutions, hedge funds, all of that. And then it also does it for commercial traders, which are the guys in the know. If you're a commercial trader, you're essentially trading on behalf of a company. Think oil. If you're an oil commercial trader, you're trading on the behalf of like a refiner or an airline or some big company. And then the small speculators, and that would be us, right? The retail trader, the little guys. Now, one thing that's important to note is that quite often, the split here is that you see the red line down there, and that is your large speculators. For every position they have, generally a commercial hedger takes the other side. And it is generally known, and I brought a lot of examples in the past, that the large speculators are often wrong and wrong a lot. You hear this statistic that most hedge funds underperform the market, and this year or last year, a lot of giant hedge funds barely broke even. But these commercial hedgers, they're going to have more information because, again, to go back to the oil producer, they're going to know how many contracts of these to sell, right? They're going to have more data, and they're giving those to these speculators. So speculators are usually wrong. And what we're looking for in this data is kind of where the boat might be too loaded on one side or another. So think about it as kind of short float data for stocks. If a stock is super heavily shorted and that stock is going up, well, we know there's some potential fuel for the fire as these shorts have to cover and get out of their positions and buy. So this chart I brought was kind of where I was pounding the table for so long last year, is that you can see that not only at the bottom of the Liberation Day lows were the average large speculators short. Anything below that, zero line or that thin gray line is a short position, but they were getting more short as the market was ripping. They were just continuing to hammer short and short and short. And I would just come on here and yell to anyone who would listen to say, as long as these guys are shorting, I want to be buying because the market's going up and they're shorting. So there was kind of this perpetual short squeeze going on in the market. Just recently, you can see that line took a sharp tick up. And this is, we just got this data backdated in the last couple of weeks. And ever since, the boat isn't really loaded that much to the short side anymore. The market hasn't gone anywhere because that fuel of short sellers have kind of run out. And that's what I'm looking for. So as we go through these charts, just know I'm looking for extreme long positions or extreme short positions, knowing that these guys are often wrong. So potentially, we want to take the other side if price action lines up in our direction. Next one here that I just want to look at is the euro. So, FX traders, I know there's probably a couple of you out there, but there is kind of lasting impact. Because if you look at the dollar index, it's like 70% euro anyway. So this is essentially what the dollar is doing. And for the first time since the last time the dollar took a bit of a pop, there is kind of more people short the dollar, or in this case, long the euro, than there has been in 2-3 years. So we've started to see the dollar come up, which means that this chart come down just a little bit over the last few days. But with this amount of fuel for the fire, that is interesting to me. We know that, so just looking at this chart, we know there's a lot of people who are still positioned short the dollar. And if this continues to move lower, they're going to have to cover those positions, just like to the long side here, people will have to cover these positions to short side. So dollar is kind of interesting here. Again, we want to pay attention to that because that's going to affect a lot of things like, foreign companies that trade on foreign markets. It might move if the dollar becomes stronger, right? There's gold implications and silver implications and gas implications, things like that. The next one here is just gold. And this one's interesting to me because it just hasn't moved. So we're not seeing people get aggressively more long gold on the way up. We're also not seeing people sell their gold on the way up. There's not a whole lot of data to kind of be gleaned from this, but I just thought it was really interesting that you would expect with these sharp moves that we had in gold in the last year or so, that there would be sharp moves in positioning. Positioning remained just about constant, which leads me to my next chart, which was kind of the point of all of this, because it's what everyone's talking about, and that's silver. So if you just looked at the chart, you would kind of say, well, everybody's long silver at this point. Everyone has to be long silver at this point. Look at this thing go. But looking at the positioning data, people are actually less long silver here than they were when it was at $30. It's tripled, and people are not buying into silver. In fact, they're doing the opposite. So they're selling their silver, and some data that I didn't bring, but lines up with this is that we're seeing more inflows to short silver ETFs and ultra short silver ETFs. So that to me could say that for the long run, this run might not be over, and we could continue to move higher. That $100 mark could be a target or even higher, because what I want to see to kind of say, okay, everybody is now involved in this trade is the positioning to tick up. But we're at 1/3 of the positioning now than we were before. So people have been selling on the way up and not buying, which is it's like super, super interesting to me. So this is kind of a good way to me to look. If I saw this chart spike dramatically, I'd say, okay, now the the guys who are always wrong are participating in the trade as well. Let's, potentially fade them. But that's just not what we're seeing here, which is interesting. Last chart, again, this is the Widowmaker. Me and Neil used to joke about this all the time on the old After Hours show, but might be time for me to take another shot in this. I have a love-hate relationship with natural gas. It either in most cases, I think I'm net positive on it. It's made a lot of money. Also has hit me a number of times. We call it the Widowmaker for a reason. So I just want to always say that if you're trading natural gas, pretend you're trading like a small internet company or an early stage bio farmer or something like that, because this thing can just go insane. A couple things though is that we are the large institutions, the guys who are mostly wrong, are as short, if not more short, right now than they were at about $1.90. And you can see that short really come in the last little bit on this down move. And then the yellow line here is just the anchored VWAP from this 2022-2023 high. So there is some anchored VWAP support. If you kind of trace that line back, you can see how well it's acted as support and resistance all throughout with that high. And now it potentially could be acting as support, and we're seeing everybody in the world short this thing. So maybe a little bit of a rally in the natural gas. So I'm going to watch that one closely. But those are the two really kind of actionable ideas that I think could come from this, is potentially natural gas. And there's just some evidence out there that this silver rally might not be over, even though it's like tripled in the last little bit.
Just going back to that real quick, I mean, as you said, it's the one that everyone's been talking about. It's the one that's been just absolutely wild over the past couple of weeks. Is there something that, this is low, but it isn't, at the bottom here, this is low, but it isn't, just absolutely buried at this point. Is there something that would be an instant red flag for you when it comes to the silver trade?
Yeah, a huge spike, like a dramatic spike out of the blue, just to show that everybody in the world is now participating in this trade. That would really get me. The small, I didn't include it because it made the lines a little messy, but the small speculators, if they spike up, because we're just as wrong as usually the big guys, but that was about neutral as well. What I will say, with just like with sentiment data, this is a better version of sentiment data to me, because you can write whatever you want in a survey. This is where people are actually positioned. So, but just like sentiment, I don't care when it's in the middle. Like as you mentioned, it's not really the 20,000 contracts net long. It's really not that big of a deal. It's the extremes, or when the directions are diverging. That's where it gets interesting to me, because that's just showing me that everyone's wrong. In this case, it's not I want to take action based off the commitment traders data. To me, it was just fascinating that I expected, as price went up, these contracts would get long as well. So it means that there's still a lot of short in the kind of system that has to get rid of it. So if that spiked, and then all of a sudden that would tell me that the shorts have capitulated and they're finally out, maybe that would be the sign that goes, okay, maybe this rally's done for at least a little bit.
And again, just to sum this up, this is not something that you're going to go execute a trade on per se today, but something that, if you're already seeing two or three things pointing in one direction, you can also, add this as another catalyst or another reason to be one way or the other.
Yeah, and it's like a high short float stock. Use AMC, for example, right? The AMC was hugely heavily shorted, but just hitting new lows all the time. So the shorts were winning. So there's no, they don't need to cover. There's no catalyst that, these people are running. And you see it all the time. If you actually look at the stocks that are the most shorted, they're usually the worst stocks. So there's not generally these short squeeze that just come out of the blue. But let's say you're monitoring a stock that you like, and it's heavily shorted, and they have some sort of news catalyst, and then the price starts to move. Well, that price moving could start to generate a short covering rally that could generate more shorts to cover, and so on and so forth, and create a squeeze. So it's the same thing. So for the natural gas futures, for example, we're at support, everybody's short. But if we just tank and move lower, then those shorts were right. So there's no money to be made there. What I want to see is kind of a swift bounce or some sort of news reaction that really gets natural gas going. And it just kind of shows me that there is that fuel to the fire that could push this thing up if price starts moving it anyway, right? So yeah, the best way to look at it is just the same way as a heavily shorted stock.
If anybody wants to, see this maybe more detailed or get more data on other instruments, is there a place that we can send them to find this?
Yeah, the beauty of it is that this is free and publicly available. It's the government puts it out. Every broker by law has to report their net positioning to the government, and then the government puts them all together, and then once a week on the weekend releases them. TradingView, this was a free indicator on TradingView. I know FinViz has it for free. Barchart.com has it for free. But yeah, it's a very, because it's government data there.
From great stuff, thanks for that. Just from a market standpoint here, heading into earnings calendar, going into the next couple of weeks here, which overall take as far as where we're at?
I'm not happy with what the banks did so far. It could just be that the banks have been doing so amazingly. Like you're talking about financials breaking out, making new highs, and that's great. But I always look at it is the cool, interesting things are space and robotics and AI. But when you're starting a new company, and especially a lot of these companies that aren't making money yet, they get their money from the banks. So the banks are doing very well. That really bodes well for some of these smaller kind of tech names and AI and all of this. But the banks struggled quite a bit. Most of the banks actually sold, and not the consumer-facing ones, so the consumer is still strong, but a lot of the ones that focus on kind of institutional trading, they suffered. The JP Morgan and the Goldman Sachs and that type of thing. So that to me is a little bit worrisome. So I think kind of I shift. That's the first kind of crack that I see. That, and we talked about with the dollar, that could be interesting as well. The dollar rally, that could be problematic for stocks. So there's a couple cracks showing. I really think that all we care about now is the big capital expender guys, right? And it doesn't matter anymore because they report so late that we have all of their report before they do. So I'm really focused on guys who are giving NVIDIA all the money, so your Microsofts and your Oracles and that kind of thing.
Now we're seeing guys from the fixed chart screen here. I put in a green candle. That's BlackRock. That's not put in a green candle, but still 15 and a half. Getting towards 16. So these still very, very low. Michael, thanks for that. Wonderful weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Yeah, have a great weekend.
Thanks as always, Michael. We have a fantastic weekend. Always. Well, I'm sure you must have. Audi thing it just as much, if not more, when it does hit hard. But we call it and when we say the wheel maker for NAS, as Michael was saying, this isn't even something. They would literally call that when I started trading. People would always just sort of throw that out there because it was typically incredibly difficult to profitably trade. I think that's because people have a long bias, and a lot of times, when this trends down, it really trends down. You look at UNG, the ETF, it's probably how most people here will trading probably trade it. And when it reverses, yeah, you might have some opportunities, but the downtrend is prolific right now in UNG. So it's worth watching for those opportunities. Just be careful. It's the kind of thing where you get on the wrong side of a commodity, don't average down, that kind of thing, especially when you're swinging it, because when this goes down, it goes down for a while. And it's been, get the wheel maker for a reason, because when you think you got the bottom, it'll show you a little bit of something for sure. Definitely worth watching. I would venture to guess, and this is not a guess, I'm not sure of this, that we probably have 10 times more people that would be looking at, say, silver or metals than looking at nat gas in the first place. There are some options out there when it comes to ETFs that you can look at, oil, UNG, or examples.
Yeah, I heard Michael talking obviously a little bit about silver there, and talking about people are less long right now. I don't know if that means they're going to start to step in and start to buy at some point here, but yeah, some interesting talk there, different studies. I mean, if you had any questions about any of that, Michael's often in the chat, or you can go find him on X as well. I was just trying to cover a little bit more down there near that 79.50 area, right where yesterday's. I mean, look at this is yesterday in the AM. This is what we actually were trying to go short as well yesterday, and this sort of gave us that signal, and we were going short up here before getting blown out to the upside. I felt it to be that bad yesterday after all, but that little top there sort of matched the past support area. Now we're matching a past support bid area. That's right, resistance, that support. So yeah, start to cover around here. Then we're going to drop out if it breaks through 81, trying to average this back in, get a little more shares if we do eventually take view up. But silver's on the way back to the upside as well. So yeah, so far so good here for the silver short. But yeah, getting blown out to the upside a little bit right now on SLV. So thanks, Michael, for coming up and giving us a whole bunch of new ideas to look at and some different things to study over the weekend. Yeah, I mean, RKL, this is a name that just keeps on going, right? I mean, the space game is not stopping anytime soon. It seems like, anyways, right now. Yeah. That's eventually where they're going, I guess, right? To the moon
And beyond.
beyond. Let's hope for and beyond at this point.
All the book of all.
We got to go to the moon for the first time still.
It's crazy. You just rock has nothing to do with the moon, but I'm not making it up. The sci-fi novel Sunstorm that I'm doing right now.
Yeah, the moon one.
Book 2, and currently, literally where I left off, there's scientists on the moon, base.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Super
So
cool.
that's
Without the
pretty
end of the
good.
world.
That's a pretty timely thing there.
No, it is. No, but in all seriousness, both ASS and Rocket Lab are going to be on the watch list today. They did a Morgan Stanley upgrade. Why not? Up for another 3 points today. This is more than double from the November lows. Just an absolute. I was about to say rocket ship again. No, just an absolute banger.
Stop saying rocket ships. I mean, but this is the thing about trading momentum, trading what's hot. I have a friend of mine that I haven't heard from in 10 years. It was a former neighbor of mine. Messaged me out of the blue, and he's asking about crypto. I'm like, bro, you missed the boat, dude. He's like, how are we going to make money in crypto? I'm like, the money's already been made in crypto. Bruh. Yeah, exactly. I was like, bruh. And I said, and I basically... Yeah, I heard that in the air there. So, and I just told him, I actually mentioned to him, I said, you got to think about what next thing is, because there's so much money. Rocket Lab's up 4,000, or was it ASTS? I know one of them was up 4,000% a year. They were $1. It might have been even Rocket Lab.
No, they're both. Rocket Labs was $1. It was. Yeah. It was. This was a almost penny stock.
You know, so it's like, you know, you go back and you're like, okay, if you want to invest that one thing, you know, there's names to invest in, and you could take an investable position in Rocket Lab, right? But you're not going to get like super rich off of this. It's already had that kind of a move, right? So that's what I was sort of suggesting. We got to think about what's next. Like you guys, I mean, you had the story that you guys were in, not QBTS, under $1. It went to 20 or 18 or whatever.
Off a random comment that my wife heard while she was talking to some like industry people at a data conference, and I was like, I don't know any stocks that are going to win in quantum, but I think it's going to be a bit. She's like, well, I heard about this one. I'm like, oh, really? What do you know about it? I'm like, I don't know.
Send her to more conferences.
People thought it was cool. I'm like, okay, we'll buy that one then. There was no science behind it. I was prepared to lose. We were prepared to lose it all. It was $1.14.
I like that.
No, I'm being dead serious. Like the money put into it was like, if it goes to zero, I'm not freaking out about it. Like you don't get Rocket Labs at $1 or none of those. So if you do that, you know what you're getting into. That's risking everything to try to get a big win, right? So be realistic about it.
We do want to mention to everybody about PDS Biotechnology over there on the NASDAQ at PDSB. They are transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States in just a few years. Please, everybody, go learn more at pdsbiotech.com. That is pdsbiotech.com. Learn more about this HPV-16 head and neck cancer. Thank you for that, PDS Biotech. So, so interesting plays there. I think that's a talk right there, right? Try to figure out what the next big move is, and I'm trying to fade silver, as that's been a huge move this year. So that's what I'm looking at right now. But some good talk right there. We do have wild card weekend. So you nervous yet? Is that tomorrow?
Yeah, 4th.
Not wild card weekend. Sorry, divisional round. there. So,
I mean, I'm always nervous. It's 4:30.
Okay,
I think
good.
the Bills match pretty well. But I mean, you got that, and then Seattle plays tonight.
Pick them, so it's going to be a close.
The NFL just wins because with the close action they're getting. Oh my goodness, the betting market's supposed to be loving it. The betting market's definitely loving it, but there was that massive scandal with the NCAA basketball. I don't know if you.
I don't know anything about that.
Oh my goodness,
now?
27 different teams, like 39 players, shaving.
Neil,
Scandal, yeah.
who do you guys, did you guys pick up anybody off the practice squad for receiver?
Well, they're going. Well, Samuel should be coming back. So the Bills basically don't have anybody to play wide receiver this week.
That's what I was asking for.
Effectively. So we have our number one guy, and then we have a dude that we were helping to catch all year, and he's going to have to play a heck of a lot as well. And then we got Brandon Cooks, who's like ancient, and we got him off. He was cut by multiple teams.
He's catching.
But he's a good player. It's just that he was cut by multiple teams this year for a reason.
Yeah.
And our fifth, I'm not sure exactly who the fifth guy that they're going to draft. Think about that. I'm a diehard. I'm not even sure at this point who the fifth receiver
You're not supposed to even know the fifth receiver. That's why you don't know. You're not supposed to know.
But you know why it doesn't matter?
Exactly. That's the whole thing.
It's like because we've got NVIDIA at quarterback. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That gives you a lot of wiggle room when you've got the best of the best at quarterback.
Yeah,
That's all that's going to end up mattering. For sure. But I did say this, and I will hold true to it, that we don't have Brian coming on until Tuesday. So I might, look, if Bills lose, I already said I would wear Broncos gear on the podcast. I'll flash it on Monday, but when Brian's on, I'll wear it on Tuesday. Brian Shannon's he's from the region. He's not actually in physically. I don't know if he's.
No, I think he lives in Colorado. But
he's in Colorado. I don't think he's in Denver. But either way, if the Bills lose, you'll see me in some Broncos gear next week.
All right.
They're not going to lose.
I like the orange, so we'll see how that pairs out. Should be a good one there. All right, it's 8:56. We do have our rundown coming up. Make sure you do grab our watch list. The link is in description as well. I'm getting ready to short a little bit more silver, but if this does pop higher, I'm out of more than half. I have less than half left, and silver has made a move right back up. So, I'm not going to just be sitting here shorting this thing like crazy. If it does break through $81, I'm going to get out. That was sort of the top there, right into there. So we'll take another fill in and around view up. I'm waiting at $80.75, and shorting this thing, we learned our lesson yesterday, but it just kept on going. We were able to catch some dips, some moves higher and grab the dip, but overall, man, we didn't have the real short on until it made its way up to 84.50. So, we got to let this thing settle down at some point and give us a range. Right now, it's not necessarily doing that, but it did make a way all the way back to VWAP. I think a little bit more shorter than watch out for $81. Could be a choppy day today. Let's go find out what we're going to be trading and what's on our watch. I think Shreve's going to do a little bit of a market rundown potentially. So let's go back over to the dead.
A couple things just before we do that.
Yep.
I was just reading this note. I don't even know if this means anything. Probably not. But President Trump has bought at least $50 million in municipal and corporate bonds through to the end of December, including debt issued by Netflix, CoreWeave, General Motors, Boeing, Occidental, and United Rentals, which is URI. But that's from a White House disclosure.
Munis, huh?
Yeah.
I didn't think that President Trump would be dabbling in munis, but there you go.
But I mean, none of the stocks moving on that, but I've never seen that before.
There's got to be a strategic purpose for that. I'd like to know a little bit more about it. Good call on that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, all right, guys. We 692.25. That is where we closed out on the SPY yesterday. We closed out. Yeah, we tried to get through that 695 area, but as you can see, really 695, as we spoke about yesterday, was that clear area of resistance. We're at 693 1/3 right now. We're up about 0.15. So here's the deal. The low from yesterday was 691 1/4. We're going to say 691 1/4 as the first level of support. If we start trending up, and it looks like we're starting the day green a little bit here, 695 first level of resistance. If we really get going, and we're going to close out the week quite strong, we're looking at that 696 area that we double topped on back on the 12th as resistance number 2.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free for you. Link is below in the description. All you need is an email address to sign up for the watch list. Again, no cost whatsoever. Has everything on it that's moving around in the pre-market every single day, including memory stocks. Top of the list here this morning. Once again, back to the upside 2 days in a row. Trying to bounce. That's Micron, but I mean, we can look at SanDisk. We can look at a number of these, all looking very similar. After a bit of a pause in this rally, it looks like we're back at team.
As Sean was mentioning in the morning, SanDisk up some odd 75% within the span of 2, calendar weeks here in the year. Let's talk a little bit about Micron, because they broke ground yesterday on their massive new fabrication complex in New York State. It's part of a multi-decade investment of up to $100 billion, representing, guys, the largest private investment in the history of the state of New York. That's not small. Could eventually house up to about 4 advanced fabs, and they're going to focus on, what Micron does, DRAM and NAND. Wall Street really likes this. You have multiple upgrades. Recently, Barclays overweight from 275 to 450. Wells Fargo overweight from 335 to 410. Citigroup buy from 330 to 385. And let's expect, Brendo, tight DRAM and NAND supply to continue into this year, much like we had last year.
Every once in a while, I like to just go out to weekly charts to remind myself how insane these things are. So if you haven't done so yet, make sure you do that today. That's SanDisk on a weekly chart, still absolutely parabolic. Micron looking very similar, guys, but a bit of a tail forming here at both top ends.
Yeah, the good thing for Micron, at least, would be that it broke the top of the range. But this morning, there's been pretty much nothing but selling this gap up. And if you look at the majority of yesterday, it was selling. The day before that was selling, and then selling intramarket. So while it's holding all these higher lows, you've effectively, during the open session, you've had sellers in control 3 days in a row. And all the stock has done is go up. So it's just like it's gapping up overnight, and we're getting all this sell action intraday. The good news, as I was saying, is you're above this prior, the prior high here, resistance at 346, 347. So if it dips, I feel like it's already done like $7 worth of reversion. So there's really not that much far for it to go to test pre-market, or not pre-market, of yesterday's highs, prior highs in there. Like, that's the spot I'd be looking for. But it's a bizarre one, because all of the strength seemingly is just not intraday in any of these stocks. And again, SNDK, sort of the same thing. Not much in terms of buy action outside of sideways action during the day, like a chop fest, and then we get gaps up. So I think you can treat these as a little bit range bound or just trend trade intraday. I'm going to be focused on Intel. Lost that 50 level. I'm going to like that a little bit more, and I have eyeballs on Nvidia as well. Nvidia's got a 187 key level here that I think we could play off of. If it loses it, I think you got way underneath as well. If we can bounce off that, I think it's a good place to look for some action on Nvidia. And I also like Intel to maybe show a bit of a head and shoulders pattern. But yeah, disappointing action. If you've been trying to work the long on either one of those names, you've been far better off holding it as opposed to trying to intraday trade the long on SNDK or Micron.
Yeah, we have insider buying here with Micron today. Purchased, Director Mark Liu purchased 23,000 shares. That's a pretty good one, man. $8 million worth of Micron. I mean, that's not a small amount, that's for sure. We were all like saying, oh my God, when Cook bought shares of Nike. This is 8 million earlier this week as well. So if everyone on the inside, not everyone, but if this one director on the inside here is feeling good about it, like $8 million worth up here, then yeah, I mean, someone knows something. And we do have, of course, U.S. Representative John Molnar, I guess, opined a letter there as well, talking about how there, and we've already talked about this, but just a demand is there for these RAM chips. And someone said that they sent in their little disc to PSA to get evaluated. That was pretty fun to see that, which is just a joke. But yeah, Micron upside there. I think there's more to go. I mean, it feels like we just broke through again another level where we sort of finally barcoded there and then ripped. Like, I remember talking about 260 being the high. Well, that's not even close. Now you're at 360. So yeah, I think Micron's along. It's up again another 5% today. We always say play back to the 200 period moving average. So right now that's at 348. That's probably pretty darn close to where it's going to be when we open up. So 348 to 349. Watch out for the big 350 psychological level as well. It's all blue skies on the chart. So I don't, you know, where we can go from here is higher. And then if you just come back to this weekly support right there, I mean, it could be 348. So if, just come back to the chart quickly, Andre, and then we'll get away. But yeah, right there. So we've broken through. It was a top. It was a top. It was a top. And now hopefully, which, you know, turned resistance now turns into support. So 348 or so for our friend Micron. And I'm always going to go back to this because it's the only active trade I have on right now. We did short a little bit more. We mentioned that we were going to go short there on VWAP. Comes back out. We get some out to 21 period moving average. Silver looks like it's sort of gearing up a little bit here to maybe make a run right off the open. So I'm not exactly, I was hoping that the move would continue down. I don't see any, you know, AMEX stocks on here. SOX S is right there, Zone, and then, you know, SGOV is just government bonds, right? We just talked about municipal. Yeah, sorry, T-bill. So, yeah, not much going on there as far as silver on the imbalance locator. So we're
tonight though is Walmart.
What is Walmart?
Tonight's Walmart to the NASDAQ 100.
Oh, to the NASDAQ 100. I was going to say, yeah, it can't be earnings on a Friday.
No,
but
tonight. Tonight.
Yeah, that could be a good one. Let's talk about Walmart. Is it going to be on the list? No, but we'll get over that. Let's run through this. But yeah, Walmart today should be a good trade. Target's been on fire. Target's at 112 right now, by the way. Well. And yeah, it's where Target dwells for now anyways. All right, let's go back over chip. Okay, well, I know you talked about NVIDIA and all that, but let's go back over, talk about some chip strength, and then we'll get through this list.
Of Riot, there's a deal with AMD. It looks like Riot Platforms climbing 5% on data center lease deal with AMD. So speaking of chips here, RIOT teaming up with AMD.
I'm liking this. A lot of these former miners kind of trying to adjust their mode and get into the data center space. Not a bad look.
I mean, that was IREN. I mentioned that the other day. I mean, they started off in the crypto space and now, you know, are perfectly positioned for the power generation side of.
And there's a lot of overlap, Brendo, between the two businesses. They're using GPUs. They've got huge swaths of space, very energy heavy. So a lot to overlap with. All right, guys, I'm going to take the Taiwan the Taiwan trade deal announced yesterday by President Trump. So the U.S. and Taiwan finalized a major trade deal, cutting tariffs on a wide range of Taiwanese exports. But there is here a very strong focus on semiconductors and chip-making equipment. Washington's trying to balance closer cooperations with Taipei without aggravating the Chinese ahead, of course, of President Trump and President Xi's meeting in April. The tariffs are going to drop from 20 to 15%, Brendo, but there's really going to be a lot of incentives for companies like TSMC, who's already spending a lot of money in the United States. Their actually tariffs may actually be brought either much lower or zero. So, you know, certain products are going to get zero commitment anyway. In exchange for this, though, Taiwan is going to invest about $250 billion in the U.S. $100 billion is already committed by Taiwan Semi back in 25, but they're also going to guarantee another $250 billion in credit. So good look there. And I want just to mention quickly here, Intel getting the nod today as well from, I believe, let's just see where it is over here. I think it's right after Coinbase. Just allow me, Intel Jeffries raising the price target there from 40 to 45, but keeping it as a hold, basically saying it's been a good narrative for Intel so far, but they don't really know how they're going to monetize AI like the likes of AMD and NVIDIA are.
They'll figure it out.
Yeah, hopefully.
They'll figure it out, don't worry. RIOT, guys, better part of $2 move here now to the upside. We're coming off the highs, but decent volume behind that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Riot, you know what? I think, well, I was ready to talk about like chips there for a quick little second, but this Riot move, I wouldn't overreact to this. I was just sort of saying like, well, how profitable is this going to be for them at the end of the day? Like, it's one thing to get this headline. I think the pivot makes sense, no questions asked, certainly can be positive, and we're already up a decent amount right into Wednesday's high of $18. You can already see it start to back off. So can it hold on to the prior high, like 17.3? Like, if you can get back and hold on to this, I think that's a little bit more productive than chasing the move here on Riot. Just the other thing to remember is, it was the other day where when we looked at some of these pivots on the mining companies, when they get these bounces for other headlines, and then we had a big bounce in Bitcoin a few sessions ago, and then some of these names didn't go as much because they had already had some alternative headlines give them moves. So keep that in the back of your mind. So some of this rally, I think, these 3 days was mostly Bitcoin related. So this is kind of like a natural high. If Bitcoin were to fade for some reason today, just remember that that 18 level might correspond with some resistance out there on BTC at some of these tops. So yes, you've got a story going on here that is not related to crypto, but you do have to keep in the back of your mind, hey, that recent high in Bitcoin corresponds with this 18. If we have a bad day, this might be a dangerous one to try to play at the highs.
Yeah, I was seeing that same story there, and I thought, you know, would have been a good sign for AMD, but there's not really a bump up on that news there for Advanced Micro Devices. But yeah, what a great stock that's been, man. We said how this one has been sort of chilling out between the tops of 225 and the bottoms of 200. While that 200 bottom was quite amazing, and now you're up about 12 or 13% off of that low and trying to break out now. So yeah, I'd say it's all good with this. I have NVIDIA written down. The sticky note is now out. You guys can go find that one. I have a 190 long break written down for NVIDIA. It's the only long that, I mean, a SoFi dip, if that happens, I don't mind it. But what about just this NVIDIA break long through 190 right here? It's been sort of the weekly top, and it was just made yesterday, so it's not like it's been, you know, so interesting or anything right there. But right into there, if we can come up and look at 190, we saw yesterday the break work for 10 minutes on Intel. I just think that NVIDIA could help create a little bit of a bump here for us and get that through. So you're trying to bounce off the 50 period right now. NVIDIA really off the bottom now. We've been waiting for a minute to get this going. TSM yesterday really justified the space with the semiconductors. I mean, if they can't keep enough semiconductors going, their biggest customer is NVIDIA. So what does that tell you about the demand story? And we saw TSM yesterday, although it, again, like didn't trade that well at all. Yesterday, going out really at the lows and almost went out where we opened up at. So TSM did have a great long yesterday up to 350, but now it's down back into 345. I like the space. I like the name, and if they're going to show strength yesterday, as they said, 38% year-over-year growth expected on the demand side for the semiconductors. NVIDIA is their largest client. I am, you know, willing to go long on that 190 break. We just got to make sure it's right. So yeah, I got a little bit of a go on that here today. So let's see if NVIDIA can do that. You know, yesterday we really got going right off the open there. We went from 185.50, you know, up to 189. So that's a $4 move there before it was even 20 minutes in. So if we can get some sort of an action on this market, which now, you know, not looking so short anymore, right? You're above VWAP. You're starting to get going a little bit. Let's see if NVIDIA can sort of help, you know, propel this chip name or the chip space even further. So good news from AMD today with a new signed deal. Good action from yesterday. AMD breaking out and NVIDIA finally going. I like what we're seeing here, and let's see if NVIDIA can break through 190 with a bottom of 187. I mean, that's what I had targeted right there, 186, 187 for a low in case we get somewhere near there. All right, so I didn't average into silver there. We just took a little bit at VWAP. It's going too much, so I don't want to turn this thing nasty. So if this breaks 81, we're out of SLV here, guys.
On to ASTS, back to the downside right now, but a nice pop after the close last night on that headline. Government contracts, never a bad thing.
I was telling Ram, I'm like, hey, check out ASTS, and I think she, you know, thought that I was implying that it was down, so she was a little worried. But I think she knows now, Brendo. She's doing well. All right, let's talk about this one. So AST Space Mobile are up after the company was named as an eligible vendor for the U.S. Missile Defense Agency SHIELD program. The selection doesn't actually guarantee contracts. It allows AST to bid on a potential $151 billion pool of defense-related work. So a lot of money there to be passed around. But bulls see SHIELD eligibility as a possible stepping stone towards involvement in the Golden Dome, an air and missile defense system, of course, announced by President Trump, and it could include this country as well in Canada. AST, though, their main goal here, if you don't know too much about the company, they are looking to build the first global cellular broadband network in space, kind of deliver voice, data, video directly to people on their cell phones without any upgrades. But they've got a lot of stiff competition, as we know. SpaceX Starlink, Amazon's Kuiper project, and Apple-backed Global Star, Brendo, all throwing their hat into that ring.
A few other details just popping up here for this RIOT deal. Riot saying 10-year deals worth $311 million with an expansion possibility up to $1 billion plus AMD options for more than 75 megawatts going forward, up to 100 million megawatts after that. So 311 million over 10 years. I mean, nothing 30 plus a year for a company like Riot, guys. So one to watch today, guys. Thoughts on ASTS?
Yeah, I was just double checking. I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot for a $6 billion company. For Riot, like 31 million a year. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I mean, like, it puts it in perspective. Like I said, just keep in mind that 18 high and what Bitcoin is doing for Riot. Maybe not overreact to that news. That'd be my 2 cents there. ASTS. Look, whether or not this ends up being firm and they have something with the potential, this has been a rocket anyways. You've got to factor. Oh, that's right. I just moved to Riot. I had this up a second ago. One thing that you want to factor in for them is they're an 18% short float on ASTS. These aren't always 100% accurate, but it'll be in the double digits either way. So it's a pretty decent short float. It has been an uptrend anyways. But much like, and we were showing Micron earlier, we kind of lost the bid a little bit here. So this puts me in the mode of, all right, if it's a long, then I really got to think about into that prior high. If we're not going to be able to hold on, and that's going to be, it's like 102 to 104 is the spot. If we're not going to hold on to VWAP, which we're underneath it and trending down, then it's about looking for a bit of a reversion. Now, sometimes you get a crazy spike down, like yesterday would be an example, which just spiked $2, immediately closes higher, then starts holding VWAP, and you said look for longs like this, where like it holds the VWAP and then breaks away, so you're long. That took about 15 minutes yesterday to show you a first entry. Because it's well underneath VWAP, it might take a little longer than that to look for some kind of a mean reversion in ASTS. But I'm kind of expecting a little continuation of the dip and then want to stay on trend with this. So willing to be patient with ASTS. If it ends up dumping in the first 15 minutes, I can wait for it to start forming a setup if it's not going to hold this volume weighted average price. So wait for the prior high or wait for it to establish VWAP, and then I'm going to try to jump in. To ASTS, I like this over Rocket Lab just based on, it's more the price action and more the fact that I expect more volatility out of ASTS than Rocket Lab today. That's the better distinction.
Yeah, I was going to say, a name that maybe has not gone, like I have no idea what any of these companies do realistically, but Virgin Galactic right here, I mean, it's just getting another one of these names, man, one of the original space names, hence why they have this symbol, but it's low, its 52-week low is $2.30. Not even too far away, and we know that it has the ability to do these kind of moves. And right now you're back down to $3, so you're near a low there. Do some research, but find out if SPCE has a place in your portfolio, because this name could get going. I don't know. We have to wait to see, but if it does dip into this like 270, 280 area, then you could just put a stop sort of breaking through $2. Now, this is not a play that you're going to, load your account with or anything like that, but could be something. I mean, even if you get this 250 area, give yourselves that 10 or 15% worth of drawdown only to, try to grab something up here again near 450 and change again. Thank you, Randy. So SPCE Virgin Galactic could be something there. We don't talk about it enough, and that's kind of like what we're talking about on the show. No one heard of Astis or Rocket Lab, year and a half ago or something or whatever. I have to go back to see the charts, but this could be another one. Space Virgin Galactic. We'll see if it can get going. I told you, I'm playing them all with a very, very simple strategy, and that is the Autonomous Technology and Robotics ETF, brought to you by ARC. So Kathy Wood and everybody, this name just keeps on climbing higher, giving me exposure to everything. Its largest holding is Tesla, so do your due diligence. But yeah, this got me into Rocket Labs, AV, everything, and we're in this around this 110 mark. So it's been a good one. Obviously, if I was in, any of the other names from December, they would be up 50%, not 15% or whatever. But good move up there for ARCQ. Just a bit of a risk situation there. We get them all instead of just one. And I told you, I have no idea what they all do, so we'll put our money into that. All right, man, 9:20, lots to go. Yeah,
Before we go back to this, there's a little bit of a discussion about MLK Day on Monday, and so just to reiterate, because a few people in the chat have mentioned it, it is a U.S. holiday on Monday. That's MLK. So we, Trader TV Live, we observe U.S. holidays. Someone's like, yeah, you guys should just come on and yap about Toronto stocks. Well, you got to take time off at some point. But the other thing is, trust me when I tell you this, you've been trading long enough, when the U.S. markets are closed, all the other markets act like it's a holiday. Like, Toronto is open, but believe me when I tell you, ain't much happening on it when the U.S. markets are closed. That's just how it is. You can want the U.S. not to be the big daddy, and when it comes to capital markets, but it is what it is. So yeah, Monday's a holiday, so you have a long weekend. Sometimes you can create a little bit of extra volatility, especially at the end of the day, because we'll see. And then of course, it being a Friday, you have something like index actions, which we'll talk about. We just mentioned the riot news, which was oddly not crypto related in particular, but we can talk about Bitcoin or crypto in general. Good rally, but is it a fade today?
Working on a couple of different angles for that, but possibly. I mean, we've had a couple of days back to the downside here. Overall, we're still stuck in a range. I mentioned this off the top of the show. It's been a little bit disconnected as far as the equity back and forth goes, but maybe we start to see a little bit of support here once again.
Hopefully, and maybe taking out 100,000, which is going to be clearly an area of resistance. But there was a little bit of a setback for the crypto bulls yesterday. U.S. senators, they signaled that they will continue pursuing that comprehensive crypto market structure bill that they were supposed to vote on yesterday, which is being put in front of the banking committee there. The bill is intended to give the crypto industry that long sought rules of the road, kind of clarifying which regulatory body is going to be governing them. The passage was already uncertain before the delay, reflecting months of tensions between both parties on the other side of the aisle. But CEO of Coinbase, Brian Armstrong, he publicly opposed the latest draft. He cited multiple concerns that had emerged in the last-minute writing. The key objections here, Brendo, were the reduced role for the CFTC and how it limits consumer rewards programs. Specifically, what we're talking about here is one of the most contentious issues is whether crypto platforms can offer interest-like rewards on stablecoins. Banks argued against this. They said, look, this could trigger a massive shift of deposits from traditional banking into crypto. I don't know why that would be bad. Federal Reserve-linked analysis suggests the risk also of a credit squeeze ranging from hundreds of billions to as much of 1.2 trillion. The American Bankers Association very much against this. They want the money to stay put right where it is in centralized finance. They don't want it working over to decentralized finance, aka these crypto names.
We'll see if there is a test, at least, of this 100,000 coming up either today or maybe going into next week. You and I were talking about MindMed off camera before we came back over here. I went to pull up the new symbol and I still typed in MNMD just because it's habit.
Too.
So, what is the new symbol here?
Yeah,
if anyone's looking for it, because it was effective. I was just reading it. It was effective as of yesterday. So.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I panicked. Right? I'm like, where's my money? Right? Where's my money? Yeah. No, but DFTX, guys, is a new name for MindMed. So this is the chart on MindMed. It's seen better days. Obviously, it's been around to $21. But hey, look at it, man. They're stepping up.
If anyone has the same experience this morning, you look at your account and you're like, where the hell are my MindMed shares? It's now DFTX, guys, for MindMed. Yeah.
I just figured being down 95% already was probably fine enough. And I just figured it was something else over there.
Well, do we all get? Anyways,
we just want to remind everybody that, of course, Neil and I will spend as much time, trying to look at the chat as possible. Keep your comments. I know there's been some political stuff in there this morning, but it is, definitely a man to chat. We're looking at it. We're trying to find the best comments, put them straight there on the screen, and address them. Right. So we can't get every single look at this stock or what's your opinion on that, because we have a rundown and we are trying to cover everything for everybody all at once, but we are going to miss some stuff, and we want to thank everybody for sticking with us. The Midday show will do a lot of small cap stuff, and things are a little slower then, and there's not as much on schedule as sort of we are right now, but stick with us, man. We're going to cover as much as we can in as little time as we have in between some of our rundown and whatnot. So we do want to appreciate once again everybody, just stick with us, keep your comments in the chat, and honestly, let's try to keep it like as clean as possible. Everybody can have as many opinions as they want, but let's be respectful of each other. I think that's probably the right
ultimately everyone's just here. Everyone's here to learn more and hopefully gain something out of the market experience, where you could be swing trading, long-term investing, or maybe you're actively trading as well. So, hopefully there's something there for. We have a good community as well. So like, remember, even if we miss a question or a topic, we have a lot of great engagement throughout the community here. So like, to get into crypto today, I actually think if we lose this bid, I think it get pretty nasty under 53. It's like 53.5, actually more like 53.6 on IBIT in particular. And one of the reasons I'll say that is if you look at this is like the prior resistance we're chilling at for a while, that 94, it's like 94 to 4, something like that on Bitcoin. If you lose that area today, you could really start to backfill back into the 50 period on the daily, which on IBIT, that'll be 52. So that's a hefty fall, but we haven't broken it yet. So for myself on Bitcoin, it's just a matter of if we can hold it on the 15-minute, then I think you can have, like one of these like little uptrend mornings. Hopefully it doesn't reverse itself. But if we do lose this gap and it's like 53.6, then I'm going to start thinking short. For now, we're over, and this has been bullish. So we're above the 50. We just broke a recent channel. Like, we're still bullish, looking for a bounce off this level. But if we lose it today on a Friday, that's 53.6. Then I got to start looking in the other direction for IBIT in particular. And I think on Riot, I said this earlier, this is new news that just sort of hit, and wouldn't have had it on the note, but it is doing a lot of volume. It is looking good. I'm going to sit this one out for the first 5 or 10 minutes, but my style, I'm willing to jump over to something that's moving if it's got a good setup. Like if we're holding above $18 and looking strong after the first 15-minute candle, then I'm probably going to hop over and like this Riot news. Just understand that the Riot news isn't crypto related. So you got to separate those two today. I'll be looking at IBIT for crypto, for Bitcoin moves, and then Riot is just like a separate small cap momentum play is the way I would view it.
Here you go. Talk about the chat right here. Yes, I know NDA. We can speak about XRP right here, and actually I talked about it yesterday as well. So what's up to charged up right there? Yeah, look, I think this does have bullish cases to it, man. The protocol to transfer over money happens in milliseconds right there for very, very few fees. I think XRP does have a spot in everybody's portfolio. This is a double long ETF, and we talked about this yesterday, coming right into this spot there. So I think that if you are looking for it, Ripple XRP isn't around that $2 mark. So lots of upside potential here. But again, a lot of ETFs to sort of, as we say around here, wet your beak with. And I just think this would be another one that we can maybe have a quick look at some point there. XRP, there's Solana ETFs and various different names that you can trade. We always look at Bitcoin because that sort of is the dog that wags the tail, but 95.5, not much going on. Yesterday we got a story where Tom Lee and BMNR, Bitmine, put some money into the broke Mr. Beast, apparently. And all the way, I don't know if you guys heard some of those stories where he's claiming to have absolutely no money in his bank account. But he's worth $2.6 billion. But anyways, that's how a lot of the wealthy make money, right? They don't have their money sitting around. They have it invested, and that's what he's been saying. It's invested in other projects, in his Beast games, and things like that. So he's not walking around with a load of cash, but I don't know how true that is, but anyways, BMNR to the downside. The minute you start talking about we're doing other things other than, the treasury, I'm a little nervous about this stock. But, we'll have to wait to see what it does in and around this $26, $27 mark for BMNR. I think that if you are, and this just, the whole Mr. Beast thing and all this kind of, trusting in on Tom Lee, I almost said Tom Ford, Tom Lee, it's just one of those things where I would rather just hold ETHA or go on chain and buy, the coin itself and not really worry about someone else deciding what they're doing with the cash. That's why like a pure play is IBIT or is ETHA, and you can get the results. The only negative part of it is, of course, you don't have 24-hour trading like you would if you did hold Ethereum at a Coinbase or a Kraken or wherever, or anything that allows you to trade the actual cryptocurrency itself, or the token. So I like all of this, and also with after hours trading, you can now trade these names on Blue Ocean. We saw SLV was the top name the other day on Blue Ocean. We had Jeff Mendel on as well. So yeah, just you know, crypto's on a nice come up right here. I think Bitcoin breaking 100,000 is that next big level that we all wait for. I do think it pulls back once it hits it, but we only have less than a minute and a half left. So let's go talk about Boeing. We love some Boeing, man. That got me nervous when it broke through 200, but now 200 is well in its rear view.
You could say it's flying.
Yeah, I think
Staring at 250 right in the face right now for Boeing. I mean, 2-year highs on basically every uptick here for Boeing right now. On the back of, I mean, we touched on it a little bit yesterday, this union deal, more details coming out on that this morning, but seems to be just all positive right now.
A lot of good steps, acquiring Spirit Aerosystems to control the quality control there, and now figuring it out with the union. So a union representing about 1,600 workers at Spirit Aerosystems has reached a tentative collective bargaining agreement with Boeing. The agreement follows that $4.7 billion acquisition of Spirit Aerosystems back on the 8th of December, and the labor negotiations had to wait for that acquisition to go through before going ahead and making the deal. So the proposed contract includes a 20% wage increase for certain pools over 5 years. Also, people on promotional salaries will receive about 50% increases annually for the first few years, and there's going to also be additional incentives like a $6,000 ratification bonus and contributions to the 401k. But these concessions, Brendo, address one of Boeing's oh, I didn't even know.
Okay, we were getting a little tight there, guys. Happy Friday. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Opening bell brought to you by Origenic. Shout out to them for sure. Oh, sorry, PDS Biotechnology. I want to give them a big shout out. Right before the open, NVIDIA was a sell. It flipped to a, well, it paired off. I didn't actually see it flip to a buy, but it definitely paired off and reversed its move. So back to the upside is NVIDIA. The market is headed higher. The chip name that I have on watch is going to be Intel, to see if it does a run at 50. Oh, to see if it does, it's already at 49.80. Okay, so Intel is almost at that 50 level. Big reversal on Intel at a 52-week high through that $50 level, and it's already flying once again.
It's through 50 again?
It's gone. ASTS is
what?
ASTS is breaking higher as well, so there's no dip buy there. Oh my goodness, yeah, this market's not waiting for anybody. Tesla's absolutely flying. NVIDIA is about to break the high of the day.
Intel broke 50.
All these there's no dip buys to be had this morning. So I guess we'll be a little bit trying to be patient here, but yeah, that one's absolutely flying.
No idea that happened, yeah, with Intel.
Yeah, there was no specific news story here, but it's right into yesterday's morning highs. 50.35, I believe, was that top-ish.
So we wrote down on our sticky note, you can go find it at Trader TV, Sean, that silver was going to be our trade, and we talked about 81, and if it breaks through 81, we're going to get out. Well, I mean, there it goes, man. We averaged it in right there at VWAP. We got some out, and now we just got some out in the 20s again right here. As we'll watch out for SLV dancing around. I'm going to take another fill right here at 50 if we get it, just because it does look like we might have just washed out there right off the open on a big sell. I mean, I know this candle's green, but that was a nice little sell there into the open, and now here it comes screaming right back. Look, man, I said that we would take NVIDIA, on a 190 break, but it looks like that comes right up there and now gets faded right back in for that. That is a surprise about Intel. We had that Intel trade yesterday, and it just didn't. It did basically
no catalyst
right up there and then came right back again. So yeah, NVIDIA on a pullback down. We're just looking at some of these levels. Like if we can come back into 188, we have NVIDIA written down, but we have it a little bit lower at 187. So looking to see if, see, there goes silver. So it's a good thing we did cover some back down there. But if we do get a dip buy opportunity, let's try 188 to sort of start the trade there with NVIDIA. And I'm still willing to take the 190 breakout, right, long on that one, because the futures trying to rebound a little bit from yesterday. So, you know, we talked about Rocket Lab going. Let's see if that is a continuation play, trying to break through $100. Yes, wow, okay, $92 to $95 there in a straight line, it seems like. And then there's another one, man, Space Mobile, 110. That could be a spot there, but up another 9%. All right, man, it looks like NVIDIA is going to be the play. AMD, and then we'll go over to see if Neil's doing anything. I mean, what the? Okay, straight to the downside, so a little different here for advanced micro devices.
It's
still like that 188 on NVIDIA.
Like, it's so crazy. Like, the AMD and NVIDIA have just had nothing to do with each other at 9:30 almost every single day. Like, you just have to look at them as different. So ASTS like yesterday, I wasn't here yesterday, but yesterday it did eventually hold the volume-weighted average price in here early. So that'll have to be the play. If there's not going to be a dip to fill in the gap, it broke out. The prior high is about here, 109.5. So I just want to see it close, holding above the volume-weighted average price, almost 10%, up already 10% on this thing. Absolutely nuts. We barely mentioned Boeing. I know it got rushed. But yeah, it's not going to break 250 today based on that open, so it probably doesn't matter. 250, big time breakout potential on Boeing for some fresh highs, but that looks like it's going to have to be in the rear view as well. Intel's starting to come back a little bit. My thing was if it does this and does a fail of the 50 level, that it can be a nice reversion play. So that is actually coming into play as we speak. But getting into ASTS is also going to be part of the plan. So right now, eyeballs on Intel, going to wait for the second candle, maybe to confirm that we're going to actually hold under 50. And then ASTS, absolutely on. I might have to look at Rocket Lab as well, just to see if this one's setting up a little bit better. Because this is not calming down. Yesterday's trade, it consolidated on the dip. This time it's doing anything but consolidation. So shout out to everyone putting names in the chat. I see lots of dollar signs. That alerts me to SMCI moving. Chip strength, yes, but the market is not breaking through the highs, and some of these pullbacks are pretty hefty. Like if a stock like this loses $30, that's a nasty looking topping tail candle. So I'm not chasing any of these early longs just yet. Even Intel, as I said, Intel's now at 49. This was just over $50. This is looking like a false breakout on Intel.
Yeah, that happened yesterday, and we said we would try to short that if and when that happens again. And we
I didn't think it would get there.
When you mentioned $50, I was just looking at other things. I was like, what the heck? We actually talked about that in the pre-market, about how Obi and I tried to catch a little bit from that yesterday. All right, so we did get out of our silver. We'll talk about that in a second. We're not stopped out, but we were able to get some out on the downside there. But Tesla just had a huge move as well to 444, so we have to watch out for that one. And now it's pulling right back into VWAP. I've been caught on this before, but why not try to get this 440 to 441? I mean, it's already showed its sort of colors there by wanting to make those moves up. So now we'll wait to see if we can get a dip buy opportunity for Tesla. I mean, it's pushing VWAP right now. That could be something. I'm still waiting. We put in a request to see if we can get anchored VWAP live on these charts, because then we could maybe anchor it to yesterday's close or something like that, and figure out what the best method of transacting with an anchored VWAP on a
Video
daily.
190 now.
Yeah, so I have that break. So there it is. So we are now long on NVIDIA as it breaks through 190. Let's give this a breath and see if it wants to work there today. Sometimes we get stopped out a little early when these moves start to happen. But okay, so silver breaks. Okay, it puts me long. I'm just going to offer it out. Silver, good trade, man. I mean, we're going to be green on it. It's just... That's why you cover, when it comes back in and then take a little small hit. That's how you do, we talk about all the time trying to stay green on those plays. But here goes NVIDIA. I didn't get any out on this first initial move. So let's take something out here at 20 if we can get it. And then we'll wait to see if there is a little bit of a moon situation here and there we go, 23s. See if we can get something here upside on NVDA. Now, what's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on AMC. New York Times reporting that Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos saying that they're going to be keeping 45-day theatrical windows for Warner Brothers movies if the sale goes through. So AMC popping a little bit on this, again, implying that they'll still get some theatrical releases here. Back to you.
Oh, we like theatrical releases.
AMC.
Yeah, I mean, I think the theater can be okay. I mean, I think it's a very, very specific to what movies are released. I mean, it's...
IMAX cleaning everybody's clock.
Yeah, well, we looked at the chart for IMAX. IMAX is still winning into this year, so we'll we can wait on that. But I don't know. Like AMC's been, if we look at the stock, I think the problem with AMC is that it's not investable anymore because it's been diluted so much. So millions, hundreds of millions of shares. I should watch what I'm saying. I should go look it up. But I mean, we remember the story of AMC and.
No, I remember. I think that's exactly the problem. It's just pure dilution at this point, and the meme stocks are. Why do you need meme stocks when SNDK and Micron and Rocket Labs and ASTS and even the quantum names, like that's what's been the thing. So I wouldn't even worry about them. We do have, Vero. That Vero was on the watch list this morning. I forget the name of the firm.
Venus Concept.
91% stake they said they have, which is insane. Vero is it is 100% a halt risk. No questions asked. As a matter of fact, the fact that it hasn't halted even after going like $1.50 here is a little bit surprising, but halt bands, it's a matter of how quickly it does the move, not necessarily how far it moves. So Veru, 400% to the upside. It's a small float to begin with, and 91% owned by a single firm means they can soak it. I mean, they have effectively soaked it up, not they can soak it up, which is completely insane. So be careful. I don't see near the halt bands when I look at my level 2. I just drew it back. 822, it's saying, is the current halt band. I just had to scroll back to be able to get a quick look at it for sure, though. So yeah, Veru is very much going to be in play. Didn't get that curl, unfortunately, in Intel. I'm just going to cancel my order. If it holds VWAP, that'll be 49.26 or 25 or so. I'll try to short this one off of VWAP if I'm even able to get it at this particular point. Yeah, a little disappointing there. For Intel not to get that fade. Happened really quickly. So first bounce, hold off of the volume weighted average price on ASTS. If it can confirm green, it's going to like it for an ad to play back into the highs. If you're looking at Rocket Lab as well, nearly identical charts. The percentage move might be bigger because of the gap up on ASTS, but right now both of these are identical. So I would suspect if ASTS loses out and you're watching Rocket Labs, it's probably going to lose it as well.
All right, so I'm only out of a third, and that's basically what I wanted to do with NVIDIA there. So I'm out of a third. Now let's see if we can get that next third in and around, and I don't even really want to look at it too much. It was a 30-minute chart here that I was looking at, and it was right into here. 191 is sort of the next level that we'd look at. I mean, it's just an even dollar. We said yesterday we saw NVIDIA move $3 or $4 off the open. Not that I'm expecting that kind of a move here today. That would put us, if we can get 192 on this, like that would be like sort of the top end of this trade is a 192. So if I'm going to try to wait now, I think it's a decent opportunity. I'm actually waiting at 190.75. So sometimes when I say, waiting for 191, I don't mean exactly 191, just somewhere around that level. But we may or may not get there. It's just that's the level there for NVIDIA. And then looking for a stop, I was going to go, 189 break. Because again, like if I'm looking for that dollar on the next piece, then I think it's reasonable to risk that back in. And I just was using the 200 period right there, so it'd actually be 188.80. But as the market matures here into the day, we don't have to worry about that because yeah, it's like as we grow older, as the market grows older every minute, right? So there it goes. So now there it goes. Now we're up to 1. So anyways, 189 with a dip buy opportunity at 189.40 where VWAP is. So if it does happen to come down, fine. Willing to sit in this trade for a minute and see if it wants to work out there because they got an upgrade from Jefferies, maintains the buy at 275 there, and I think it works. We saw TSM yesterday continue with their awesome report. I mean, all-time highs for TSM. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it dropped $10 yesterday. So no worries there on TSM. But, you did have that huge move. That's the earnings, 327. They reported at 12:30 a.m. our time. So that we had that action there in Blue Ocean. We had that action overnight, and then it just topped out one more time here at 350. So maybe that is a thing for NVIDIA. Maybe all these names. I mean, you saw Intel. Now NVIDIA's underneath now again. So if you don't have 189, you can get it. Sorry, if you don't have 190, you can get it now. Intel, same fade. Literally exactly the same. Like, Obi and I, we said yesterday, right after this happened, we said, Obi, next time it comes to 50, we should go short using 50-40. And I said, I'm not going long again until it breaks that level. So that would have given you, even if you short 50, you maybe average it in right there. But let's just say you don't. You're short 50 right now with $1 in your pocket. So that's a missed opportunity there for Intel, 100%. And here comes NVIDIA falling back down again. So
I'm out of myself because I did want that one. It happened obviously very fast. I scalped out of ASTS, but I'm now chasing is probably effectively the right word here because I'm looking for the short under this prior high and under VWAP. And so that's like $1 from the highs. But I have to respect that, hey, that move already happened. You can move on, and that's pretty much all you can do. So you're going to look for the short here. Still, Bitcoin's not doing anything. We're still at 95. I looked at Bitcoin. It's exactly where we were at the open, more or less. So we've already scalped once on ASTS. Going to buy the next available dip. What it usually does is a bit of chop for the first 30 minutes, where I'd rather be playing the dip buy and go over and over again. And we have another super chat in here. Lunch 911.
Ooh.
Caught Meta. Thank you. Happy
Meta.
Friday.
Okay.
Hey, there's a name we haven't even. Heck, we didn't talk about many of the Mag 7 names. Good for Meta to not stink today. Oh, and an update yesterday too. Okay, well I wasn't here yesterday, but Meta. Hey, 2 up days in a row. Oh my goodness.
What?
Meta is up 2 days in a row. All right. Pack it in, everybody. Hug your loved ones, and tell them you love them because it's over. Meta's up 2 days in a row. The stock has absolutely stunk recently, so that's a good thing. Nice little breakout here, but it hasn't really gone anywhere, everybody. Like we're not even back to like the 630 is a pretty key level. If it can punch through that, then we like it even more, for sure. But yeah, good look on Meta. Whatever drew you to this breakout. I think it's still got some room to 630 on the charts. That's for sure. So as you can see, it's going to be a pretty big topping tail candle in Intel. We have 1 minute until the 15-minute closes. So I just want to be short this and looking short at least until the lows at 48. I don't want to chase too far. Right now I'm sitting at VWAP, but I am going to try and get involved in here. Even just to this low, you still have plenty of room to get in. I might have to nibble closer to 49 instead of thinking I can get the quarters here. I like every 25 cents on Intel. It's one of those kind of stocks.
Yeah, I like that trade on Intel because you can use so many shares. It's only a $50 name, but I was actually thinking here, so we're out of silver, so fine, we've talked about that. I wrote down 81 short, and I don't want to, I told you I can be obsessed with this at some point, but breaking through this VWAP isn't a horrible idea to bring this thing back down. I mean, we've seen it hit $80, 79. I mean, we have some 79.60 fills. So there is potential for this name to drop in a little bit right here. So let's wait to see what winds up happening. Potential short set up for me anyways at 80, 70 basically. Some kind of a break on that. Okay, so all right, we did average. Let me take a little piece out here now because we did take another reload there. So that's what we're talking about. Put some monies in the pocket here on a reload. So it came in. We were waiting for VWAP. I'm actually at 189.30 right there. That did not. Actually, I'm at 189.40. That didn't come in. But let's just take a little piece out there on that reload back there to the upside for NVIDIA and stick with the name for me that has been printing there so far. We don't have, I shouldn't say we, I don't have anything else that's hitting on my sheet right now. We have SoFi.
SoFi's close to the bits.
Yeah, you mentioned it early, and I added it to the note as well that we like SoFi down there at 26 even. I don't know if that's going to come through. And just looking at SoFi there's 26, and actually it was more the weekly level that I wrote down on the note. We've come into 26 a couple times this week alone, right down into here. So we're right there right now. With bank stocks sort of starting to get going yesterday, we can check back to see. I'm always looking at JP Morgan because it was the first out the gates, and it was not well received. So we're waiting for a move back end now here on JP Morgan. I'm going to get in it. NVIDIA just stalled again at that exact same high. Why does it not want to break through here? I hope it does. 190.30 right there. So I'm going to put another offer up at 190.30 and hopefully take out another 5% or so of this position just because it's not moving well. Right there. It's moving fine, but should have taken that out. It's surprising because the market is all the way down right there. Yeah, Bloom Energy, RCAT. We did see some RCAT love there. Shout out to you guys in the chat. Again, and put your symbols in. We're trying our best to get to all of these. Commodity King wants RCAT. Sweet wants SMCI. Green Saber wants BE.
Also, Jeff's Brands just halted.
Jeff's Brands?
Yes.
What happened to Jeff these days?
Yeah, our boy in the pool. We had a very good year this year, I want to say. Jeff Brands halted. The current tap is flat, so 152. $1.52, tap is $1.52 on this one, up 170%. This is one of those low float runners, but the volume's already over 100 million, everybody. Just keep in mind, again, habitual line stepper, right? So this is the daily chart. Look at every single one of these ridiculously parabolic candles to the upside and look what tends to follow it. So get your money and run when you get a chance in these. You've got to be kidding me, Intel. You know that whole thing about following rules and not chasing? Yeah, next time you should just chase. Let's go to the super chat here. What do we have? Thank you very much there from Bazilicious. Netflix on an earnings swing trade. Thoughts? Seems oversold. And I've been thinking Netflix. And we've all been thinking Netflix has been oversold for a while. And by all of us, I mean most of us. I'm bidding 83 in my personal account for a little bit lower. That's not split adjusted. That sucks. Oh goodness, we have lost a bit. So remember the setup in SoFi I was talking about, that 26, where it's held the entire week? Netflix has been holding 88 for the back half of this week. And you have a chance at a reversal candle here, but it did punch through yesterday's low. So far, I'd be a little bit skittish. Maybe wait for a 15-minute bar to close and hold the 88 level. If it does hold on to 88 today, I think that sets you up pretty well. But 83 is major support. I don't look at earnings. I just look at the levels. Like if I'm long to here, 83 is the key level on the daily chart, and we can be there in a heartbeat on earnings.
All right, everybody, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily levered ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves while minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Please read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. And, we'll trade. We talked about XXRP being a levered product as well. Make sure you scan that QR code right in front of you to find out more about their products. And then the TQQs as well, another one. But we talked about RCAT again. What about this break right here? 614. And again, thanks to the chat for bringing this name up to our attention again. 1450 here or so a break. That's where we're at right now. RCAT trying to get going there. What a move it's had from $7 just 2 weeks ago up to 15, looking to take some out. There it goes, Neil. Let's go. Finally, the hot dog cannon is in the building again as we stay disciplined, hopefully, and patient with our NVIDIA trade, man. We're not hitting the keys like a madman. We're sitting here, we're waiting to see if we can get, what we want, and that is that 191. So if that can come in, great. The market's falling down in pretty good. We did indicate that we'd like a short on the market, and we put down the TQQs. So again, you're talking about a levered product again right now. I feel like it's cold in here right now. That's why I threw on the vest, but maybe that's just me. But here it is on the weekly, right. The TQQs, just thinking like, that's 55.80. I didn't want to necessarily short yesterday's highs, but we haven't broken through 56, right? We got to 56.40. We had a couple wick tops there, and every single time it was followed by pretty dramatic sell-offs. So if the market can look, if the market gets up here because NVIDIA is mooning, great. We'll probably be out of our NVIDIA, and then we'll be able to short the market. So let's see if it gets back up to there. And what I wrote down on here was just that we didn't see any catalysts. I didn't see any catalysts in this market that was like, oh my God, this market's going to rip today. So let's just see if that does happen. It doesn't look like we're going to get 56s. So maybe we have to wait to see what VWAP's doing, or it's day high right there on the TQQs at 55 change. Adara in the back there. Hi, Adara. How are you doing today? Have we heard from Adara yet? I don't think we have. So what's once? Okay, what's up?
But it's
Adara?
Almost 10 o'clock.
Oh yeah, it's when she came in with the name of somebody there. All right, Boeing, and I was just going to say, because this was a great one. We've liked this name for a very, very long time. I remember just missing right there. I bid 125. When this happened, it went to 128. But anyways, 245 right now. Boeing just really great on the chart, man, especially if you are looking to take, a longer position. We've broken out right now over this 240, and it continues to work out there. So a name in sort of the industrial space where you can get away from like this sort of chip concentration. So a good look there for Boeing.
Fence name.
And I don't even think this is... Has it even opened yet? I know that's, oh yeah, there, okay.
Yeah,
of course it's open, it's 9:50.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, because I thought that was in the pre-market there, but no, that is the opening candle. Just because it's straight to the downside right now. So come on, NVIDIA, man, do your damn thing, man.
We just got a few more super chats. I finally got into SoFi, but it's above VWAP, not the 26 level. So this is like the B trade, not the A trade. Pedro. GTEC, new meme stock, don't lose the train. The train leaving the building.
We've heard GTEC before. What is that name?
We know it's the Greenland. Remember the whole. So these guys.
Yeah, their symbol was something different before. Was that the same name? No, I don't think it was.
No, it's Green Tech. It went meme-ish.
Greenland Technology.
2 days ago. It was Wednesday, right?
Well, why wouldn't this name go crazy?
When it went ham. but the volume is way down on it. So yeah, it was Wednesday when it picked up in volume on Wednesday, and I guess it had a good day yesterday. I wasn't here yesterday, but today, not so much here for G-Tech. Get this one some volume, then it'll be a heck of a lot more exciting, everybody. No issues there. Rocket Labs is going to get $100. All right, let me just move my offer here a little.
So they have nothing to do with Greenland, okay?
No, but it was just pure hype.
Yeah.
It's just pure, like, on the back hype.
They make forklifts. They had drivetrain and transmission systems for industrial trucks.
No, but it picked up in volume 2 days ago, and I remember it came up, and it's like, okay, well.
But that's where, okay, this is Adam James, but the last super chat was just talking about getting on the momentum train.
Yeah,
so it's kind of like, play the meme and called it.
But that's why I showed you the volume on the chart, like literally reverse candle and
come on,
not looking very good. So Rocket Labs here did not break $100. It's ASTS. What's interesting? Oh, I got to move my bid. It's not VWAP anymore. So I'll just cancel that. Right? Gonna try to get VWAP on ASTS for a second salvo. It had one pullback candle, and then that was it. But Rocket Lab also going. Rocket Lab is pulling back, and I said if this doesn't give me a secondary entry, I would pivot to Rocket Lab, and so I would look for Rocket Lab here, maybe the 95 half, or just holding on to the trend. And what I mean by that would be this. Whoops. On my little trend line, this is 1, 2. We get like a third test here. A little bit steep, but it's early. So we can hold on to this trend, head back higher. Then I can go for Rocket Lab second time through instead of ASTS, which is already working.
Oh, damn it.
And we just had another super chat.
Yeah, okay.
As well. Throw that one back up there.
Keep them going.
Keep them going. My name is Yef. Oh.
Well, we have a friend named Jeff. So.
We do.
Sean stole Joe's heated vest.
It was a heated. No, it's
heated. Joe, Chief has a heated chair.
Who has a heat? There's no heated vests.
No.
Yeah, the chair is heated, but not the vest.
No, and
you get the massage chair, yeah.
Yeah, it's does it actually massage?
It's actually not. It's not a massage chair. It's like the thing that goes on the chair.
Yeah.
Like,
well, he's old, so
I
he has
think
it's a chiropractor thing. No, I don't think it.
It doesn't.
Does it turn on? I don't. Maybe it does. Who knows? All right. So yeah, shout out to that. Not stealing of anybody's chairs around here. All right. Well, look, man. Nvidia went to a 190.45, and now is falling back into VWAP. And I was just like, oh man, because it's really the TQQ or the Nasdaq that. We mentioned it yesterday, right at the close, that today could be a dangerous day for the NASDAQ because of how we ended the day. So here it's coming right back in, man, right at VWAP right now. I was still, okay, I'll take something here, but shoot, we should have, okay, I'm bidding 53s now. Hopefully we get a little bit there because maybe we won't even get that. Come on, man. Or I put bid of 58 now. Oh, too bad. Because I was waiting in the 30s where I thought VWAP was, and we never really adjusted it there, so we should have done that. So we'll take a little bit here and still wait. Now we have a little bit too many, so we're at 189.40. I was going to give it, again, to the 200 period, which is 188.50, but that's going to be too low, not with the NASDAQ doing what it's doing right now. So we do have to be a little patient, I think, with this trade. And, 189 break probably is enough for me. That wick down there is, we can wait for this, but then we might as well wait for that. So I don't know. So this is what I'm doing. Very, very confused here because we just ran the high and then minutes later we're back at VWAP again. That's not something that generally bodes well for a trade here. So, all right, NVIDIA's coming back in. We don't have too many numbers. Some national housing index number coming, I believe, at 10 o'clock. So there, and then in about an hour or so, we have the Fed. Go ahead, Adara.
I was going to say also at 10 is Trump. So just be aware of that. He's taking part in, the actual name is really long, but just to shorten it, Rural Investment Roundtable. I think it's like the Great American Health Rural Investment Roundtable, but either way, that's happening at 10.
That's good to know. I know when the president.
What's up? I asked Sean yesterday to go cash long term. Hold on a second here. I'm going to put this in the chat. What do you mean you asked me to go cash? What's up right there? We're not financial advisors or anything like that, so I'd take advice. So you mentioned maybe yesterday to go cash long term. Yeah, look, if you went cash yesterday, then you're missing out on 0.2 today. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm heavily invested. My biggest position is right here. This is in the ES. That's my largest holding. So as long as we're okay on that one, I'm not super concerned about going into cash right now. But, I think if anything, I would probably wait to buy some dips in gold maybe, as opposed to cash. But yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong if you do think it's getting a little frothy right now. The NASDAQ, all the markets are pretty much at all-time highs. I think when you're talking about going into cash, you may want to look at specific individual names, like names that maybe have run their course. Like we had mentioned, Adara
like
chose
if you're in space.
Oracle for a sell idea and things like that, right? Or if you don't like the bank space, and if you're in XLF and you're not happy with the way that has returned, over the last week, maybe you get into cash. But for me, right now, I'm not. I am pretty much fully invested. As I said, I just topped out the investment account for the taxes, and then we're sitting in some cash there, but nothing significant, maybe 2% or 3% cash. So I don't know what I'm doing there. But yeah, see, this is like that whole XLF. And we always use the 50-period moving average as a decent gauge, right? So you're still above. So even in this beat-up sector right now, you're still okay. If anything, I don't mind dip buying, aggressive sectors like the banking sector, like the healthcare technology sector, like or rockets, space mobile, the robotics, is the word I'm looking for. So
okay.
There's a lot of opportunities right now, and but I would say 100% grab some financial advice, because you have to also invest based on your age and based on your cash flow requirements, so and how risky you are. But that's just a little longer term portfolio talk maybe. But
we're losing the bid here. We're going to go to Darren in a quick little second, but we lost the bid on SoFi. Someone asked where my stop was. I said it's just underneath VWAP. So I'm long off VWAP. I'm not going to give it too far past. That was the B trade. The A trade is going to be if it gets down to that 26 level that we're watching from more or less all week. I did get into Intel.
All right, well,
that's heading toward the low. So yesterday's low is actually 47.85. So the target's underneath 48 on this one. And then I said I'd pivot from ASTS to Rocket Lab, and then that lost VWAP. So Rocket Lab loses the volume weighted average price, whereas ASTS is still way above it, heading back in as we speak. So ASTS still broken out, 15% to the upside already. Going to look for that second opportunity. This is one of those names. I am going to try to still dip buy it. It's up 14 points today. They both had catalysts. They had like the better reaction would be the best way to think about it. And we just had that housing index 37 versus 40 consensus. So Intel, if it bounces off yesterday's low, then I guess we'll be out. But that's a huge miss to not have it anywhere up here. Or even the VWAP short. Let's be real.
We're almost, are we going to Adara for that number? Okay, so NVIDIA's moments away from breaking, man. We just broke 189, so I'm just going to give this 10 cents. Unfortunately, can't catch a winner there on the long for NVDA. But let's wait. Look at this market, man, really bleeding out right now. So a stop out imminent right here on NVIDIA. What's up, Adara?
Let's talk here about that number, as mentioned here at 10 a.m. U.S. NAHB housing market index coming a little bit lower than expected and below the previous print. 37 was the print that we got. The forecast was 40, and the previous print was 39. At 10 a.m., we're also expecting to get comments from U.S. President Trump. He's actually participating in a roundtable. So, of course, I'll cover all of that for you guys. At 10:50 a.m., we get Fed's Collins. Then at 11 a.m., we get Fed's Bowman. So some Fed speak later in the day. But I think generally this Trump speech certainly could be pretty interesting. Let's talk here about the market, which is continuing to drop. Had a pretty interesting day yesterday as well, with a lot of weakness in the market. Banks started the week off to the downside. We know yesterday some day one earnings plays from the likes of Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, at least temporarily relieving that sector. But guys, we have even more earnings that are going to be coming through next week. Netflix coming up, Intel coming up, so certainly stay tuned. Has been a big mover here to the upside, along with all these other memory plays, including SNDK. A lot of them giving up some of that strength recently. Here's SNDK, which has plummeted quite a bit from its highs. But either way here, these memory stocks remaining strong, with Micron in particular on watch after getting a insider buy from a director here. First insider buy for MU since 2022. Then we have ASTS. Also strong with an upgrade, but ASTS here with a really great catalyst, being awarded a prime contract position on the U.S. Missile Defense Agency program. Before we send you back over to Sean and Neil, we're going to take one of our friends at Orogenics. Millions of concussions, 0 approved therapies. Orogenics and the ISC as OGEN is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Orogenics is positioned to drive what comes next. So see what's ahead and book a meeting today. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to stay tuned for any Trump-related market moves. And we're going to go back over here to Neil and Sean.
Thank you, Adara. We'll definitely keep our ear to the ground. Of course, having Adara is a pretty big advantage with that regard. So bottoming tail candle happened on Intel. So we got the last part of the move. At least it caught some of it. It is what it is. But this could end up being, there's your bid, and here comes your potential trend reversal to the upside. So, you know, I can prefer it to be a short, but I mean, ultimately, if it's going to end up breaking trend here off 48, which it looks like it's going to if this bar can close above, then a reversal, at least until VWAP, will be in play for me. You know, got to make the move if you can. SoFi lost VWAP, but now it's got higher low written all over it. So until it makes 3 points, I don't care about the trend line. It's got a higher low once. I'm still going to work off the volume weighted average price. So we like SoFi as long as it holds on to 26, which it clearly has. But there's a lot of range to go. Maybe we'll close above VWAP again, and I'll jump right back in at the same price with go for less and maybe give it to the trend line bottom. That seems like the way to go. So I'm just going to use this little forming trend, jump in if it can close above the volume weighted average price. Can I move that? Why can't I pull this over for you guys?
Do we know what
There we go.
what the SMCI news was?
I didn't see news specifically for
is
SMCI.
huge right now. SMCI is up 10%.
I didn't see a story for SMCI, but I think it could just be piggyback off TSM strength.
Yeah, I don't know, because TSM was yesterday's story, but I don't know. I mean, SMCI was up yesterday, but there it goes, man. Huge move right now to the upside for SMCI. We'll stick Adara on them right now and show, I hear you. So Adara will be there in just momentarily to see if there's anything going on. But there goes SMCI. Like, what a rocket ship there to the upside. So, yes, Adara.
I'm not seeing any news, but I am seeing so much social media attention, like tons of tags for it, people just saying, oh, breaking out to the upside. So there's a lot of bullishness. I don't think there's any catalyst as of right now that I'm seeing to really support that.
Okay, so good look, I guess, on SMCI for anybody that's looking over there. But Dell could be another play there if there is something brewing underneath. We've seen SMCI and Dell move together many times, but SMCI right now, good little look there. And thanks to the chat for bringing that up to some of our attention there as SMCI continues to go. We were able to we just took some dip buys there. We like the 200 period, and I don't want to be stubborn about staying in the same names all the time. So, but that does come into the 200 period moving average on your 1 minute chart. So I was just like, let's take a stab. We didn't have as many shares. We had a decent amount of shares the first time, so we'll put an L on the board for NVIDIA right now, but does come back into the 200 period moving average. We buy a little bit there. And then I was waiting for lower, and then waiting for that 188 break, but that's not happening as of yet. So sort of a pause on that one. SoFi 26.50 right now, and another super chat. So let's go with that, Andre, and see what's going on right here. Thoughts on DNUT? We had this look yesterday, and we want to thank, I think it was CompuCare. I know it was CompuCare
team.
We can have a look at DNUT. I mean, unless there is a catalyst behind these names, this is done 400,000 shares, of which probably the majority of it was in these dark pools and off the open. So, no, man, I mean, this is dead. So I would just, thanks for coming with this. Oh, what the hell? I just looked. Fannie Mae is, I haven't traded this here today, but I do have it up on my marker.
Someone call Bill Ackman.
Yeah, someone call Bill, man. Your stock is falling out of bed over here right now.
Buddy.
So right down there into 850 again. So again, a good solid housing play here. Fannie Mae getting hit. It was hit yesterday as well. So down that 10%. Would be interesting. I don't think there's an SSR issue with OTC markets, but this will be a good way to check if this goes SSR down 10%. So, but anyways, there goes Fannie Mae downside here. So probably some housing talk with Fannie and Freddie. But there was another name there. Oh, you said Reddit. We'll go to Adara, and then we can come back and have a look at Reddit.
I checked here, FNMA. Specifically, I actually checked the X account here for Bill Pulte, who runs that organization here. But he didn't post anything. The one thing I am seeing is apparently mortgage rates hitting some lows, which could be maybe part of the reason for this. I'll keep looking, though, but I was expecting if there was going to be anything, it would likely be coming from Bill Pulte himself, but there's nothing on that front. Back to you.
Someone in the chat said there it's probably about the fees and everything like that, like how it's credit cards are having to chop maybe down to 10%, maybe mortgages, or I don't know exactly how that all bases out for this kind of a talk there. I don't know as much about Fannie Mae as I probably should have, or I should, but
Veru just went again. Vero just broke the highs again. Hey. Veru used to be like a meme stock as well, so understand if I say Veru, I'm probably talking about Vero, and it's just a slip of the tongue. So another break higher. It hasn't halted once. I still think it's a high risk of a halt, everybody, and sometimes a post-halt trade can be good, but on trend is Vero. And again, the story here, and it's a wild one, I can't remember the last time I saw this, is the story. Madryn Asset Management disclosing a 91% stake in the company. So they've got it all, and obviously if they're not selling, then you have the float soaked up right now, which can be incredibly bullish. For sure. SMCI continues to rally. Riot, which we talked about earlier, an AMD partnership, they've held $18. They said I wanted to sit out like the first 15 minute candles just to see if it's going to hold above 18. It is now. So I think the long trend can look good. This is not really a crypto play today. So just keep that in mind. If Bitcoin were to say tank, it might not actually go either, because Bitcoin literally has moved a couple $100 since the open, but Riot up 12% and looking very good. So I'm going to pop in to the next available dip.
Pop into Tesla.
Just get locked and loaded and ready to go if this one dips back in.
I like the Riot talk there.
Tesla?
We had the AMD. I mean, Tesla's just pulling back in.
Yeah.
Don't tell me silver's down, guys. I will. Silver's upside. Okay, so I'll look at that in a minute, but let's talk about Tesla. I was only saying that. So Trump's going to be speaking now at some random event, Adara. I can't remember what you called it, but
it's some kind of bizarrely worded rural investment roundtable. You can find the whole. I posted it on the Trump calendar on X at TTV Research. So you can find it there. It's called the Great Historic Investment in Rural Health Roundtable. That is the official name on the website. So Great Historic Investment in Rural Health.
That is okay. Well, but it's just a horrible name. Like, you only have names like that if they make fantastic acronyms. Otherwise, come on, what are we doing here?
That seems a little silly, but I wonder how much. So I wonder, are you allowed to pay the president to come and speak at your events, or what? It just seems like a random. He's hosting it. Okay, so I was going to say, it seems like a random event there. So, okay, good on that. We are, why I was long Teslas, I think, is a good question, and it's just, we had a huge move up. I'm trying to think if the NASDAQ bounces. The NASDAQ just bounced off zeros. So it got down to 2570 and bounced. We've seen the NASDAQ have these kind of moves before. So if you're checking out the TQQs, especially into yesterday, where we're coming back into yesterday's sort of levels there, where I think there's a hold down here. We bumped up there yesterday, and just the same reason why I like the short up here is kind of why I like the long down there. I don't see catalysts right now, and that's why I'm interested to hear what conference that is and what the president could possibly be talking about. If it was an automotive conference or something like that, then I don't think I would be let's get into Tesla right now. But just hoping that we can hold some of these bids. That low of 439, that was made right off the open. Then Tesla ripped. So now it's coming back in. Let's see if those buyers can return and defend the levels that they did earlier this morning. So that's just it, man. It tried to come back in, bounced off 440, tried to come in, bounced off VWAP. Then now you get an aggressive move back in with an aggressive futures play. So we're going to sit there and see if we can't put a trade on here on Tesla while using the low of the day as our out. So we'll try to get some more here at 441, which is where my current bid is, right at the 200 period moving average. And we'll see if we can get lucky, sort of like we did there on NVIDIA, by catching a 200 period bid on what is hopefully a strong name in Tesla. So this is what I'm trying. So let's see if it works. We're on the bid right now.
Yeah, just jump back into Intel short pretty much at yesterday's close. So it fills the gap a little bit, so we get a nice little bounce, filling in the gap from the 48 low into yesterday's close level. If it doesn't get to VWAP, that's about the only other place to look to re-energize the short trade. Shoot, I just missed a super chat. Andre just popped away when I was going to address it there, if we could. Thank you to Blue Pirates, 18. Do you follow strict silver SL? Once it hit your exit, stop loss. Once it hits your exit or average, do you regret if it bounced back after exit? How do you identify key price level for entry and exit? Well, identifying key price level, support and resistance, You know, like I'll just, for a quick example, I'll show you Intel, right? Like I can see support from yesterday, and then there was mild support 2 days ago, and then a big wick bottom. So for the short, that's where the exit's gonna be. But here, when I'm getting in because it's at that prior low, like I'll have a hard stop above this wick, because this wick is kind of the reason why I'm getting in and confirming that I like the level. So I'll have a hard stop, whether it's a couple cents above the wick or at the wick, not a huge difference. But like I won't give this all the way to VWAP, because I can try to short it there again. And if we hold underneath, I'll probably look to only add inside this 48.4 range, but I'll have a hard stop. If I get wicked out, like it wicks this, goes up 1 penny extra, and comes immediately back down, I'd probably jump back in to the trade, but it doesn't mean that I would move my stop. Like I'd rather stop out on a bad, on just like a wick entry or exit, and then just jump back in as opposed to not have a stop in the first place. You know, that's the way I approach things. And it's the same thing on almost all positions. Like if I really like that area and it's a good key support or resistance, I'd rather stop out and take it a second time as opposed to not having a stop. Because what if it blows through and flies from your stop? That's what you're looking to avoid, especially when trading off a key price area.
440 coming in pretty quickly right now for Tesla. But let me ask you guys this. If someone handed you $1.25 million to trade, would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity that Funded Future Network provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large SIM and live funded accounts every single day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast, same day, I like that, and daily payouts. Right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off. Go over there. Buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code to check it out. Funded Future Network in play one more time. So yeah, we talk about prop trading. That's what Neil and I are doing right here, right now. So okay, I got some silver there.
Palantir is...
yeah, I just heard that in my ear about Palantir. We'll have to have a check on that. But yeah, I'm going to try to go short silver against that high. We had, it looks like it is having a little bit of an issue right there. If it does break 81.55, we are gone. And the big issue, I'll let you cover Palantir, but I am right now into Tesla. And if this does break through 439, man, then we're going to get out. So my next dip buy opportunity is at I'm sitting there now at 440 even. If that comes in, then great. Other than that, man, I do not want anything else. So that's what we're going to wait for. And then we're going to give it about a buck lower than that. And then that will be it for what I thought was my friend, Tesla, but 440 coming into play. A nice little trade on NVIDIA, nice little trade on SLV. It's the Tesla trade right now that's having an issue, and apparently Palantir going southbound.
Palantir just lost the weak support as we speak, so the market is heading lower. Palantir broke the bottom yesterday. Look at this topping tail candle. That's not a good sign. We've had at least all week long, you've been testing breaks of 180, and every single day it failed. Failed yesterday, 180 break, failed the day before, failed the day before that. So this is, I don't think I've seen that very often. We have a failed break at the same price, more or less, every single day. This time you're getting the follow through. So I'd watch out for this on the way back up. If it can't hold above 175, this might end up being one of those like all day kind of short situations there. So watch out, everybody. Nick's asking my thoughts on INOD in the chat. And I've seen, we try to cover as much as we can. Innodata doesn't do volumes. My first thought is if it's not doing volume, it's not really tradable. That said, you are getting on volume a nice little like retrace of the gap. So yeah, it's not bad. You like to see when you get like a bit of a flush, you're bouncing. Technically looks good, untradable as a day trade because the volume's so bad. But technically, like it's broken the downtrend and it just held the 50 period on a heavy dip yesterday's trade. So if you're in it here, then yeah, to me, like it didn't stop you out. If you took a trend break trade, then I'd almost be, if I was long this trend break, I would literally just set my stop to underneath the 50 period or the 200 period moving average. Like one of those two looks really good. It's a nice reversal, but you're definitely not day trading that. Way too little volume. And up there, Tesla number one. SMCI going absolutely ham today. And if you don't know what you're seeing in front of you, our stock visualizer, effectively every time someone in the chat types a symbol in and remembers to use the $ sign in front, then it's going to pop up here. Like if I go dollar signs say Riot. They had news today. Like at some point you'll see Riot drop down. I see SLV. There's Riot, Mara, Tesla, ASML. So lots of names getting thrown around here. And number 2 on that list, we just covered Palantir, which is number 3. Sean's covering Tesla right now. But SMCI is threatening to break the uptrend that it's been in all morning long. So I'm a wait for a reversion kind of person on a move like this. This is just a setup I like. It is breaking the trend as we speak. Oh, we do have locates. For a second there, I'm like, I didn't pay for locates on this. Do we have free ones? It's free. So it's free to short here at Real Trading. I think we're getting a trend break. I'm going to jump into this. If I can get 32s, give it to the prior bar high, which is actually conveniently enough the high of the day. It's been a rocket ship, but that's just like a standard. Wait till it's doing something different and look for the pullback into VWAP.
Yeah, Tesla's getting very extended here to the downside. So now we're in a full position for myself, but it looks like this wants to just keep on going down. Oh, yeah. Apparently, President Trump is now talking all about Kevin Hassett. So let's go over to Adara.
I was just going to say, literally, as Sean said that, Trump said, oh, Kevin Hassett, Kevin, you were great on TV today. I almost want to keep you where you are, which implies that right now he's now maybe considering, or at least joking about, considering not making Hassett the Fed chair. We know Hassett is widely implied to be, if not the favorite, then one of the favorites here for that position. Also want to let you guys know, it looks like X is timed out right now, so people are having issues with X. Looks like a connection issue with Cloudflare once again, so I'll keep you posted on that. But it will impact the dissemination of news. I want to talk here about VERO. This is Venus Concept. On watch here after Madryn Asset Management, as Neil's mentioned a couple times today, reported a 91% stake in the company. Their Madryn Health, so I guess part of this firm, was also involved in a deal with Venus going back to last week. You can find more on this on our Trader TV Live watch list, but VERO here, or VERO, with roughly a 12% short float. Let's talk here about JFBR. Much like VERO, it has rallied in the past. Today, the news is that its subsidiary, Keepstone AI, has signed a distribution agreement with STI to expand Homeland Security solutions in Canada and Mexico. And last but not least, AST Space Mobile. I did mention this name earlier, but it is continuing to rally. I want to mention this one more time here, landing a prime shield slot under the Golden Dome strategy. This is a space play. Other plays in the sector include RKLB. So lots to keep an eye on today. Again, Trump is talking. Currently, he is not, but their group is talking. I think right now it's Brooke Rollins, Agriculture Secretary. If Trump says anything market moving or makes any more comments about Hassett, I'll let you know. Back to you.
We just, thanks, Adara. Yeah, unfortunately, we had to just get smoked there on NVIDIA and on Tesla at the same damn time. Both broke the day's low as the futures just continue to bleed downside right there. So, yeah, can't be proud catching some of those bottoms. But this was fine. It was more like just like Tesla just kept on going and going and going and eventually broke that 430. So I went short, but eventually broke our level there of 439. So when you break the low of the day there this early, it's not that early, but okay, here we go.
Still pretty early.
Yeah, let me take out a little bit more down here right now because here we go. We're finally starting to crack a little bit lower, but we do have this position back. And I told you I can get obsessed with things. And we were just talking about what levels we're comfortable with, and I was saying on silver, it was worth the risk right there against 55s. So we'll take a little bit of profit there as that comes all the way back into view up, and now we'll wait to see if we can make a little bit of money back here on our Tesla trade as we hold on to this short and just see like where it goes. Like we talked about the NASDAQ trying to break potentially some of the lows. So this name would be, I would think, a 436. I probably won't be in very many shares by the time it gets to that, but that would sort of be the level if you're looking lower. And I almost want to get back into NVIDIA because I don't feel like that flush was as dramatic, obviously, as the way Tesla moved. And this one still is like right at the day's low, so it could be a move back higher here for NVIDIA and potentially the whole market. We're going to stop out of Tesla at 439.50, just sort of at the past level. So if it does come back in, we'll get out of that one. But yeah, right now silver's good, man. Silver's 70 cents in the money and going lower. So that's going to be a good short for me. But other than that, man, that long was wrong. So nothing good there on the NVIDIA long. Let's see what this market wants to do. Oh, too bad, man. My average price on NVIDIA was 188.30 or something when this came in. So too bad. But here goes Tesla. Let's see if it breaks 438. That's the next step.
Well, two things. One, SMCI is still holding around the same price as entry. AMD. Intel double bottomed at 48, so twice it's bounced pretty clean off the 48 level. If it starts making higher lows, I'll just have to wait for a better entry, maybe at VWAP. But Caesar, why don't you guys cover earnings anymore? Well, we've come on, everyone knows that we come on at 8 o'clock now, a little bit earlier every single day to give you guys more action and more preparation time. However, during earnings seasons, the really big earnings days, we are going to have like special earnings shows. So when we've got like, I mean, obviously NVIDIA, but when we get that massive day where it's like Apple and all the Mag 7, we're going to be there doing those big earnings days. That's going to be the plan of action. So we'll let you guys know as we head deeper in earnings season what that's going to look like. But absolutely, during the big earnings names, we do plan on being on. For you guys. For sure. Like that's 100%. It's just we know the ones that are very likely. Like there's NVIDIA Day, and then there's those 2 or 3 where it's just like everyone in the Mag 7 is reporting. It's narrowing down some of the other days where it's going to be exceptional that we'll be there for you guys.
All right, yeah, silver right now going a dollar club hunting right there. So we'll see if we can get, I thought I actually got that, Phil. I guess I did not, at $80.23, but silver making a move. And of course, NVIDIA bounces right off our level there. Let me just bid out and get a little bit of silver right now, just in case it does retrace back to the upside. We did reloaded a little bit there on Tesla for the short, as that's coming right back in as well. We got to take some profit on this. It doesn't seem like it wants to break 438, but hopefully it eventually does. Okay, Adara, I just heard for a call. If we're ready, we can go over and see what Adara's up to.
Yeah, let's talk here about UNA. It's dropping a little bit here, though. It's kind of recovering. Trump talking about health insurance companies, saying he suspects they don't like him because he wants the care to go right to the people and not to the health insurance companies. This is a sentiment he's expressed many times before, but either way here, UNA's getting a little bit of a move right now. Back to you.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's for sure. And then we're also still hearing this stuff about if X is being down, which is weird because mine seems like it's working just fine. So anyways, it doesn't really make that big of a difference, but yeah, mine's okay. So SMCI just continues to hold. I'm not really going to change the plan. I'm not moving my stop in. Sometimes I'll do that if I think it's too strong.
Silver?
But I'm still just going to give it to the highs and then play out to that volume weighted average price. Look for my entry if I can get it in Intel. We're starting to pop back up. I am looking to stay short this name, but it's got to give me a shot on a pop to get back in. Like I want that 1% move, so it needs to get at least past that 48.3 level. I don't want to be shorting this bottom here on INTC. And someone just said silver can drop 30% at any time.
I think so too.
I think if you're swinging it,
I don't think at any time.
30%. That's right back into the 50-period moving average. On any trend that's this parabolic, it's never impossible. Never impossible. What is not moving 30% at a time, which can, is Bitcoin. But this is now looking pretty distinct on Bitcoin. Lower lows, lower highs, under the volume weighted average price. Looks like that breakdown is going to be possible. The breakdown I'm talking about is this little gap fill. First a 53.6, and then if it loses that, you're talking like that prior level of like 94.5. If we lose that today, I think it could get a little bit nasty here for, I'm looking at IBIT, but you know I mean Bitcoin.
I mean, you want to talk about getting nasty and sick with it right here. I would show you Twitter, but I think like for me, it's not going through now. Silver are my #1 trade on the sticky note today. So there it is, man. We are now $1.50 in the money on SLV. So boom, goes the dynamite there. So that was a good one there for silver. And yeah, I'm trying to get it all posted up here. Maybe.
No, now mine isn't working.
Yeah, exactly. But okay, so we did get a nice move down in Tesla there. Tesla absolutely puked all over itself. So that's going to turn out to be a decent trade. We'll make our money back there. We will not make money back in NVIDIA, though. That goes up to 188 and change, and now hitting lows again. I'm going to stay away from that and just focus on watching to see what winds up happening here with TSLA. And we said 436. I'm going to get in another piece right here. We did say 436 is like, this is why I'm zooming out and doing the work for everybody, or for myself, and showing you guys this as well, because we said that where would Tesla eventually potentially stop at? And sure, it goes, I got out at 436. Well, I don't know what the fill was, 436.40s there. So almost the low of the day, but it still does have breaking potential. I mean, that real low, that's 435. So I think that would be maybe something for, and if you're waiting for an extreme extension of the move, then yeah, you need to obviously break that 435. So I'll put another bid near 436 lows, because the thing is like when this thing snaps, it snaps. So let's snap it off to the downside. So let's see if that can right now. But wow, man, this is really continuing now, man. The move down in silver is real. We're getting right back to that area that we had covered in the past. So just on that same note, let's just put a bid right here, and then, okay, we'll take a 50 fill, fine, and now we'll wait to see if we can get even lower than that. Silver right there, well traded to the downside. My P&L number one is there today. Nvidia got absolutely smoked on that move. If we can catch another bid in this name, I don't know if we're going to be buying it. Did Intel break 48 yet?
It did.
Okay.
It's
right
wicked
here.
a couple. Oh my goodness. One more time, I will try to hit enter, and then it'll come up. There we go.
Wow.
No, it's wicked a couple of times through that 48, but I still maintain like 47, 80, 85 or so is yesterday's support. Like, it's not really bouncing as high as it was before, so I might have to try to jump in a little bit lower on the next reload. Someone was saying, SMCI is going to go. Look, I'm in the trend reversion. I know the setup. If it can break the high, then I'm out, or it pulls back into the volume weighted average price. It's binary, man. Like this is just how it goes. And for the longs, yeah, sure, it's bull flagging. Next leg might be up, but this is just a setup that I like. So I want to be in this one. Intel might have gotten away from us, unfortunately. But IBIT, never fear. This looks like it is going to hold. So treat this just like Intel and go for the short, the pops. The market is looking relatively weak today. We just went red on the NASDAQ. We've been red on the ES as well. Pretty much everything. I just heard gold in my ear to go along with silver, showing you guys to the downside. So pretty much everything is looking weak. So that extension we're looking at, I think, can come into play. Not much is looking strong. Yalla Studio has one.
Oh, good.
The trade idea long term. Ferrari off to the races in Ferrari. Long term, a 1 week chart. All right, let me just, it's a weekly chart, then I want to go up to e-signal if I can. Whoops. Do I have Europe on this one? I don't even know. Oh, I do. Okay, I don't even know if I have Intelligence. Oh boy, the 200. Yeah, the only downside is it's breaking the 200 as we speak. On the weekly chart, it's actually threatening to close underneath. I usually like it bounces on the 200 period, not when plowing through it. So I think it's at a pretty key level. Personally, I always like to hold off when it's in downtrend for a little more confirmation in that kind of a time frame. If we can hold this next week, that's what I'm looking for. Go on. But again, it's just about your setup, right? Like some people probably would have been long the bull flag on SMCI. And sometimes you're right, and it makes it up as long as you can make the trade work for you. Fine. So we just got to VWAP on SMCI. I'm going to wait for the next. If we bounce off the volume weighted average price, I'm just going to move my stop. I'll trail it probably this 31.8, this bar here, see if it can fill in more of the gap.
So here's the call right here. I mean, we have silver short 81. It's written down on our sticky note. We said it looks like the short was going to be there today as long as we stay under VWAP, so on and so forth. We like that silver short. So we had talked about that on the note, posted at 8:30 or whatever. And there's the short rate there, 81. We didn't spend much time above it, man. We got a size 81.50, but there's the drop down. I am very light right now, almost out of everything silver related. So, you know, if it does pop back up into VWAP, we'll re-engage in that short, but that was obviously well traded and not much more I could do. And then, you know, losing there on Tesla and then flipping into the short, that was great. So now you could see as this market, I think, has more, like, I can't just sit here and be long. When yesterday I called Free Fall Friday, obviously Neil wasn't here, but we had said as the market went out near the lows, and I had written down NASDAQ short, we just never got that initial bump really in the NASDAQ to fill that out. But they're there at 436. We said that could be sort of the stopping zone there. So we got another 40 fill right there and a bunch out right at 437. So out of all the shares that we have about a third left of this position right now. So thinking about possibly getting out if and when we wind up breaking the that's a 21 period moving average. I'm honestly not going to give it all the way to the 50 period. So I'm thinking that's a decent spot there, maybe 439 if we get going. 439 potential for me to work with on Tesla. So that's what we're waiting for, and hopefully we do get more of a downside push. And wow, silver is absolutely now puking all over itself, man. No, it's not a bull. It's, sorry, it's a, yeah, that was a bear, right? It is a bear right there as silver just continues to puke all over itself. Nice downside action in SLV right now. And we called it, so that was a good one. We're happy with that. We lost yesterday going short, not really there today. So yeah, downside. Let's keep going on Tesla and see how long we can hold that one for and go over to the desk to hear what Adair is all about.
Keep an eye on Eli Lilly here. U.S. President Donald Trump just mentioned them in an anecdote, and as you can see, we briefly made day's highs before pulling back, basically saying that a top executive at Eli Lilly, not naming the person, though of course it could be CEO David Ricks, tried to defend why the company at the time, again, like other companies prior to these deals that Trump has been signing, basically making them more expensive in the U.S., right, the drugs compared to the U.K. So he basically said, I don't know why these companies are doing this. Again, this is an older anecdote, but the stock doing some kind of reaction, so just be aware Trump is discussing Eli Lilly right now. He also previously mentioned Wegovy of Novo Nordisk, but not much of a move on that one. Back to you.
Novo's breaking out right now, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so it filled in some of the gap. Novo had a positive, they did have a positive catalyst this morning. You can find it in the watch list. Shout out to Adara for throwing it on here. Up 5.5%. So if you're looking for strength, it's probably in like Vero or Novo or something small cap related. The rocket names have been going pretty hard to the upside as well. But this is breaking, not breaking the pre-market highs, just sort of breaking the opening range high on Novo Nordisk. Everything else is headed downside. But as SMCI is starting to go, or continuing to go down, oddly enough, Intel's trying to bounce. So hopefully this will allow me to get back in on trend. Just a little higher, like Lando says. I want the quarters if they can give it to me. Just a little higher, but it doesn't want to do it, unfortunately. So just gonna be patient with it. As far as SMCI goes for a target, it's broken through VWAP. So now I wanna look for this gap fill. It'll be like 31, just pull back into prior high. Like if I was looking for a long, that's the place I'd be thinking about a bounce. So if you're in a short, I sort of think like reverse the action. If I was flat, where would I be looking to buy? And then that would be the answer to where my next target is going to be, trying to get this 31. So that pullback, actually, no, get out when it pulls back into prior high is the plan.
All right, yeah. I'm still in these same names, so we can look for somewhere else.
Remember High Roller?
Yeah,
Roller?
Yeah, it was up yesterday.
I see some people mentioning it. This is, hey, congratulations if you stuck with this one. I don't think I would have. As parabolic as it went 2 days ago. I wasn't here yesterday, but look at how well it held some of this gap range. And then it's doing the same thing. Like it's holding well above the $20 level. So 20 or 19 support and trying to break back out. So the squeeze might not be dead here. Just remember, the support for 2 days has been 18, 19, 20s. So buying it up here is crazy, but a hold, I hate to say it, is not looking too bad. They haven't dropped an offering yet. That's the only thing that always gives me concern. As good as it looks holding on low volume, if they say the word offering, you're pretty much done. So always trade with a stop. I don't know if they filed or not. Like remember when it comes to a stock offering, you have to file for it, and there's a process to it. But it's like if you already have, and then the stock goes ham for a couple of days, and the company can just drop one at any time. So if you're swinging any small cappers, you have to be aware of this. And again, we always say this: no one ever went broke taking profit. You can't get caught when one of those does an offering if you've already grabbed profits. That's all.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And as we say, like you always zoom out and see where potentially there could be dropping an offering and what that level looks like. I'm going to go short Micron on this break. I know it's up there, but it's bouncing off this 200 period. We've tried to break through 55 there a couple times. If we do it right now, especially with this market now really bleeding down, I'm going to try the short and then just even just give it like $1 basically back to the upside. So we're getting ready for that. We're now $3. We're $5 in the money, man. We're $2 on SLV, and we just got 36 flat there. Well, we got 36.15s on Tesla. So, I thought we were just into Micron there. We're not. Now it's starting to bounce out. So that was a good trade, I think, to be able to get some out. We did get some out at 37 when it broke higher, and then we got a 36. So basically an average fill of 50 right there. Now that we're bouncing a little bit, I'll put another bid at 50 to take it out. And then now we'll see my next bid is at 435.50. And we've already zoomed out on Tesla and sort of showed you that, that 435 could be the area that we wind up stopping around. So if that breaks there, then we go back to the beginning of the month. That's January 8th right there. And we got as low as 433. Yeah. So, I mean, there's those, I don't know if that wick is real down to 430, but that would be nice if that happens today, especially if I'm still short. But yeah, 435 or so, my next area of concern there for your boy Tesla. And then Micron is the next trade for me. So, that's coming close, but look at the spread, right? So you gotta, you know what? I'm actually going to lower my shares on that one because, yeah, the spread is a little bit too juicy for me, but we are getting...
SNDK spread's $1 most of the time.
Yeah, so we'll go half of what we thought, so maybe like a half a unit trade there or so on Micron, and just, that will give us a little bit more room on this trade, so I just... like to see the breakdown of this. I mean, there is some size there at 55. I don't know where the slippage is going to land, and what slippage is like, okay, now it's bouncing, but you want to go short 55 break, but I only offered it down to 75. So if we get more than 25 cents worth of slippage, we won't get filled on the initial push down. Okay, so will the NASDAQ bounce from here? I think that's a good question that I'm asking myself. And, you know, here's a 30-minute chart on the NASDAQ, on the Qs, and, you know, looking like there's potential to break lower. I mean, we had said that where's the bouncing spot going to be? I think you can get a little bit lower, maybe into 619, which isn't too far away right now. But, you know, you're at a level now, if you're short and you've really taken advantage of this, it's not the end of the world to think about covering. You know, if you're into the futures or something that's moved like that. There we go. So now we're into Micron. It does, see what I'm saying? It does break. Or does it break? We get 355.01s right there. So it must have broke, but we got a price above where we thought we wanted the price. So if that does take out 356, we can get out now. I think it's worth a shot here. 356, so we'll give this about $1 literally, and then we'll punch out if that breaks, okay? Let's get out to 75%. I don't know. Micron's a $350 name. This could easily rip back to the upside, then tank again. So the fake break kind of move right now for Micron. But here we go.
It's funny you said that.
Nice little move back down in again.
You were saying that about like the level in the future.
Yeah.
Well, coincidentally, people might have seen this. I actually got out of the SMCI short pretty much at that moment.
Boom.
It could be a coincidence because it filled the gap, but there was a topping tail candle that I might have potentially turned around in. So it did this bottoming tail right in front of the level we liked, so I threw my trail or moved my trail down. Again, this is just a mean reversion trade. So this trend break, you know, there's this bar confirmed it. Let me zoom in for you guys. That's better, right? So like this bar confirms that we're closing underneath the trend and not just kind of, you know, testing it. And then when it broke that prior bar, so this is a confirmation, it breaks this one, I jump in, I throw the stop at the high, scale into out at VWAP, and then move the trail when it filled in the gap. So looking for the next opportunity. It's been one of those types of days, like ASTS worked, and Intel worked, and SMCI worked, but like SoFi didn't, and Rocket Lab didn't. So it's like, yeah, it's like, okay, we up, but I'm just looking at Intel that I did not get back into, and I missed it on that 50 reversion. So we're just going to have to wait for the next chance to get into this one short, hunt for that next opportunity as we go to Adara at the desk.
As probably expected here, there is a lot of weakness in this market, but maybe not as much as you might expect, because there are some sectors holding up quite well. Producer manufacturing, once again, having a great day. LRCX, AMAT, and GEV all to the upside. GE Vernova up 5.5%. Then we have finance with a lot of strength as well. JP Morgan continuing to rebound from its earnings day one weakness. And then we have electronic technology. Micron up more than 5% with its first insider buy since 2022. AMD also strong here, along with Broadcom and Honeywell. I know Honeywell got an upgrade this morning, so good look there. In terms of weakness, tech services not faring nearly as well as electronic technology. AAPL with, I believe, what is its third straight red day, down 4% right now. We also have Google to the downside and Palantir down almost 3%. Retail trade a little bit weak here. Amazon red, as is CVS. Transportation being led here by some weakness in DoorDash, down 2.5%. Health services to the downside, consumer services to the downside. So basically, if you're not like an industrial or manufacturing name or a select semiconductor, probably not doing too well today, guys. Back to you.
Oh, wait a minute. Got to do it.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Wait, I didn't hear it. Oh, no. I don't know if you guys heard the thank you very much, Adara. Okay. I don't usually hear those in my ear as well, but as long as you guys heard it, then it's going to be all good. Obviously, SMCI continues to go lower, but stick to the rules and trail out. There might be more of a gap to fill. Let's just see how it responds if it bounces into the volume weighted average price. At least that's what I'll be looking for. So for now, I'm going to go right back over to, did not get in yet, to IBIT. Just going to cancel that. That's why we're trading SMCI, but we did miss that higher low on IBIT. And we're just going to join trend back in. That's what's worked. SMCI short, Intel, that's where the bread is going to get buttered today. So I'll keep that going with IBIT. Maybe have a look at Riot. Riot had the AMD news, so has the potential to at least do its own thing and not necessarily follow what's going on in Bitcoin. It's at VWAP, but unless this kind of breaks back above the volume weighted average price, that doesn't look like a long entry either. So sit on the hands. I feel like as choppy as it was early for some of the longs, you make what you make and then move on to that next opportunity. It is a little bit late to be forcing things for entry points. So SMCI bouncing, we'll look for maybe a re-entry at VWAP. As I said, next available pop on IBIT as well. We're right at that 94.5.
We got our 435 50s. We got 435 60s there on Tesla. So, if this market, as we just heard, the S&P continuing to go lower as well as the NASDAQ. So both indexes right now almost look identical today. So there is selling, broadly in this market. All right, so just, you might be looking and saying, well, Micron's going against. We just got stopped out. So, okay, Micron is going against. We got out of some at 50 there, and then we lost there as it approaches the 200 period moving average. You short a strong name and you're in for it. So that's why we lowered our default and not even, just a dip, a blip, I guess, in the pain trade there. So I think now with that last little bit, we can hold it. I don't think it's going to really hurt the net here, depending on how far exactly this rips up. But looks like we can hit a fail there. And we only got. The market's bouncing a little bit. You can see how aggressive this is. So we only got a little piece out there exactly at 50s. So I think it was 55. But we'll hold a little bit to see if it does wind up coming back in. Still short here at 55. So out $1 on that one, in $3 on Tesla. And I was just about to tell you, and then we went to Micron. We did get that level there. Broadcom, XOM moving, I guess. 130, I think, is a level to look at there for XOM. We did get as high as 130 there, then the fade, and now the pullback into VWAP. That could be a good one. What's barcoding right here is Eli Lilly. That's looking like it's trying to figure out what to do on the day.
Barcoding's not bad.
Now it's not doing a whole heck of a lot now for Eli. So right into there. Wow, it's already 10:45. Oh my. VWAP there breaking lower might be a trade there for them, but they've already gotten hit. They were down 5 or 6% the other day. I think it was yesterday, and I think it was a downgrade. There was some sort of story with Eli Lilly yesterday. We were like, what? Why was that down so much? It kind of caught us all by surprise there. Do you remember what it was, Adara?
Sorry, what? Stop.
Eli Lilly. Remember yesterday we brought Eli Lilly to you and it was down 5.5%, and we were like, what's going on with that? I think
there was some kind of antitrust lawsuit.
Oh, that's what it was, antitrust lawsuit. Right.
Oh,
so,
okay.
that wound up hitting Eli Lilly yesterday. So, but now today up another 0.4. So we'll see if that can rally backside there for
Oddly,
Eli.
Never the worst thing in the world to get antitrust. Because think
once
of it
it's settled, it's good, right?
Yeah, well, I just always look at it like, okay, well, on some level, that just means you're the king.
Yeah.
Like if you don't have at least some regulators sniffing around or some lawsuits with regard to that, then maybe you aren't the biggest and the baddest in your specific market. And I don't think we need to be told that, but let's be real. We do like them. And we just had another note here. Someone in the chat just said they're not releasing weight loss, their oral until after Q2. I think the more important thing with their oral versus Novo's is that the process by which they manufacture it will be cheaper. That's the idea. At least that's what's supposed to be, according to what I've read, and that gives them a little bit of an advantage, even if they're going to be second. So that's good. And then there's also the possibility, there's some studies saying you can go back and forth between Novo's and Lilly's which is good for the entire group, actually, when you think about it. But yeah, I still like Eli Lilly a little bit better. As good as Novo's chart looks. And Riot is now trying to both break the trend and bounce off VWAP at the same time. So if it can hold above the, it's right now it would technically be breaking this downtrend, but it's still under VWAP, so I'd want it to actually close above VWAP. Not just that, I want a candle to close above VWAP, then go long, and give it to this bottom here on Riot. AMD partnership is going to be the story here for Riot.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, so like I got one post out for X, and now it seems to be cranky again. So yeah, nice move there. We told you we are flat on silver, so I am still looking to get short again against that level, but it's going to have to come all the way back up. So we'll have to wait to see if that is in the cards or not for silver again before we actually enter into a trade. All right, so, some nuclear names, some names that I know are widely held in the chat. That's bounced off the 200 period moving average for SMR, so not a horrible play there if anybody's looking at some SMR in the uranium space, as well as Oklo could catch a little bit of a bid at some point near that $100 mark. So we got to 97 and then fell down pretty nicely there for Oklo. So not a good move there. I really liked Starbucks, man. We've been not only obviously do I like the product, but the stock has looked really good, and there's the breakout on Starbucks, basically from this 87 level all the way to the upside there. Was a great dip buy opportunity. This kind of reminds me a little bit of Intel, where it was just taking a long time to sort of try to break out, and you're getting ready. The breakout's really, for the long term, isn't really here yet, but just for now, we did touch 97 yesterday, so that was a good level there to maybe get out of some of your trade if you were long down in the low 80s, but this is sort of what you're looking for Starbucks, to see if we can break that out right now. So Micron, we still have about a quarter of that position. We told you where we stopped out. Upside there, and then it looks like I just took some more bids here on Tesla, as that's looking like it wants to come down. And we talked about QBTS earlier. This is another trade, $29 for QBTS. That's fallen back in as well into the day's low. So there are some opportunities here that if you're looking to pick up stock on the daily, this is not a bad level on a day trade. Sorry, this is not a bad level for QBTS, using 28 sort of as the low in case we do get a bump. But there it is, man. The market's now coming in pretty good here, Neil. There goes Tesla back into the day's low again for TSLA. Let's go. Let's see if we can break this, man. We're at 355. I am going to put something at 355 again, just in case, and then we'll see if we can hold the rest of this name. We still got a decent spot on, man. We still got on about 20% of this trade, so still happy with the movement there. Now $3.50 in the money on this trade, $1 out on Micron and $1.50 in on silver. All right, Adair, it's $10.50. I know the dollar was sort of going higher there on some positive asset talk, so let's go to Adair and figure out what's going on with Forex and money talks.
Yeah, this U.S. dollar is still pumping here, Sean. We have not yet eclipsed yesterday's highs. In fact, we're actually trading the exact same range. But again, as I mentioned yesterday, we broke out of that 99.20 area area of resistance, and we just want to keep going higher. So great look here for that U.S. dollar as we continue to churn higher. We do have some economic data next week that I want to talk about as well, just to kind of prepare everyone. It is a holiday shortened week, but that does not mean there's any shortage of opportunities. Looks like on Tuesday at 10 a.m. we might get that Supreme Court opinion on tariffs. If we don't get it, that will be the third straight time that we get some kind of indication we might get announcement, and then we don't get anything. So keep an eye. Potentially at 10 a.m. we could get that announcement here on tariffs. I'm also seeing it potentially on Wednesday as well. So it looks like potentially sometimes next week. Then also here later in the week, we are, I believe, expected to get GDP and then the University of Michigan consumer sentiment. So next week, it is holiday shortened, but there still will be economic data to be aware of. Again, USD strong. Let's see if we can continue this and end the week on a high note for that dollar. Back to you.
Farm Trader, I want to put that one on screen. I can't.
What's a Farm Trader?
Where'd it go?
Can you find it? I can probably look.
If you can get it, I just.
Oh, no, I
missed it.
I'm not that close to it.
Adam Jones had Rocket in there. Oh, goodness. There it is.
Come on, Micron.
Selected, and it worked.
Ooh.
So we have a method where we can put things on the chart as well. So in front, so Farm Trader, the best you've ever had. You the best. Anyways, Congrats, Farm Trader, for sure. Let's know what you guys were trading, or what you were trading. Probably to the south side, I'm going to guess. Unless you were literally long, I don't know, the space names. What else was up? Vero, Riot. Like, what's even strong right now? Nothing. So probably to the short side, but let us know. Riot did break trend, held VWAP, but look, if you look at this trend down, this trend break right here at 18.5. So this was a higher term trend break earlier. I'm going to look for the bounce to get to about 18.50 here for sure. I'm trying not to like chuckle.
Yeah, Brendan's throwing down some knowledge back over there. I hear about that.
We can hear Brendan over there in front of us, dropping some knowledge.
Yeah, he's trying to drop a little bit of knowledge. We're trying to drop some knowledge here on Micron's head. We did go short. We're waiting for 357 to break right there, and we did cover some at 355 and change. So we're short at 356.40s now, and we just did get some covers right into here. I don't know what Micron's obviously going to do, but we do have our out at 357. So we're going to take a little one-to-one action right now on Micron and understand that this name is hot fire, and if the market does bounce back to the upside, then this is a name to definitely be worried about. 357 is my out there for Micron, and hoping that we do get some dip opportunities and able to cover this one, hopefully back at 354.50, where we did our first little group out there. So, okay, we're back into Micron right there. Now with Tesla, we did get another bid. We talked about this potentially breaking through. So let's put 437 right now as a target out for us. We did have 439. 437. We'll do the same kind of thing here and get out if it does break. Let's try to get out of how many shares we have. Okay, let's get out of 50% right now, as we still do have some exposure to Tesla. We said we had about 20%, but then we got covered. So now we have about 15% left. Look, yesterday was meatballs, and they were kind of bad. So let's figure out what today.
I can't make this up. I had did meatballs last night for dinner. I didn't even.
Okay, well yours wins, so don't worry about that.
I don't know. Ours were okay.
No, these were bad. Okay, so January.
Were that bad?
Yeah, I don't have a problem telling people.
Screw up meatball. Whatever.
You can't? Okay. Then I should have saved some for you. All right. Today, a Chinese flag. Okay. So we'll take it right there. Today, we haven't had beef. And today's a beef kind of day. We have Chinese jack peppercorn beef with vegetable stir-fried rice, and of course salad. So we'll try it. The beef is, when you're doing mass orders, sometimes beef can get a little bit hard to cook, but we'll wait to see what that is today. Chinese black, it could just be black peppercorn, but Chinese black peppercorn beef with vegetable stir-fry and some stir-fried rice. I don't think they'll,
Last week's poke night had some really good General Tao.
Yeah, well, when you order, that's from a Chinese place. Or no, he made it, didn't he?
No, he didn't make it. He ended up ordering.
Oh, he ended up ordering it, so that's what I'm saying. So
he does, the trader in question who we were poker night last week, he can throw down.
But he didn't cook, you said.
No, he didn't cook. He ended up ordering. But I'll never forget, he was the first profitable trader we had on our floor, one of the two. And there was one day, 20-year-old kid, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to bring in food. And so we thought, whatever, he's going to come in, order a bunch of food for everyone for lunch. And he walks in with just trays that he made the night before. And it was out of control how good it was.
Yeah, it was good, eh?
Hidden talent, but he did not make food for us that day. He just ordered for poker night. In a few minutes, we're going to have Obi-Wan Kenobi with Sharif, who was there a second ago.
When Obi gets his mic on, I'm going to ask him about the meatballs, because he had them yesterday. I just want to see the opinion. Or
it's not that I'm doubting you. It's just...
No, it's not. I know. I always want to know people's opinions.
How can you screw up meatballs? How do you screw up meatballs?
Easily. It's just processed. It's not, the flavoring is not the greatest. Adair, did you have the meatballs yesterday or what? Where's Adair at? Where's Adair at?
She's hard at work right now. Look at you.
So I came here with Trump. Hello?
What did you think of the meatballs yesterday?
Oh, I didn't touch them. I can't do the sauce. I have a thing with like certain red sauces where I can eat a lot of pizza for that reason, because it's just like, I just know if it's happening, it's just not gonna go well. But so I did not have meatballs, and I'm sorry I can't hear you. The Trump is trumping currently.
Trump is trumping. Okay, well that's Trump is trumping trumps everything.
Vero is veroing, which means it's up 550%. Okay. Like I'll do the obligatory, where can it go? I don't. At this point, all you have is like this 14-wick high and like psychologically $10. So Vero is going absolutely nonsensical to the upside. Parabolic is not even a term. when you're past like a couple 100 percentage points. It's a weird story, but it does mean they've soaked this one up. I was gonna pay for locates in case something crazy happened, but my guess is they have not calmed down. I thought the price was a little pricey earlier. My guess is it's gonna be different now that it's going absolutely ham. Let us know what else you guys are watching here today. Finally got into Riot because like there's nothing terrible that was looking terribly bullish, but a little trend break on Riot. I want to play it back into 18.5 because I don't like that this was a trend break here to VWAP. So I think if you go head and shoulders, I'd look to duck out of that one for sure. Most of the market is trying to put a bounce in. Could get me back in Intel on a. You know Intel stinks when this is the NASDAQ? Look at this bounce in the NASDAQ off of the lows. So I'm like, yeah, we can short the pop on Intel. Oh wait, Intel didn't even bounce. Intel, when Intel's a short, it's a short. And it's like a real short, but it just has not given me a solid re-entry. Backing off a key price. I like the prior close, I like 48, I like VWAP, and it's giving me none of those three things right now.
A minute and a bit left, everyone. Thank you so much. Hit the like, subscribe, and all of that. So you guys know that our Tesla out is going to be happening at 4:37. At least half of our position out there, if that does come in. I am debating, grabbing our NASDAQ a little short here to see if that winds up coming into play now, because you are back to the 50-period moving average. But in what is a pretty downward moment here for the market, I could see us trying to make a bid back through VWAP. So that would be something that you'd have to take a little bit later of a position and see if you can wait for a VWAP take, because we're nowhere near any kind of levels that I'm normally interested in. That would be the 200-period moving averages. So that's on the 5-minute marker. You got to get all the way back to 54.60s, 54.50s or so. So you're about 50 cents away from that. And then right there now, a move back to VWAP would also make sense for me there. So we'll see if there is any sort of actionable trades on the futures for you. Again, almost out of this, and silver just holding it, waiting to actually get a little bit more on silver here if it does come back up into these levels. So we'll wait to see if silver does print us in and around there. So those are my positions right now, silver and Tesla, and then potentially NVIDIA did have a nice little move there. I like to go long NVIDIA, but again, the futures are going to hold that trade. So we'll just wait. Fed's Bowman now speaking, Trump going, lots of stuff could happen, and you're going to be in good hands with Sharif and Obi. So we'll say shout out to those guys, and it's 11 o'clock now.
We'll be getting some, we'll see how the beef goes, and we'll let you guys know. Probably when I do the lesson, I'll have tasted some, but you got a treat. It's Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yeah. It is Sharif the Professor, especially of those small caps. We wish Joe all the best in his recovery. Surgery went well. So we'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
But for now, it's the midday time.
Ciao.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Obi. Yes, he is the one, Kenobi, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream because, well, not that many people have come on over yet. Now they're coming. Yora, Brown Lightning, Robert Lewis, and shout out to Yummy Thai Foods. I don't text. Shout out to Jacques. We got Juan Padilla, the real Gary F. and Philosopher. Shout out to Ichiro. Friday, yes, sir, it is. Lemon Family, Happy Coder, and QC 526. T, what's up? We got Jay Bronson. We got Nabil. We got Pitchbull. How about Trader 604 and Buzzy? And then let me see if I can read this Mandarin. Move too quick for me, and I don't know those letters. Andrew Chow, we got Ozium, we got Derek Thompson, we got Buffalo Soldier. Shout out to Peters, Trader Forever, and Rusty Shackle. Davey B911, we got Walt Country Club. I aspire to have a country club membership one day. Tony Alton, we got Brody, we got Melinda, JL82, and we got Dean Allen. Shout out to Douglas, shout out to Brent. One Old Tooth. Okay, I can visualize that. We got Marks. We got Ahola. Who else, man? Melinda, William. If you haven't thrown your name in, throw it. It's Friday. We got, who else, man? We got Mr. Janky Stock and Princess J. Michael Moss. Good morning to everybody, and good morning to you.
Good morning, good morning. How's everyone doing?
I can't come in myself. How about yourself, brother?
Not too bad, not too
You feeling all sorts of Friday, or are you feeling a little?
I don't know.
Feeling midweek? Feeling
Yeah,
end of week?
yeah, it's another day. You know, it's just another day.
Okay.
A little disappointed that Monday's off, but you know, it is what it is. A little bit
You're
of
one of those guys,
time
eh?
off. Yeah.
You got when the market's closed.
I mean, the
it's not a
market's
good day
hot
for you,
right
eh?
now, man.
The market's hot.
Market's hot.
The market's very.
Man's not hot, but market's definitely very, very hot today.
All right, let's cut
And
the crap.
this month, yes.
Let's cut the crap, okay? Here we go.
All right.
Here we go. Look at this monstrosity manifesting before our eyes. VERO is him, her, and every other type of person out there. Here we go. This is as clean as it freaking gets on VERO. And we are on the precipice of quadruple digits now. We have seen a quadruple digit winner last year. Obviously, we haven't seen one this year. 1194 high on VERO. Look at the respect here for the trend. The stair step up. We make a big break, big move up, a couple of candles pull back. We rock it up again. Nothing was as big as this rocket ship, though, on volume, mind you. About 3 million shares on the current candle. Prior candle has about 2.3. 1194 high, as I mentioned, but 11 giving it up quickly. Down into 1075 we go. Here are my levels. Right away, I'm looking at 850 for now. And the reason is the 10 EMA on the 5. Also, current bar low, 950, 948 technically. Prior bar low, 864. So those are the levels off which I'm going to be looking, but you know how I'm going to trade. I'm not going to be punching in on VERO at these levels. And this is not VERU, by the way. This is VRO. They're different. And so make sure you've got that one straight. So VERO, the number one gapper in the market, and is not even close. JFBR is a distant second, up 172%. But this one right back into 1150 we go. Now we're about 50 pennies off the high. I haven't even sat down and put this on a trading screen yet. I'm a little late today. So we're going to have to keep an eye out on this one. But I also want to take a quick look here on JFBR, because that is the second leading gapper in the market. Not as parabolic, but a good chart nonetheless. Look at this clean hold off that 145, 150 area. This will be a buy zone for me, given what it did earlier. We have the implied balance high. Sorry, that's not even the implied balance high. That's the 735 high. Into 150, we drop. We lose a dollar momentarily. We compress. Higher lows, lower highs, and then the direction resolves in the way of the trend on volume. This candle has 8 million shares. So the breakout was supported certainly by volume. Now it is coming down into that 150, I want to say 145. That is going to be a buy zone for me here on JFBR. I don't mind setting up on this with a very clean out, very clean out. So if you stop out here, you're stopping out below the volume weighted average price. You don't want to get, caught lacking, for lack of a better term. Give yourself a couple of shekels below VWAP. You get in at that 150, give it to 135. Just size down so that you're still working within your risk parameters. So we've already got a couple of monsters here to start the show. JFBR, VERO, those are the ones I'm going to be focusing on. I haven't had an opportunity to look at it anymore, so I'm going to send it to you while I get my charts ready.
Yeah, for sure, man. I gotta take a look at some of the stuff that is doing some great continuations on the day today, and I did participate in a few of these here. But let's quickly just take a look at Nvidia here. I got to take all of these indicators. The market is selling off pretty aggressively. I was looking for a bit of a bounce. Hasn't really come in. Got a little bit of a bounce, but has not even come into VWAP just yet. But there are a few names that are still selling off, man. I got involved with a little bit of Intel over here, just below this 49, covered into this area right here. I'll pull up my charts in a second. They're doing something wonky. I was telling Sharif, like every time somebody logs on and logs off of this PC, I don't know what it is about this one. All the windows get rearranged all over the place. So I'm just like, okay, you know what? It is what it is. Just got to move stuff around, do some housekeeping there. But yeah, this structure break after structure break. Intel is absolutely amazing today to the downside, rejecting that 50 once again. Once again today. It came in real hot and heavy in the first 5 to 10 minutes right there. It came in, clipped that 50, 21. We're trading at 47s right now. So it's giving us the same move from yesterday. But guess what I was doing?
What?
Off the open. Too busy with this Astus, because that was bouncing up really nicely. Pre-market highs as well as all-time highs. 1 110s took us all the way to 120s. I only got involved till this push into 113s and then left it alone because I was like, okay, that's probably done for now. Nope. Comes back down to VWAP. VWAP reload was the re-engage that I missed on this one here today. And that, Sharif, gave us 110s all the way to 120s. So straight beeline through the highs. No real consolidation for too long, just straight green bar after green bar. This is the 1 minute chart. So you can see here doing decent amount of relative volume, 3 times all-time highs here. It's taken a little bit of a pullback after false breaking that 120. So that, another miss on my part. So I missed 2 really good trades here. The VWAP reload, this opening session high breakout right here at 113. The 120, sure, I didn't take anything into there, but when it comes in and false breaks that 120, I do have to look to get involved. Some high volume candles pushing in right here, some of the highest on the day, into that high day break into 120, and then it fails to follow through. Guess what? There's definitely a little bit of bags on the in the flow, that are being held, and you can see it balances out beautifully back down into VWAP. Right now, we're just kind of consolidating, orbiting in and around VWAP. Another one, I know you were already looking at this, but guess what? I was looking at it too, Sharif.
Oh, what a looker.
Vero.
What a looker.
Just veering to the upside. 1191 highs. Just stepping up. The initial push was great. Thought it was over at 740s. But no, hold $7, hold 650s really well, steps up to $7, then holds $7, steps up again, holds a little bit of the 8 with a bit of chop, and then now we've gone pretty much parabolic into $12. So pretty crazy, and I heard whispers
From
that
who?
The borrows on Vero were something crazy.
Vero.
Vero.
Yeah, because remember.
No, Vero is a different one.
Exactly.
You're right.
Yeah.
Vero, Venus concept.
Were they, I'm assuming they were very pricey. Do you want to give us a little bit of insight?
I think the last I heard, they were $30 a lot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Nothing too crazy, but I don't know if they've gone up.
That was like $2 a share or something like that.
Oh, HKD.
Yeah.
HKD was one of them.
That was
something
like
was $200 a lot.
No, this was like $1 something a share. Remember Wayne was looking at it and it was breaking out in the morning. This was like a few weeks ago, a month ago max. Anyway, whatever.
I don't know. Yeah, it's not coming to my.
All right, guys. I've set up the side charts over here, so let's get right down to work. So we already talked about JFBR and VERO. They're the big boys on the day. JFBR is the one that I'm looking for right now because it's coming back into a more reasonable level. I'm just waiting for this downtrend line here to you basically break. Here, we already got the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. I'm looking for that clearing of 165, 170. To me, that will mean it has changed its tune. JFBR, keeping an eye on that 196 high, we could see too. VERO still doing its thing. What I'm looking at though, JAGX, JAGX, beautiful, 50.5% on the day, not nearly as parabolic as JFBR or VERO, but an upward channel and a predictable one nonetheless. I would trade this as an upward channel until it shows you, if it shows you, it's ready to break out. So what does that mean? Trading as an upward channel, you're getting long on the low end of the channel here where the trend line is, and then you're wetting the beak on the top. And you're always, well, you're not always, but I would save a piece for the dream to take out that pre-market high, which sits around 129. JAGX, the one I'm talking about. I do believe it is time to punch in here to JFBR. We're going to give this one the old community college try. Anything below the volume weighted average price does end the trade for me, okay? So we're setting up. And I will look to defend that $0.50, but first and foremost, let's see if this one can kind of clear that 170 area. So that's what I'm looking at there. And then let's go back and talk about some more. IRE, not the parabolic name like some of the other ones we're looking at today, but predictable nonetheless, a little bit more expensive at 12.25, 1255 high, looks to have support. Buy zone, I would say, between 1210 and 1225. 10 EMA on the 5, 1210. Area high, crest, 1225. That's why I say a buy zone. IRE is the ticker. I'm also looking at LUNR. This one looks super clean and with good relative volume on the day. It really started doing something at around 9:30. It wasn't immediately apparent whether this was going to be strong, but it's already shown its hand. A clean hold of the 10 EMA on the 5, and then the rocket ship literally takes off to the moon over here. Well, not literally, of course, figuratively. $21.99 high, essentially $22. Getting a little extended away, though, from some moving averages, of course. I'm talking about that green line, the 10 EMA on the 5, which shows 21.25, 21.33. I also happen to like that 2090 to 21 level. Reason being, 2080 to 21. Buy zone here. Why? Look at all these candle rejections at 2080. Couldn't shake the seller there. Then all hell broke loose on volume, mind you, about 360,000 shares, and that's good for this stock. And then it really does break out there. So a buy zone could be between 21 to 2080, given that the psychological support will be at the whole dollar, but the price action support at 2080. That's the way I perceive that. But VERO is not giving up the ghost. Now, I do anticipate that this one will consolidate for a little bit before and if we get another rocket ship to the high side. This could see 15. It had a good aftermarket yesterday. Take a look at what it was doing at 4:30. It did break out quite nicely, and all was said and done, this hot garbage was up 90% in a matter of minutes. 4:30 to 5 o'clock, it had moved up 90%. So we are calculating that 650 from the closing print yesterday, which is at 4. So that 650% that we're up on the day on VERO takes into account the aftermarket move that we had yesterday, okay? Just want to make that clear so that we know our A's from our B's. We're gonna have to pause for a second. We're going to the big desk. We have breaking news with Adara.
As we had a slew of kind of more cautious or hawkish Fed comments for the last few days, we get very dovish comments from Fed's Bowman, who's saying that, quote, given risks, Fed should not signal a pause in the rate cutting campaign, and saying further that the risk to the Fed's mandates is asymmetric, with the jobs risk outweighing inflation concerns. We know we had some Fed speakers, again, as I mentioned here, over the past few days, including Kashkari and I believe Bostic as well, who communicated that they were more concerned about inflation right now than the jobs risk, or that they thought at this point the labor market risks were not that significant. So interesting note there. Bowman coming out incredibly dovish. Back to you.
Great, thank you very much, Adara. So yeah, I wanted to look at Intel, man. Intel here, this is what I was talking about. So this is how I got involved earlier, and man, has it really started to break down. The market has caught a bit of a bounce. That's what I was looking for earlier, but Intel, no sign of it breaking back below this 47 right now. TCOM is up here from a couple of days ago. That $62 level finally broke down. I don't know when, but we're coming back right up into it. 61.80s on the ask. Let me know what you guys are trading as well. I want to take a look, but this market straight to the downside, and it's been absolutely beautiful. I want to continue to take a look at ASTS to see if it'll continue to give me some opportunities. So this is basically what I did. There are my entries. I have some of my stuff set up now, where you can see here, I left a lot on the table. It never, my average was 109s here, Sharif, 109s and some change, and then eventually 110s and some change. Sure, it comes down into 110s, but would I have taken a break even? Maybe, probably not. Definitely reasons to sell up here into the 113s, but again, a big miss, not reloading here when that VWAP hold comes in. The only other time it comes into VWAP is here, and it gives us a bit of a bounce from 115s to 117s. But now we're on the back side of the move as it makes lower highs and lower lows right now. Let's take a quick look at what stocks are doing some volume. The volume gainers right here as I pull that in. Of course, top of the list is Vero. Makes sense. IBRX, didn't really take a look at that one today. IBRX kind of a sideways chop here. ONDS, wow, same supply as yesterday, but guess what? Today we're doing even more relatively, 2.5 times. So this on my part, once again, smaller caps. I guess this is not even a small cap. I have here 5 billion, Sharif, so I don't know if that counts as a small cap.
No.
But much less giving us the move. Similar to that of yesterday, supply coming in and around $14. Today, we broke below prior day low, and look at how clean that flush is coming in off of the prior day low break at 1280s. NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA is number 4. Not really bouncing as well as the market. Hasn't even been able to get back to VWAP here, but 190 you can see here. We couldn't get through there yesterday. bit of a chop zone end of day, some sell imbalance. I did try to take a shot at the sell imbalance there yesterday, but some supply coming in just in the 189s. Intel again, number 5 on the list. We already took a look at that one. LCFY. I don't know if you're taking a look at this one, Sharif, but this is definitely a small cap, almost 9 million total market cap right here. So high of day comes in the pre-market, clips that 4 a.m. high. Since then, we've been doing absolutely nothing, bleeding to the downside. SMCI looks a little bit better with its strength coming in at 8th place here in the volume leaders on the market. Held offer, it seems like, at the 32 level. Let's see if this VWAP reclaim and hold can give us that high a day, especially with the market taking a bit of a turn here right now. Big Bear AI, double bottom, $6 hold, looking nice, coming in through the high day right now. So there's a lot of opportunity in this market, Sharif. And like I said, it's really hot right now. The opportunities off of the open are crazy. You saw how ASTS did. You see how Vero did, right? There's a lot of stuff going on. And even the pre-market session, seems like the small cap season is definitely here. A lot of the small caps do like really clean moves in the pre-market.
They do, man.
Yeah.
They pre and after because of the volatility hold. But I got to tell you, I'm increasingly seeing continuation during the midday. We just took $1.50 there quickly, you like on ERO. Not a bad look. Initial entry 11.43, added nicely 10.75 for the bounce back up, and their best peak was 12.25 there. So good look on VERO. The monster's continuing to go. JFBR, a different look there, but we'll get to that one in a second because that does seem like a false breakout. I'll explain my my position there in one sec. But here we go, man. Unreal. The strength is on now on VERO. It's a 12.93 high. We are having some trouble holding above 12. We're above it right now. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Let's see where the buyers are stepping in. Down we go here in 11.5, 11 2/3. Buyer steps in at the 2/3. Trying to identify key areas where I know the buyers are stepping in so that I can weasel in myself. So what I'm doing right now on my top screen is I'm switching to the 5-second chart. And the reason I do the 5-second chart, again, I've articulated this before, but if you're newer, just allow me a second to explain. Sometimes when there is a local buyer, it's not readily apparent that there's a local buyer on a wider time frame, the 1, the 3, the 5. But on a shorter time frame, some people use the 15, some people use the 10. I just want to use as small as my program will let me, which is the 2, which is the 5, 5-second chart, meaning that every candle is 5 seconds, okay? So what I'm doing there is I'm looking for essentially what the book shows me, but the book is super transient. You know, it'll show you something, then it'll move on to another price level. The chart, not so much. So there's a buyer at 11.80 over and over and over. I can see that on the level too. But once we get away from that level, I won't see that, but I will see it on the chart. Hence why I use the kind of the chart almost as bookmap. If you've been trading for a while, you know bookmap is popular with some intraday traders, and this is kind of, I don't want to say a bookmap equivalent. It's not an equivalent, but I try to use it as such. So what I'm keeping my eye on now, certainly higher lows, and here comes 12 again. Are we going to have trouble with 12? We've got a good-looking bottoming tail candle right now on the 5, and we're working our way up. So I'm thinking about getting back in here. Let's see if we can dip down back into that 12-ish area, maybe single digits, low teens, and then hold up. So keeping an eye here, you got to be super quick with the keys, dropping back down into the mid-teens. We're going to get in a little bit here. What did we get? We got 17s. Let's see if we can kind of continue a little bit up into the 30s, let's say, mid-20s. I'll give this to 11.75 just because I got into a smaller position, and I want to see if it resolves above 12. There's a general buyer in the 12 low digits. It does look like it will lose 12 right now, so I'm going to go ahead and throw in my stop for that. Let's see what we can get on this one. Otherwise, I'll add into the position. So watching closely here to see where the buyers are stepping in. We got a lower high at 12.25, okay? We got a lower high relative to the 12.93 high that we had. Okay, what I'm looking at is the 5-second chart again. So that's what I'm seeing right now. Let's see if we can get that buyer stepping in at 12. Yeah, 12 is a hard level to clear for the moment. So continuing to watch over here. Here we go, right back above 12 we go. So back break even, no prints though. No new prints, no new prints. Let's see, let's post over here. There we go. Now we're gonna put a little bit above the $0.50. Let's see if we get that continuation. Oh, there seems to be a seller at 20. The prior seller was at 25. So that 20 area is almost the same area that same seller was selling at. But we are putting in higher lows. Oh no, we're breaking down now. It looks like we're gonna lose the level over here, Obe. So keeping an eye. Let's see if we get back into that 12. Yeah, still having trouble though clearing that 12 level decisively. So you can kind of feel that 12.25 seller, he's still dominating. Yeah, gonna have to flatten out here. So we'll take a little bit of a loss on that last trade, and then we'll look to get back in if it sets up. I think I might give it a bit more room, maybe 11.5, but I don't wanna be catching a falling knife either, but knowing full well that this one can turn up in a second. What are you looking at, brother?
Yeah, I'm just pulling up the chat here, and so we can see what you guys are watching and you guys are looking at. Let me know in the chat what have you been trading? What has been your best opportunity of the day? So that's what I would like to know here. I guess the sound is all messed up here too now, but yeah, now I got the chat up here. Let's see what are you guys saying here? CRWV CoreWeave. Okay, let's take a quick look at CoreWeave and see what that one is up to here. So I'll duplicate this and CRWV. So that one's been a good one every now and then. Let's see what it's doing today. Lately. Yeah, breaking through high today. So congratulations on that. If you were looking for that range break, the intraday range break, that's coming in. Prior day highs as well. Comes in and clips it for the first time. False breaks, potentially pulling in some short participants, no doubt. But makes a higher low here, Sharif, and then makes the break through 100 breakout on CoreWeave happening as of right now. Jeep Limited, thank you for the super chat. For the Obster, nice. Oh, wow. Thoughts on AMPX? I'll give you my thoughts on AMPX right after we get back from Adara.
Give the thoughts right away, Obi. I just want to let everybody know that this roundtable on rural health has just concluded, notably without any questions. Trump did not take any questions at this event. They just turned up the music to a very, very loud degree and told everybody to leave. So again, guys, this event is done, just over an hour long. Nothing really market moving other than the mentions of those health insurance companies. Once again, we'll have to wait and see if we do get a meeting with Trump and health insurance companies, which he teased out last year. Let's hear from Obi, though, with that super chat.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dara. AMPX, Amperus Technologies, Inc. Okay, I see what you're looking at. I like it. Oh, babe. Flagging to the upside right here, making some fresh highs. Prior day high as well. Let's take a quick look on the daily. Let's get rid of that VWAP. We don't need that over here when we're looking at the daily chart. I like to look at moving averages a little bit more when we're looking at the daily chart. Shrink with the ad libs, love it. $8 hold right here coming in after a pull up into $16. That was in October. Okay, so October we made that high, been bleeding out from there. Maybe this is that second leg here. $8 hold, holding some of this prior structure. This is where this bid came in, increasing volume, where we did break out this prior structure high, going into 950s and holding and sustaining in and around $10. We broke below $10. $8 came in, bit of a low volume trend down. You can see here the candles are very, very muted after some strong range. Like look at the ADR, the average daily range on some of these daily candles. When we're above $10, we get below $10, we get so muted. Look at how tiny. Most of these are dojis. We come step back in. Guess what, Sharif? What? We come in and break 10. Look at the ADR now. Interesting stuff. Increasing range on the daily. So it seems like maybe more participants being drawn to this name above $10. That's what this most recent action is showing me. Let's take a quick look at the relative volume that we've been having as well here. Is there anything of significance, anything that stands out? Yeah, take a look at this. On the day, we're about to re-break through that $10. In the pre-market, almost as if somebody knows, relative volume, the highest relative volume spike, and then intraday we break through that $10 and we gain that bit of an ADR increase once again. So today, low a day is coming in at $10, high a day at 11.06 here. So I like it. It seems like it's stepping up. Recent daily trend since the beginning of the year is straight to the upside, so higher highs and higher lows. But you got to remember, we're coming back into some of these prior levels. So what I would do, I would just mark off what I think are specific or significant support and resistance levels. There's one right here where you had this 3 days, it just couldn't get past this 1250, and then we broke down. So it's just like events. Any sort of indicators, just like how, if you guys are familiar with using Anchor VWAP, you anchor it to events. That's my same perspective on any sort of indicator, right? Especially like support and resistance. It's just like, okay, are these events? Now, events don't have to be correlated with news. They can be events of price action, and volume as well. You see that volume increases right here. You have a strong spike. I don't know if you guys can see this, but right here, strong spike in volume intraday. We push up into that 1250, get slammed back down the next day. So it's just like, yeah, maybe a little bit of event, triple top if you want to call it that, whatever fancy names you guys want to call some of these price action events. It's up to you, but we all look at the similar charts here. So next one. Here, $16. That's the high of that range as well. So yeah, let's see if this continues. We have some of this to get past, and then maybe we can get up to this 1250. That 1250 is going to be interesting. 3 whole days, it could not get through it, even through that high volume push that happened on December 5th. So AMPX, good look. I like it. I like it too. But I like the chart. I don't know if I'm going to trade it, but stepping up higher on the higher time frame for sure.
Respect that, Ope. All right, guys, what's it called? VEROs and a pullback. I was able to get a couple of good trades, even though it was pulling back. Let's see if it holds up at 10. 10 EMA on the 5 is 1032, and then obviously 10 is 10. So I got in here 11 1/4, and we scalped up to 12. So it was a decent little trade, and I didn't lose anything on that last trade. But I did, full disclosure, give back a little bit on the stop out. So we're 2 for 3 on this specific name. And then we're doing it freaking live here on JFPR. Yes. This one broke trend, and you sniff out these trend breaks once, you know, that very, very clear lower high, lower high, lower high just gives way. Talking about JFPR, and this was kind of the breakdown after that 196 high. And so once this trend line started showing that it was starting to give way, I got back in. I added a little bit here in the high 50s to get a better cost basis. I've wet the beak a couple of times into the 70s, at 70 and the high 60s. But really nothing doing here above 70s, having a whole bunch of trouble taking out 70 pennies. So we're gonna have to pack the patience here. Now, mind you, I will be patient with this one so long as I continue to see the higher low, higher high pattern after this, you know, latest trend break, which was a downtrend. So that's what I'm going to continue to watch on JFBR. I've got 64s on at the moment, but we did add nicely over here, looking for this one to hold up. I'm by no means turning the page on VERO. I just want to see, we're in a 3-candle red pullback at the moment on this name, coming in a lot closer to the 10 EMA. So if you're looking for this to reset, we could get that reset sooner rather than later. But look at JAGX. Oh my goodness. I was telling you guys that this one was a range trade until it wasn't. Remember, save a piece for the dream for that breakout of the upper trend line, and you got it, and you got it in spades. Look at that clean break through 127 or 125 or wherever the hell it was, and a move, obviously squeezing out a lot of shorts into 144, coming back a little bit down now into 135. This thing was up into high 80s. Now it's showing me 80%. So JAGX has to be on your radar right now if you are trading in the world of small cap gappers. This is a good looking name because also it's not as fast moving as a VERO. And you know, VERO is not everybody's cup of tea, right? Even if you're a small cap trader, a lot of people don't like that kind of insane movements where it's moving dollars at a time. Just can't stomach it. And more respectful of that, I could not be. And for those people, there are these kind of ones where you're going to have to be a little bit more patient, but you're seeing a trend. Nonetheless, it's discernible. It's a very clear upward channel. Upward channels don't happen by accident. They're happening because the buyers are overwhelming sellers. And that's really, very, very clear on every little drop there. So JAGX, in focus, IRE. Somebody in the chat just mentioned to me, Sharif, why are you not looking at IRE? I got IRE right here, my friend. 1280 high, zigging and zagging right now with 70 pennies. It's up it's up 19.8%. So on the precipice of taking that 20%. So we're going to keep an eye certainly on this one. But JAGX is all the rave right now, man, because it's like a penny off the highs and about to hit triple digits. So this could be the third triple digit small cap gapper on the day. And God knows we saw plenty yesterday. So let's not discount any of the other ones just because they're not 100% or more. Doesn't mean they're not tradable. Continuing to watch VERO here. Clean bounce off that 10 EMA. So this looks good, right? But you still haven't decidedly broken trend, right? The trend is still to the downside. You need to either make the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, or you got to break and hold above the trend line. So VERO looks like, the profit takers and or, the sellers are in control at the moment, but who knows if that subsists. Commodity King saying IoT. All right, let's take a look at IoT, Internet of Things. Samsara. You know what samsara means in Arabic?
What does it mean? It does sound like an Arabic word.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
I think it either means like a person who sells like what would you call like pistachios and cashews and almonds?
Nuts.
No, but not just nuts, but like a
here.
group. You know what I'm talking about?
There you go. A broker or a middleman.
Oh, really?
Is a samsara or a simsar.
Okay, so I completely had that wrong.
Yeah. A broker.
Okay, so I'm not as good as I thought. No, I thought it was something else.
For example, Robin Hood is a samsara.
Oh, okay. I like that.
There you go.
I like that. You learned something new
Weeble
today, baby.
is a samsara.
But yeah, IoT doesn't look too bad. But let's put up IoT here on the old black chart. Give me a second over here. Is simsar in Arabic? What is simsar? I don't know, actually, Ozan.
That's what he said. Just simsar. It was a singular or something.
What do you want?
The broker, the middleman.
What do you want?
Legumes. Is that that's what you're looking for?
No, but that's not
legumes.
what I didn't mean that. But yeah,
that green tea.
Yes, Drew Farrell. I do know about the EV deal with Prime Minister Carney and President Xi. I was talking to Brendo about it today. I gotta tell you, I'm excited. Okay? I'm excited. So we're going to get to that on the news. Obviously, we're going to be talking more about that. But for the moment, we got to go to Adara because she's got news at the big desk.
Quick crypto segment here. Let's talk about BTC. This nice look on the daily chart. Now let's see if we can actually hold this prior resistance that we broke out of earlier this week, that 94.7 level. And let's see if we can hold that as support. In the meantime, I do want to talk about a crypto-related story coming out of Europe. Belgium getting its first ever bank that enables Bitcoin and Ether trading. So KBC Bank, now the first Belgian bank to allow for the trading of Bitcoin and Ether in Belgium. So interesting look there. Let's take a look at the weekly as well. As I mentioned here, we have obviously quite the move for BTC this week. As you can see in the weekly chart, nice push to the upside. Right now, poised to close just over 4%. The upside on the week for BTC, though, of course, Bitcoin will continue to trade until Sunday as well, so its week is a little bit longer than the traditional 5-day trading week. That being said, once again here on the weekly, we can see what was also clear in the daily chart, this level of resistance that we've broken out of, that 94 halves, more or less. Again, let's see if this holds as support, and let's see if we close above it or below it on the week come Sunday at 11:59 p.m. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. Yeah, I'm looking for the next trade, man, but honestly, I don't really see too much. Microsoft is breaking out of its highs right now. Wow, look at that. Muscle memory, I type straight MSTR because I got that in the back of my mind. There's a rogue monitor in here that, I don't know.
Tell you, sorry, did they tell you about these ones?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yes, sorry. So
oh,
if you
no
drag
way.
past, it's going to be
okay,
there.
I'm just
so
like, there's stuff.
There it is. Bring it. Now you can bring it in. So this is the display
monitor.
No,
that's a duplicate.
Yes, that's a duplicate, and the one next to it is the rogue one. So
okay, I see what you mean. I'm like, dude, there's stuff on that's like missing. Okay, I see it now.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
I should have told you that. My bad.
That makes a lot of sense. Kind of, but all right. So let's see, what is next?
Get it over.
Intel, yeah, no, it's just I don't know. Anyways, market is reverted about 50% of its down leg as of right now. People still talking about CoreWeave, CRWV. What was the one? No, CoreWeave is going, man. 100 breakout brings us to 102s. Look at this thing go, man. What a momentous day for CoreWeave. 100 breakout. You know what I like to do with these?
What do you do?
I know just what to do with you.
You need a mean reversion animation. We need one.
You've seen Harry Potter, right?
I have not.
Okay.
I don't watch Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings.
Oh, come
all
on,
that kind
man!
of stuff.
You're not into that the fantasy, sci-fi. No. What's your genre of movie?
Action and sports.
Action and sports. I love action too. I actually watched The Accountant.
Okay.
Last
I haven't
night.
seen that.
Great movie.
Yeah?
Great movie. I like it. If you like action, it's going to be good. The Accountant is a great movie.
Who's in that?
But I don't know any of the actors. Oh, except for what's her name? Anna something. Anna Kendrick?
Anna Kendrick.
Who?
I like Anna Kendrick.
No,
She's hilarious. She's so small.
I think it is her. I think it is her. But yeah, no.
Ben Affleck, everyone's saying. Ben Affleck.
Affleck. That reminds me of that ad.
Of course it does. Who does
I don't know if they still do that ad. Do they still do the Affleck ad?
I think it's around on football. Maybe. Ask Neil, because Neil watches a lot of football. Do they still have the Affleck commercials during football? He doesn't know. All right.
Does The Accountant have a sequel?
I have no idea. All right, let me cover something. Because your boy just got into JAGX, okay? Reason is I got into JAGX, big pullback. I got in at 135. I didn't mean for this one to be lower bottom wick. My plan was to retest the breakout level, right? And the breakout level to me was a break above my trend line, okay? So what I said was, look, Sharif, you're getting in at 133 and you're averaging into about 128, and then if it loses that, it's all over. So we got a couple of great beak wetters right now going on JAGX. But it's coming back down into my area, so this could be a reload area. But there goes JFBR into the high there at 174. We just 73, excuse me. We wet the beak. We're waiting at 77s now. Let me adjust that, excuse me. So JFBR is putting in that rounding shape. You know, whether or not we clear 180, where we clearly had a lot of resistance earlier, your guess is good as mine. If 180 clears, then we're looking at 196 as the high of the day, and then we'll see if that one wants to hold up. But JFBR trading me nicely for now. Underline that for now. We still have many different, I don't want to keep using these gun references, many bullets left in the clip or whatever. Huh? The Joey
I like that. I use that all the time. Like you need to save some rounds in the clip.
Bang.
Right. And sometimes how I like to use that as well is just like sometimes if I'm not doing too well and I'm coming in and I'm like, okay, stock selection has not been great as of recent. I only have 3 rounds, so I got to use them wisely.
I like that.
That's the rule.
Not a bad one.
Right. I have 3 rounds for the whole day. So if I'm taking shots, they better be headshots.
This guy's using, I like the gamer references, right?
I mean, I don't know if it's just a gamer reference.
Well, we're
real life
pretend it's only a game reference right now, because we don't want to give the wrong idea. But completely agree with you there, buddy. All right,
you got to be STK at all times. Right. Otherwise, why do I want to take the opportunity?
Right.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Here comes, and there it goes. JAGX into that 148, 47, excuse me, got the beak wet at 46, looking for continuation into the $0.50 and above. Let's go ahead and post here on the X one at 49s, and there it goes into 50. That is a new high of day. I'm now posting at 55. There's 53, another high of day. This one is on its way, and there it is, 57. The breakout is on the X one right now, JAGX. We're posting at 65er next. No, we're not posting at 65. I'm sorry, Ozan, I won't do that again. We're posting at 69. And here comes 65. I should have taken it out at 65. I'm playing, of course. Let's see what this one does. The strength is on right now on JAGX. The breakout is big, and it is dangerous here for the shorts. They're caught off guard. It is a 67 high now. 69, there it goes. Now it's a 73 penny high. JAGX now up 115% and looking at ripping off faces here. Stand in front of this one at your own peril, baby. Very, very strong, very clean. 58.5, 59 million shares now printed on the day. For now, I've got top wick and bottom wick. This one feels good. Okay, this one feels good. Just for the reason of having top wick and bottom wick. That's, you know, a trader's dream, so to speak. But it won't stay that way for long. I'm sure we'll make higher highs, and we'll keep an eye on that. JFBR coming back down into my entry. Question is, do I add here? Are we still holding trend though on JFBR? Am I seeing something distinctly different, to use a term from the man beside me here? I personally don't see one. I'm going to base my out on JFBR on area trough low, okay? I don't have too many, well, actually I do. I still have some shares here, which is a problem because I don't want to be DCAing with heavy shares. So I have to think this one through. Do I want to chart off the 5 and give it to trough low? In that case, it'll be south of 150 into 146. That's more than I'm willing to stomach, given how much I'm holding. The other look is I can chart off the 1 and give it to trough low on the 1, but we know what that means. More noise, more, you know, possibilities to get shaken out, even though it was a good trade. So JFBR, I'm going to need to do some thinking on this one for now, but out of the money by 4 pennies and not very happy about it. Keeping an eye on this one. We did de-risk. We are positive on it, but I'm not very happy that I didn't take out more at the top. All right, so that's the look there. Do I ever use Bollinger Bands? I did, brother. Shout out to Escape Planet. I did use Bollinger Bands. I just felt, you know, that they're just telling me what I can see another way, right? And to be honest with you, I don't like indicator overload. Pretty simple with me when I'm intraday trading, right? Yeah, if you're swing trading, that's something completely different, and you want to do quant stuff in addition with TA, right? So you can say, like, a lot of people are using AI for this, and they're like, okay, you know, if Bollinger Bands are touched, I don't know, I'm just giving you any random theory, 3 times in the last 5 minutes, what are the chances upper Bollinger Band is touched 3 times within the last 5 minutes? What are the chances of a reversal? A lot of people are doing this quantitative stuff with technical analysis to kind of get more of an edge, and I can completely respect that. Hard to do intraday, at least on the show. I save that kind of stuff for swing trading, but great question. Nice. Bollinger Bands are ones that, you know, I know about, but I seldomly use them.
Yeah, it's just an indication of just something that might be, you know, slightly overextended, or if you're using mean reversion or anything like that. Bollingers are something that definitely are, let's say, a guide rail, not really a guard rail, but a guide rail. Yeah, no, it's interesting there, and I definitely agree with you there, Sharif. Indicator overload is absolutely unnecessary, but you know, I've also seen videos with intraday traders that have, like, you can barely see the candles anymore. That's how many things they have on their intraday. They're pretty profitable as well. Some of them extremely, but yeah, no, it's to each their own. I like to keep it simple. I like my charts mainly naked, nothing on them. Maybe a VWAP at most. If I see myself throwing on a moving average, then maybe sometimes I know I'm in trouble. If I start adding indicators mid-trade, that's a good indication of just you trying to, like, you know, grasp for what's the saying? Grasp at straws.
Yeah, grasping at straws. Yeah, like
so
you're
it's
trying
just
to
like,
fit trade within your own narrative.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, okay, you know. That's a little bit of, that could be a little bit of trouble there. But simply, if I'm like, okay, let's define a bit of a trend we're going to use, I might just throw on a moving average here, IONQ. Someone in the chat mentioned IONQ. I might throw on a trend line, right? Moving averages and trend lines are probably the things that I use the most. VWAP is a moving average, right? It's the volume weighted average price, right? So it is a moving average line. So, I almost forgot what the APL is for there. But Microsoft breaking out of its highs here. So MSFT, that's what we were trying to look at earlier. And I typed in MSTR. So 460 was the high a day there, breaking out 461.40. So these quick little scalps, man, these are coming in quite nice on the day as well. Let's take a look at some of the other mags. Apple was about to break, or looked like it was about to break some day lows there. Apple coming in with that slight consolidation, looking distinctly different from that of the market. What are these levels? I think I defined them just a few days ago. Hello, what's going on here? Okay, so maybe some significant levels from recent. Yeah, there it is. So right here. Why did I define these levels? Because I was trying to play them on this day, I think, Friday. Yes, that makes sense. I was on last Friday, and I was just being like, okay, pre-market opening range, or pre-market high, opening range high, and then this high here. And guess what, Sharif? We've been stuck in this range on Apple. Do I really, really need these? Maybe. This was that flush open on Thursday, so maybe a little significant, not as significant throughout the week, but it seems like it held as a bit of support. We broke below, we broke above. We've been chopping these levels all sorts of ways, so you definitely have to watch out for that. But the range, Sharif, is what I'm looking at here. So I just talked about maybe not populating the chart with too many indicators, and guess what? I'm about to do that right now. Where is the range? Range one right here. It should be with where's the move?
You've had an opportunity to look at VERO. This is all you right here, Ob. This is your
Euro. Yeah, man. I know. Neil messaged me earlier. He was telling me how much the shorts are worth. Seems like the shorts have definitely come in now. But the thing is, like, bigger picture, yes, this leg, because of that extension all the way up to, what is that, 12s, right?
Yes, sir.
So that extension to 13.
Yeah.
That extension to 13, that leg is much larger, so I do expect the pullback to be somewhat symmetrical as well. Technically, it's still structuring higher highs and higher lows.
Yes.
So, yes, you can get in on that leg extension because you're just like, this could be exhaustion. But guess what? No sign of real exhaustion just yet. It could pull back. It could revert.
I see.
But some of the best reversions on this, I really want some sort of like exhaustive or capitulatory move to get involved. And that's usually followed in and around with a volume signature, with some
You're not really seeing that right now.
really aggressive price action, right? And it's like when you see it on the tape, you just know it. You're just like, yep, that's exhaustion right there.
Interesting.
Right?
Very.
So something like that. And I wasn't there to see that wick up into 1293. So
yeah.
Not really going to participate right now. I think that tape confluence definitely helps when you're watching for some of those exhaustive points, because the turn. Right. The turn. You see this, you see sellers, aggressive sellers, and then can't do any more of that. Boom, swipe. Back to the upside. Same thing on the other side. Buyers. So they swipe up, maybe they're getting squeezed. It's the last of the buyers, and then there's no more buying. Boom, seller step right back.
Right
so it's
back
just
in,
like,
yeah.
so that's the kind of action that I really love for an A+.
Fair.
Set up for an exhaustion or a capitulation, both kind of the same thing if you flip them around. Yeah, I like that look on Vero for sure. I mean, if I was watching it, if I hadn't had some inventory, I might have participated. But for that, I got to be sitting there, got to be watching it, got to have fingers on the trigger to take shots at that thing.
No doubt. What the hell is this? A lottery? Okay, here we go. All right, we're back into JagX. Here we go. I posted at 77. It got to 77. Didn't cross 76. Seller at their 77 again, not crossing. So I'm not getting the print on JagX at 77. There's a seller there that we can't seem to shake, but I do like the chart pattern. This candle does have lower highs though. It's a 181 high that we still haven't cleared yet. Now the seller's coming in at 75, 76 again. Can we take a quick gander at that 77 seller? We can't even make it up there. I'm going to wet the beak here. We're going to remove the other order. Let's move it up a little bit into 80, 77. Just got decimated, 79. Here we go, looking for 80. We're posted at 89, 70. There's 80, and there is the print. It's another high a day into 81 on JagX. Let's go. We're looking for 88s now. Shout out to my boy CD. We're keeping an eye on this one. Double top at 81. Be careful, though. Double top 81. Current bar low. Dang it, man. I don't understand this software. It drives me crazy. It doesn't show me when I mouse over. 168. Current bar low, 168. That's where my stop goes in for the last remaining amount, 168. Let's watch now. 77, 90, sorry, 80, 80 again, 82, 87. I'm posted at 88s. Let's go. 84 showing up again. So we're 1 penny off my exit here. 87 high, continuing to watch. By the way, same thing. Prior bar low is 67. So we're leaving the, or 68. Leaving the order there, back into the high to mid 70s we go, looking for continuation into the 80s. We've got an unbroken trend of higher lows. So if you're basing your exit off prior bar low on the 5, you are okay. And you haven't been stopped out. You haven't been stopped out, quite frankly, I don't know, since it looks like 11:15, right? Because I don't think we've had prior bar low breach. Mind you, some of the prior bar lows have been far below the main price action because of the breakouts were so parabolic. So keeping an eye out on this one, looking for a move back into the 80s, but we're still holding a piece. We're looking for a little bit more here on JAGX. Separately, Vero, VERO, starting to look a little distinctly different, to take a word from the man over here. But I might have to flip back into JAGX because it's right back into my entry. But I'd like to, look for a trend change here on VERO. Now, I don't want to start seeing what I want to see. I need to see a decided move, a decided break above this trend line. This is what I'm talking about right here. As you can see, we're still putting in those lower highs. Even though this current candle looks good, I need to see a decided break of that, and then I'll get back in, and we'll have possibly a couple more trades on VERO. Back to JAGX. So this is an ugly topping tail candle here, man. But so was the prior candle too, quite frankly. So what does that mean? Well, that means there's aggressive profit taking and or the short sellers are quite committed at these levels, because these topping tail candles on the 5 don't happen by accident, right? It means that people are looking to take profits, quite aggressively, or the shorts really are quite committed to their cause and are looking to take this one down again. We still haven't broken prior bar low, topping tail candle or not. Prior bar low still holding. Mind you, current bar low, as I mentioned, 68. Prior bar low, 60.5. So if you're basing your out on prior bar low, I'd be putting it at 59, give it a little bit of breathing room there. So JAGX, 1 or 2 pennies in the money, but we took that nice breakout, 87 high. I'm posted at 88. It's got to take out the intraday high today for me to get printed. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. And then separately, of course, JFBR. I'm still keeping an eye on this, defending 150 quite well, but definitely seems like it's in consolidation mode here as opposed to any discernible trend. So that's what I'm looking at, Ope.
Yeah, I'm watching this Amazon here, man. This market looking like potentially turning back down as of right now. So yeah, breaking some structure here. You can see Amazon. Let me just pull it up on this level 2 at the same time. Let's see if it can continue to break down. This 237.60s is where this prior structure is here. And yeah, if the market's going to pull back in, I do want to take a little bit of participation there. There it is. And see if we'll have some continuation. VWAP's all the way at 238. So about 50 pennies away, roughly. Any sort of bounce up into there, I'm willing to get involved as well. You can see here that 238s before chop zone, we did sell off of the open. We attempted to get through. We attempted to get through a bunch of times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 times as well. Couldn't really get through. Sellers step right back in. We take it to 236 halves, roughly 40s there. And then we slowly grind back up. That's confluence with the market bounce as well. But guess what? Same thing with the market. The NASDAQ did a 50% retracement here of that down leg, roughly 50%. I'm just eyeballing it. The ES a little bit more. We're looking at the 15-minute charts here. So that's coming in here as well. Maybe some more sellers. And then we finally do get above that 238 after 11 o'clock. 11:30, we push up 238. 40s, 230s, that's the most we could do, and then sellers step right back in. So VWAP hold, confluence with an intraday resistance level, and then now the market's turning as well. So that's 3 factors of confluence for me, 3 strikes, boom. I definitely want to participate in a little bit of that and see if it works. Market is also turning. Prior bar low breaks here coming in on the 15 minutes at the same time. There goes Intel with some fresh lows, man. I thought it was over when it started to hold 48s. Over. It did not re-engage at the lower high that was made 48 halves, and then the break back down to 48s. That makes it even better. We're trading at 47s now. So definitely a big bit of a miss on my part. But where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking at. We'll let this one cook right here. At the same time, let's see if this is working. Wow, man, this is pretty crazy how buggy this PC is. I might have to. I mean, I think I'm going to be on all of next week for Joe as well.
He's off all of next week.
He definitely he asked me for it. He's just like, yeah, I need some more time to recover. I was like, all right, yeah, man, you take all the time you need to recover, and I'll be more than good for that. But this PC is definitely going to need some fixing. I'm going to spend some time doing that today.
Get some of the tech guys to help you out, man.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm going to ask around for some help for sure.
You want to see your boy?
This is, yeah, no, you showed that picture yesterday. Yep.
Look at his
He's locked in,
ass leg, bro.
to say the least.
Yeah, look at that swelling. Look at the swelling. Joey Ops, bro. My poor man over there, man. He's going to have to waddle around. We saw Neil do that.
I like that carpet table combo is nice.
Yeah, you know, actually, he sent the picture earlier, and it was looking like, you know, Selena definitely did all the decorating there. You know he didn't have a hand in that. I'm playing there. I love him. But yeah, Joey Ops doing it live. Where's that other picture he sent? There it is. Hold on. Look at this. Look at this. This is a clean setup, Bob. I'm not going to hate on this setup. He's got the 75 there. He's got the plant. Nice, you know, neutral.
You know what's jokes? He sent me the same picture, but then I was on.
You were on.
Yeah.
I can't be sending
That's funny. That's
pictures
funny.
of myself. What do you want, Ram? I can't hear you. But Ram, like seriously, I can't hear. I can hear you're talking, but I can't hear anything you're saying. Sorry, girl. Just boost up that volume a little bit, Ram. And yeah. Shout out to Gorav. That's his boy, Joey Options. Yeah, he'll be back. He'll be good. He'll be good to go. We got to troll him a little bit, though. Oh, there she is. I said, look how rude she is, bro. She's got to start with capital letters. Tell him to learn how to take photos. Yeah, well, not everybody is production team level, Ramin. Okay? We don't have professional trading on the cameras. Unreal. All right, JagX is bleeding its own blood, but this could be an interesting area. Just hold the phone straight. Ram, he's on medication right now. He's flying high. Leave him alone, right? So 150 coming in there for JagX. That's also the buy zone that we talked about. Well, that's not the buy zone, excuse me. That's actually incorrect. The buy zone was at 130 to 140, but the 10 EMA and 150 now are close to overlapping with the 10 EMA on the 5 at JagX. I think 147, 146. The $0.50 is being defended here, up 98%, 187 high. I had an order at 88, didn't work out, so we're going to keep an eye on this one, but I'm definitely looking possibly at getting back in here on the JagX. Let's give this one the old college try, Assassino. What we're going to do is we're going to get in close to the $0.50. That way, if we get in at the $0.50, we can just give it to below the 10 EMA on the 5. It loses the 10 EMA. I'm out. Simple as that. So there we go. We're in at 53s, excuse me. So break even currently. Let's look for some profit takers towards that 60 level and then possibly above if we can get that. All right, Sharif. Shout out to Brent. Appreciate you, Brent, dropping cash in the chat. Appreciate that, my man. $2 super from Brent. Sharif, please take a look at RDW, long-term hold. Say less, my man. We're going to do it right now. RDW is the ticker being spoken about by Brent. Take a look. Redwire Corp on the NYSE. What am I looking at here, Brent? I'm looking at a $2 billion market cap, and they are an integrated aerospace and defense company. Already love the sector. You know how I feel about that. Defense company focused on advanced technologies, focused on aerospace infrastructure, autonomous systems, multi-domain operations, leveraging digital engineering and AI automations. You got to throw in the AI, of course. 1 second, Assassino. We're going to do that in 1/2 second. We're just going to look at the daily here. So I've seen better looking dailies, especially in the defense sector. So what I'm seeing here is an unbroken down, well, not downtrend, but lower highs. Certainly you could make the argument there's a downward channel as well. What I do like about this, Brent, is that you've reclaimed the 200. You're on a nice little uptrend there as of late since the lows in December to the current price action. You're up 155%. I like that very much. Key levels for me are going to be a decided break of this trend line. That's first and foremost. Second, what we're looking at here is a break of this key area of support, 15. 15 is yelling at me right here. $15 resistance, acts as support. $15 resistance, acts as support. $15 so 15 is going to be a key level here after this trend line breaks. I like it. I like it off the lows. You can't dog something that's 150% up in the matter of a month and a half. I like the sector. Not a bad name, Brent. Just use stop losses, use risk management skills, but you've got the right sector. The chart, I've seen better charts, but look at this volume profile, mind you, as well. A very, very healthy volume profile here supporting this uptrend. I like it. Good luck, Brent. Hope you print up multiple storms. But we're going to take a quick pause right now. I do see the super chat. Thank you for that. I will take a picture of it, and I will cover the super chat as soon as we get back from Happening Now with Adara and Neil's lesson of the day.
Let's talk about this market. I mean, certainly making some lower highs, that's for sure. Here's the 15-minute chart. We did drop right off the open, as Obi mentioned, a nice reversion here. But this most recent 15-minute candle showing more signs of weakness, potentially to derail any strength here heading into the end of the day and the week for the S&P 500. Now, heading forward and just what to be aware of looking into the next couple days. We did have some Fed speak today. Fed's Bowman being a little bit dovish, saying that she doesn't think the Fed should be signaling any kind of pause to its rate cutting campaign. But we also have the Supreme Court apparently signaling that they could be making or releasing a decision here on Tuesday. Not clear if it's about tariffs, but just be aware there could be some kind of decision which potentially could relate to tariffs on Tuesday, January 20th, when we get back from the long weekend. SanDisk, SNDK, started really strong here, much like Micron and all these names in the memory space, but giving back a lot of that strength here. The main catalyst for this actually had to do with MU, which had its first insider purchase from a president by the name of Mark Liu since 2022. So nice insider buy here for MU, but unable to continue to lift the stock today. Then we have ASTS, and I want to mention these space names once again. I've talked about them a lot today, but they're one of the few sectors and areas that's actually staying quite strong despite this weakness and wishy-washiness here in the market. AST Space Mobile, once again, here landing a prime shield slot under the Golden Dome strategy. We are going to send you over to Neil and his always exciting lesson of the day. But before we do that, we have to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Why? Because concussions demand fast solutions. NYSE listed Origenics, or OGEN. They're developing a solution designed to reach the brain in a quick and non-invasive way. How do you learn more? Well, you can just schedule a meeting today. Thank you very much to OGEN. Thank you very much to Neil. He's going to give us a lesson of the day. So, Neil, let's hear that lesson.
Appreciate you there, Adara. And lesson of the day, I just heard Sharif go, yeah, Neil. Well, yeah, Sharif, guess what I'm going to talk about today? It's in there. JFBR, it's in there. Why? Because trading and patterns are fractal. And fractal means that you can find them on higher time frames. But you know what? It also means that you can find opportunities, hopefully when you develop a strategy, in some other places. Like if you're not a small cap trader, I find oftentimes it's like we look at some of these names later in the session for those big power moves later in the day. But sometimes right off the open, some of the setups that we look for, that I look for maybe 20 or 30 minutes into the session or a little bit later in the session, on these small cappers, because they do so much volume pre-market, it's almost like around the open is that 10, 10:30 where you've got the opening range. It's like they're showing you in the pre-market what we get out of the first 30 minutes in some of the bigger cap tech names or the medium cap tech names. And so what I've found is you can get opportunities like this JFBR. Just look at this, ignore some of the dark pool wicks, top and bottom. The body of the lower highs and the higher lows going into the open formed a perfect wedge. And instead of waiting for this to happen at 10 o'clock, this ends up being a clean breakout right at 9:30. And if you weren't tracking this pattern the same way we can't do trend reversions at like 10 o'clock or 10:30, whenever it might be, you can be doing that with some of these small cappers. Because if you miss that entry, like that's it. That was your chance. You're pretty much gone. Now remember, when you're doing a strategy like this, I find on small cappers, you might have to adjust in terms of what your stop might be. Like the whole tight stop in here would be break there, maybe give it to this level. I would figure you're giving it to all the way to the bottom of the trend, of the downward trend line, because small cappers probably want a little bit more space. But that's so similar to like when we look at wedge setups or trend breakouts or trend reversals at 10, 10:30, that you're going to get something like that on a JFBR, that you're going to get something like, and I can pull up Veru for a similar notion. Like Veru is almost, it's literally a consolidation break. Like, look at this. Like that's a pattern. If we were sitting there, I say we a lot, but I should say me, but I do say we a lot. But if you're sitting there, and I like trend reversions, well, look at this one. From lower highs into a flat bottom, and then right at 9:30, it just immediately breaks out. Well, it's like, okay, Neil, but good luck catching that little mini micro break at 9:30. Look at the volume candle. You're not going to get that. What's another strategy that I really love in the open market outside of revisions? Oh, that's right. Pull back into the prior high. Well, if you like to pull back into the prior high, it does the trend break, pulls back into what? The prior high. It's about as good technically as you're going to find. Like, it's absolutely gorgeous on Veru. And so a lot of times what'll happen is, like, you know me, like I can have a million plans of action, this stock at this price and key levels or whatnot, and then something comes along and it's like, oh, boom, let's go into a reversion because we happen to like it. But like, what am I doing for the first half an hour? Is stalking SMCI, waiting for a trend reverse. Well, that's not bad. 32 to 31 ain't bad. But I mean, if you get this trend break or this pullback in a prior high in Veru on a small capper, it's insane how good this trade ends up being. Like, you're just sometimes talking an order of magnitude better. Now, that does require, I would say, like an exit strategy. If I was to be trading these a little bit, if I start to apply this, which I'm going to try to do maybe this year, you have to have a different exit strategy. And that's sort of the second part of it. Because my strategy usually involves like going, step by step and taking profits out at like a small measured move, something along those lines. When you're doing it in the small capper, you have to have an exit strategy which is holding a little bit longer if you're going to make it work. There's more slippage, you want to get more upside, that's just how they are. But the actual patterns that you're looking for, they develop in the pre-market. And that's what's cool about it. A lot of times with these other names, I don't care if SMCI has a pattern in the pre-market. The volume after the open matters too much more. But with these small cappers that gap around and do a lot of their volume relatively in the pre, that is enough data for you to find some of these patterns in the very first few minutes or right at the open even. So to all those small cap traders out there, it's a great game, but it's not just for only in the pre-market trading or waiting till they get that secondary push at lunchtime. You can use that pre-market as your opening range like you would for mid caps and big caps, and then look for trades right off the open. And both Veru and the second one, what is it, that Jag, I think it was a different one, JF whatever, JFBR. The names these Jeff's brands, yeah, that's a pretty funny name. It doesn't really matter. It's just about pattern recognition and then executing a plan of action. And if I like trend reversals and breakouts from trend lines, then you can find them here too. And don't let anybody tell you that you have to trade you have to trade large caps, or you got to do this or that. Penny stocks aren't any good. Blah blah blah. Trading is trading. Your job as a trader is literally to find edge and make money off of it. Nothing else matters in trading. And lots of things matter in life, but in trading, nothing else matters. Find yourself an edge and take advantage of it. And there are chances and opportunities in these small cappers as well, something that maybe I look to do a little bit more of this year. So I wish I could tell you. I was going to give a grade on the lunch, but I haven't even like unwrapped it yet. So does it? There's like the beef. Can you see? There's like the rice we got, then like vegetables, and then a little salad in there too. So it looks tasty. I just haven't tried it, so I don't want to jump to any conclusions here. Don't count your eggs until they're hatched, right? So enjoy the rest of your session, everybody. Good luck. We'll see you back at 2.
All right, thank you.
Somebody say eggs? I just heard eggs. That was a hell of a midday, a hell of a Neil lesson of the day, daily lesson by Neil, I should say, sorry, because it had to do with small caps, right? All right, guys, while Neil was dropping said lesson of the day, VERO decided to break trend and more content I could not be. We're in at 10, we're at 11. I'm looking at getting more in because it's now holding in higher highs and higher lows and has been since the I want to say the candle at 11:45 on the 5. I'm talking about this candle, bottom right of your screen, right there, that big red one. It never shows as clearly on the white charts as it does on the black one. So just let me show you over here. There's VERO. There's the candle. And since that, it's been subsequent higher highs and higher lows. Clearly a seller at 11, given what the candle here at 12:05 just did, topping tail in nature. This current candle that we're in, the 12:10 candle, is engulfed. It is higher, it has higher lows, but it has lower highs. So we just opened up. I think we're 1 minute deep in this candle, 2 minutes deep now. Let's see what this one ends up doing. A break of $11 here will probably get a lot of people long because, well, $11 level. We had a lot of trouble with 11 earlier. Recall 11 at 11 o'clock, at 11:05. Again, we barely broke through it here at 11:10. So $11, given what the 12:05 candle did, probably will be an interesting breakout level. I'm going to keep watching that, but always got something to tell you.
All right, guys, let me ask you this. If somebody handed you $1.25 million to trade, would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large sim and live funded accounts every single day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast same day and daily payouts. And right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off, buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code to check it out. All right, man, this Amazon, I did get a little aggressive with it, as the market looked like it was kind of chopping and popping to the downside. And yeah, none of the pops really kind of followed through. We got all the way up to VWAP or almost to VWAP, and then I was just like, okay, I'm taking more. Remember, I was like, sellers are at VWAP, so if we're going to pop towards it and make lower highs, I definitely want to participate. But guess what? Shorted, 69s, 66s, 60s flat, 55s as well. We got all the way down to this 237 40s. Market's looking like it's coming in as well, but it's just taking too long for me. There it is. There's a swipe up. So I did cover a decent chunk of it there, but Intel's the one, man. Intel continues to push lower, slow and steady. I guess that's what they say wins the race, right? And Intel to the downside, slow and steady, just bleeding out right now. Below 47s, fresh lows on the day. The market's not really doing too much. It looks like it's trying to pull back here. We still have about 44 seconds on this 15-minute chart to finish. Now 40 seconds right there. But yeah, let's see how this candle ends up closing. You can see prior 15-minute candle, strong bottom wick, maybe signifying a little bit more buying than selling going into the close of the prior candle there. But we did open up and starting to hold a little red on this one, but gotta wait and see, man. The buyers did come back after the selling, so I do have to be nimble. And I've said this before, the probabilities of different iterations of price action definitely change with every tick, with every order that comes in at times. Maybe sure, some orders not as significant as others. You got to be able to weigh the action as well. Like, for example, like Sharif was like, oh, there's head and shoulders here, right? This could be a head and shoulders. Guess what? This was resistance, and I didn't speak about the support that was here. We did bounce off of that support that was here earlier on in the day, and yeah, it's an inverse head and shoulders. Sharif was like, yeah, you got to watch out for that. I'm like, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. That is a bit of a range that held for over an hour. This range held from 9:40 all the way to 9:30, so just around an hour there. We pull back into that range after attempting to break it out both ways. We attempted to break it out to the downside. Couldn't really get too far, even though the range break was a great scalp. The reversion came in all the way to VWAP. And then now if we're going to chop around here, I do want to lighten up at the lower end of the range. I do want to maybe participate some more if we do get to the higher end of the range. And then just chop, 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 have a stop out. If it gets past that, it'll stop out. And ideally, I might not be in too much size, mainly size at the high of the range. And then lightening up at the lower end of the range, and then re-engaging if we do get a range break. staying nimble is the name of the game here, especially if I'm trying to trade some of this chop on large caps in the middle of the day. So
makes sense.
We'll see where the next trade is right here. I do have some of these stocks, Comcast as well. I don't know, Comcast was on my radar a little earlier. Softy might be the one.
Were you the one that told me you don't trade 5-letter tickers? You just invest in them? Was that wasn't you, was it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, CMCSA, okay, because GOOGL as well, right?
Yeah, no. There's no way
Okay, that was not you, huh?
Yeah, no,
That's not your not your wheelhouse there. Okay, I don't know who said that to me, but somebody said. Maybe
I don't think I'd do something like that. But
no, I don't.
Yeah,
think
it makes no
meant
sense.
as a serious thing.
Yeah.
It's more
yeah,
just
as like a joke. Yeah, I get it. But we talked about that Apple range earlier. That's coming into the low of the range. So I'm thinking maybe the market reverts in and around here. The market did revert. We bounced off of 25.6s here on the NASDAQ, and then 6.9, 6.5s here roughly on the ES as well. But okay, here we go. The beginning of the next 15-minute candle. This might be the flush that I'm looking for here, Sharif. And Softy might be the vehicle that I want to take. You keep typing MSTR, man. Oh my God. It's the MS, and then the T's right there, T's and Softy too, and the F and the R are right there as well. So I don't know, my brain's getting a little jumbled there on that 462.27 high a day there. 15-minute prior bar break coming in after a few 15-minute candles hold, and you can see the prior two candles. What do they call this? Is this a hammer? It's a hammer candle.
Star, or what is it called?
Shooting star.
Shooting star. I just call it a topping tail.
Yeah, it's seller dominance at the beginning, at the end of that candle right there. So, and we close, like I said before, there's so many different names for this stuff, and they all, it's not like one way is right or wrong. It's just like everybody has so many different names for this. I know there's official names in technical trading books as well. But you know, it's always fun to come up with your own names. Make it your own. You know, like you have the Quadung, and I assume that as well. I'm like that's a Quadung candle. You know.
Listening to Max say Quadunk was the best ever. Because, like, you know, he couldn't really wrap around saying it properly, but we miss Max, man. All right, there was a super chat that we got before the before we had to go into happening now and Neil's lesson of the day, and obviously I can't read that. So if this is you right there. Hello. Yeah, not that one, Assassino. We'll get to that one in a second. Can you look at VNRX, long-term hold? VNRX is the ticker. We're going to look at that one in a hot second, and we'll get to, I promise, the other one. VNRX. Let's take a look at this. What do we got here? Volition RX. Volition RX. Let me do a little bit of information search here. 28 penny stock, down 3% on the day. Traded about 394,000 shares of volume. That doesn't matter, obviously, because it's a long-term hold. Market cap of $34.75 million. Is a multinational company focused on advancing the science of epigenetics. The company is dedicated to saving lives and improving the outcomes of people and animals with life-altering diseases through earlier detection, as well as diseases and treatment monitoring. Through its subsidiaries, developing, commercializing blood tests. Oh boy. To help diagnose and monitor a range of diseases, including cancers and disease. I don't know. I just think of Elizabeth Holmes as soon as I hear stuff like that, right? So, yeah, US2 yeah, that's the thing. All right. So it's not a good-looking chart. I hate to start off negative like this. This chart really does go all the way back to May of 2022. And it has been an unbroken lower low, lower high trend since then. It has lost its status as a dollar name, meaning that either a delisting is coming or a reverse split to get back in compliance. It tried to test the dollar in July. I'm not sure how they haven't gotten a letter quite yet. Is this a NASDAQ name? Amex, that's why. Okay, so that's why they're not getting the letter. Makes more sense. I don't like it. I don't know anything about the fundamentals of the company, so I want to make that very clear. But the technicals are not showing anything positive to say. I hate to be super negative. This is the weekly on it. We're at all-time lows, or it looks like we just got to all-time lows. I want to say on this day, November, so basically the end of the year. we got to all-time lows, having a low there, I believe, of 22 pennies. So I'm going to say no. This looks like it could be all-time low. So back in 2013, it got to 25 pennies. So no, 22 pennies is the all-time low. I don't like it. I like what they have to say in terms of, you know, what they're trying to do. But the market typically judges whether it's good or bad. And the price here is determinative for me. And I'm sorry, but I wouldn't invest that. Assassino, can we put up the other super so we can get to it? Pardon me? I did that one? Okay, no worries, no worries. I appreciate that. No worries. Okay, guys, JAG-X is breaking trend, and it's looking real good here, okay? It's having trouble with 160, but it is holding clean off the 10 EMA. The reason I'm saying it's having trouble is because nothing is closing above 160, whether on the 5-minute or the 1-minute, which means sellers are obviously earmarking that 160 area, whether short sellers or profit takers, and so we need to see how this is going to manifest. Now, what you could do is you could base it on prior bar low. Prior bar low takes us to 151. So you're going to have to risk 10 pennies here. Are you going to make 10 pennies on the way up? Well, it's a 187 high. Just ask me, because I had my order at 188 and we didn't get the fill. So that is the situation. I'm thinking here that I want to work my way back into JAG-X. I don't want to get too quickly. I'm going to get in here. What did I get? I got 61s. Fantastic. Not a good price. We're going to post. We're going to post at 65 and 69. Let's see what we get on this one separately. Oops. VERO. What the hell happened to my level 2? It disappeared. That's okay. We can open up another one. That's what this for. Is that time of sales? There we go. Stock window. Just allow me a second over here.
There's a lot of disappearing windows today, man.
Yeah, it's okay, Ob. Not a problem. Not a problem. JAG-X on the NQ, and we got to link this window now, though, Ob. What number is that? That's 11. So we're gonna do it live. We're gonna link to window 11. There we go. Apply. Okay. And here we go. We're at 164. I'm posted here at 65. Let's see if we can get that move up into 65. There's a huge seller at 64 that we can't shake. And look at the amount of buy orders coming in on the time and sales. So the shorts are certainly earmarking this 160 area here as a clear area of resistance. We can't close above it, so I'm going to have to be alive to that. So, but I wanted to get to VERO because as Neil was dropping his lesson of the day, I was getting in and getting out. So initially in at 10, scalped up all the way 11, rejected 11, got back in at 85. At 10.85, scalped up into the $0.25. Added twice on this. So we're riding trend here on VERO, but trend is giving it up and giving it up in a hurry. And this is not a good look whatsoever. Let me tell you why. Because this is becoming an area crest and a lower crest at that. Area high, and then this is turning into an area high, which means what? Which means a lower high. That's a no good, because that is what we call a descending wedge, especially with this 10,950 area acting as the flat bottom. This could end up being a flat bottom break. I'm not calling it quite yet. Just saying be on the lookout for that. If this ends up being an area crest at $11, well, it's a substantially lower area crest than the 12 or 13, depending on whether you're looking at closing print or wick. The reason I got in, though, is because it broke this decided trend line. So, meaning what? If we get back above 11.25 and stay above 11.25, I don't worry about that flat bottom break anymore, because that's not an area crest anymore, because we will have taken it out. We'll have gone above it. So that's my look there. But look at JAG-X go, pleasing me. Very, very nice. What a move up into 169. We get the beak wet. In fact, it was 170. Now let's post at 177. Good look here on JAG-X. Looks like we took out that seller at 65. 65, I think he was, 64, 65. Let's see now, can we work our way back into that high a day? Again, it's 87, the high of the day. But if you're looking at wetting the beak at 87, I would say the next profit taker needs to be closer to that $2 area. Because if we take out the high of the day, the chances are, you never really know, but the chances are we at least glance at two, if not clear it. So keeping an eye here on JAG-X, it seems to be, one of the ones that's still holding up. I want to mention IBRX, though, for the OG Bovin. because Bhavan's been talking about IBRX all day, and he has a reason to. It's up 36%. It's a good-looking trade. It's not a rocket ship like VERO or any of the others, but this is a hell of an upward channel. And as I always say, trade it like an upward channel until it shows you the breakout. So what does that mean? That means you leave a piece for the dream. You're getting in towards the lower end of the range. That's the lower trend line right there. You're looking at picking up, having a resting order there probably helps, and then you're wetting the beak. You're taking profits towards the upper end, the upper trend line there, and then you're leaving a piece. Because if the upper trend line breaks, you want to be holding for that, that short squeeze where some people are caught offside. So IBRX in focus, but CTMX needs to be in focus as well. A slower mover, but a beauty nonetheless. 21.5% in the Ville of Green. This looks really good, having not even glanced at the 10 EMA on the 5 since 10:30, and that was the last time it touched it. And it's been much more steady state, higher lows, higher highs. Good volume support. It's not the biggest volume play on the day, but a very clean move nonetheless. CTMX, for those who don't really want to trade the parabolic names, looking real good. Just before we send it back to OB, VERO is putting in a higher low relative to this candle here. So this could be its own independent upward channel. Okay, so I need to be alive to that as well. And a move above this doji candle here, the one at 12.15, which would be 11.25, I want to say 11.25, 11.5, gets me back into VERO, because that would be a reclaiming of the area crest. Keeping an eye on this one open.
Yes, sir. So that softy breakdown did come in, that consolidation 461. I did get involved, and you can see a couple arrows in there. So I think I mistyped my I guess stop a little bit there. I think I put 460s and some change, and then it should have been 461s and some change. You can see here price structures right there. It got me out right away as soon as we kind of hit that price. I was like, oh, what's going on? I want to get right back in here, but I guess we're now looking at the 1 minute chart. This is, I think, a 9 EMA if I'm not mistaken. So Softy was holding the 9 EMA to the upside here, all the way up to 462s. Bit of a change in behavior now as we slam back down through, consolidate, lower structure, stepping down. Market's printing its third red candle in a row now, Sharif. We did come down into 460s, but making lower highs right now as well. So just let's see if that follow through will come in. That's what I got. So that's what I got on watch, and I'll continue right after we get back. All
right, guys. PDS Biotechnology, trading on the NASDAQ under ticker PDSB. They're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. So you need to learn more at www.pdsbiotech.com. Gotta love, I love those headlines and those ad reads, especially the ones that are trying to cure things that ail so many of our family members. I don't know how many of you guys that are watching right now have a family member who's succumbed or having to fight cancer at the moment, and they're just, God, there's so many different types. So the sooner we get rid of that, the better. That's what I wanted to say there. Brisso, Sharif, were you a Tim Sykes guy? I'm not. I never was a sub $1 stock trader. Tim Sykes loves.
He does more than that. He does way more than that.
His wheelhouse is on the OTCs. And he likes those sub $1. I like RC. RC was my guy.
No, shout out to Tim Sykes, man. Like,
I have no beef.
Like I started my journey with a lot of his material, right? With a lot of his material. Again, a lot of people say a lot of his material is fluff, but here's the thing: the ability to extract information and value from a piece of content is all on you. Sure, a lot of it can be fluff, but can you really hone in and sit down and piece together the key points that the instructor, in this case, Sykes, is really trying to portray? That's where the skill lies, right? It's just like, okay, I've done so much school. What did I learn? The best thing that I learned was how to learn. I had so many profs that I did not like. Just because I don't like a prof, like a lot of people wouldn't like profs, and their marks in that class would be like abysmal, right? And then that was all on them. The material's the same. The material's the same. Same for everybody, right? It's just like, okay, you got to be, first of all, you got to be willing to learn. Here comes a little bit of selling on the market. Be willing to learn. And no, definitely shout out to him, because that's where I started a decent chunk of my journey. And another guy, I mean, I don't really hear too much about him anymore, but Tim Grattani. Oh, yeah. That was his content was a game changer for me. Because he was one of the first guys that basically showed you the book, showed you the tape, and then talked through his mindset while taking the trade. And I was like, okay, so this is like, he's really taking me through like what's going on. And that's where I learned the most from. So it's just like now
everybody's experience is a little bit different about who they really chose to.
Yeah, of course, and like I did a lot of Cameron as well. Yeah. Right. I did a lot of Cameron as well. I would sit there and watch. I didn't trade alongside him.
Seen you trade these on.
No, of course. I used to trade a lot of that theme when I was trading at home. Fair. Right, a lot of small caps, a lot of mid caps. Again, not a big account size. So I'm like, okay, how many shares of Tesla can I really take? So I did participate in a lot of that. And that's why sometimes I call it small to mid caps can be pretty ranked at times. But now I'm realizing it's just like, okay, now I've maybe learned a little bit more, stepped up my game, and some of those arenas might be a little bit more enticing for me. Right? So I'm just like, okay, well, no, shout out to some of those guys. They really bring in the crowd. I'll say that much. They're great. They're great at marketing, right? But it brings people into the scene, and from there, it's up to you to really evolve and step your game up, right? So it's definitely shout out to his teachings. There is a lot of good in there. I know he's kind of a hype man. Kind of a very, lots of marketing stunts, if you want to call them, but it's what gets the people going. So I don't blame him.
I like what you said.
I don't blame him. Man. It's a different game. It's a different game. But
gets the people going.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means. Yeah. Gets the people going. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
What? I don't know if he's. Are you talking to me, Fabian?
You got to be willing to learn. That's the biggest thing. You can't just discount somebody just because you think they're whatever. You got to be like, all right, what's the actual value that I can extract from this? It doesn't matter what I think about the person. What do I think about the content and the real, like, the knowledge that's being portrayed? Like was it back in he was on Wall Street Warriors.
Interesting.
I don't know if you remember, but he was on Wall Street Warriors. He had a short fund. There's a great interview that he did, a podcast with Lance recently, just talking about some of his past and stuff. It's definitely worth a watch there. But anyways.
Yeah, no. This is
besides
all for me.
the point. Yeah, man.
Dalliance with the small caps. I didn't even.
No, of course, man. Like
I had no idea.
Dude, I told you, I got my account got shut down a bunch of times. Like I got squeezed out. I got margin called a few times. Right, dealing with some of those names. Now, guess what? If I see squeeze tape, oh boy,
where the hell?
I know exactly what to do with it. Either get out or look for places where shorts are definitely absolutely gonna get rocked, and participate in that. Participate in the rocking of the shorts, right?
Understood.
It's there you go. Mike P. DeRider. Yeah, SMB as well. SMB puts out some great content for the trading community, right? Educational content. They're probably some of the best. But are you really willing to sit down and go through hours and hours of content? If you really want to learn, absolutely, you should be able to, or you should be wanting to, right? The same with reading. There's a lot of great books out there as well, but who's really putting in that time, right? Anyways.
I think with the small caps as well, the small caps really do, and trading in general, as much as you're gonna read and do your thing there from the educational sense, as much of it is, it's just so fast paced and requires a lot of practice. One thing I would definitely suggest for the small cap traders is hotkeys with different size, buy and sell hotkeys. Really depends on what system you're using. it really does help take profits at key levels because they don't spend too much time in any one area. So I really always want to stress resting orders there. All right, let's get right down to business because, you know, typical midday stuff where the small caps are pulling back and they're kind of their best look is behind them a little bit. But there are still some that are trading in non-parabolic ways. So let's get to those ones. IBRX, the one that the OG Bovin gave us, continuing to kind of trend in that upward channel. IBRX is the ticker. And this one had a great day yesterday. So this is a second day play. It's had multiple great days. So look, guys, from what the hell day is this? This Monday, the 12th. From the 12th to the high of the day, what the hell is going on over here? From the 12th to the high of the day today, we're up 144% on IBRX. So it's a good looker, but not really parabolic. I would be getting in here and giving it to 30. Let's go ahead and give that one the old college try. We're going to get into IBRX over here. We're going to take out Viking Therapeutics, IBRX. On the NQ, we're in at 33. We're looking at, yeah, right there. So we're at actually 32. Not bad, not bad. So getting towards that lower end of the channel. So the lower end of the channel for me, let me just maximize this so I can have a better look. IBRX. Now, where am I wrong here on IBRX if it doesn't hold up at the channel? I am wrong below 25. But I'm not going to give it to 25. We're going to give it to prior bar low, which takes us into 27. All right, fine. We'll do just that, and then we'll throw in the stop there. Just give me a second over here to set up. There we go. Good. Now we can kind of focus a little bit. I don't know why my position board is not working. As you know, I'm in at 33s. It shows that I'm not in, but I am in. All right, so let's go ahead, post at 37, and then we're going to put some above 40s as well. So IBRX, we're in IBRX. It'll hopefully show up on the position board once I wet the beak over here. We'll see whether this one pops up and gives me the print. Also, I wanted to point out CTMX, another really, consistent higher high, higher low. This one is so strong, it hasn't touched the 10 EMA on the 5 since 10:35 this morning. The 10 EMA is showing 504, so 505, 506 could be a good buy area. You could also look to defend into 5. That would necessitate a loss of the 10 EMA, but the $5 level is a key area of psychological support. So I'd be looking at CTMX for certain. And in fact, I'm going to look to set up on CTMX right now on a different trading screen. If I'm just able to move this over, let's go ahead and put CTMX on here. And I'm going to look for a $5 dip and pop. Is this an NQ name? Yes, it is. Good, good. All right, so we're going to look for 505 dip trade. We're going to sit at 505. Let's see if that comes into that. That will be a 10 EMA and a good look. Guys, JFBR, VERO, JAGX, some of the usual suspects, they're breaking down. Those were the parabolic names. That's why we're getting into these non-parabolic names. But I want to mention PRFX. Fantastic day yesterday in the aftermarket. If you guys caught this at 405, oh baby. From the closing print to the high of the day or to the aftermarket high. So I'm literally talking about 4 o'clock to about 5:15, up 89%. Today, the good news is we took out yesterday's high and we're holding yesterday's lows. This one I said very little about because it had been trading below VWAP basically the entire show. It just reclaimed VWAP now. $1.29 with VWAP at $1.24. So you're getting that rounding shape, right? Now, whether or not we clear 150 with any decisiveness, we couldn't really do it before, and that's what kind of caused this topping tail candle into 159. No closing prints above 150, mind you, so you need to be alive to that. So those are the ones I'm looking at getting into CTMX, looking at getting in IBRX, and then PRFX, I'm not too bad with. CTMX, Busy Trader says is doing bupkis volume. Let me just have a quick look. 4.5 million shares. It's not the best. I'm not going to pretend like it is, but 4.5 million on a $5 name. Look, it's subjective, right? It's time of day dependent and price dependent volume, that is, right? So what it was doing at 9 o'clock, given the price, is not what it should be doing, for a certain type of trade at 1 o'clock, given the price. So time dependency, price dependency for volume on these small cap gappers. That's just kind of my look there. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, so it did get taken out of that Amazon as it comes right back in, but with the open of this candle, some selling coming right back in as well. Didn't quite get stopped out of the softy as it didn't go high enough, but it's pulling back. It's holding this 461 as of right now, so I do have eyes on this. This Amazon, that was an aggressive bid. Breaking that range high, I was like, all right, cool. I did not get in anymore at the high of the range there, but stopped out over here into the push into 238, but got right back in as we show a little bit of weakness. So was that just a quick little wash into the range highs there? I have no idea, but the tape kind of stalled. We're pulling back in. Let's see if we can break back below 238s. I do want to be pretty nimble on this one there. 460s is what I'm looking at, or I was looking at here on Softy. So really just staring this down. We're back below 238s right here. Not really exciting stuff, but we'll see. We'll see if this will come into fruition here and give me some action to the downside. VWAP is where specifically? Let's take a quick look at where that might be. 237.74. So that's what we were kind of dealing with earlier there, 237.74s. But if we're going to continue this bid and push higher, I do want to just piece off and be like, all right, cool. Where's the next trade? I do want to cover some here on the whole. If it'll print me on the whole, 238s. It's got to go through it though, and if it doesn't, that's perfectly fine as well. But let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading? What are you guys involved with? Market maybe looking like it's maybe bouncing. Apple is the one, man. Apple's the one that is breaking through its lows with some distinction here, looking distinctly different. If I do say so myself. So Apple's the one right here. Where's my Apple chart? Let me pull that up for you guys. Apple. Okay, so where's the highs? Okay, cool. Right here. So the highs coming in right at that level. Let's get rid of some of this right here. So 258.90s is the high there. And pulling all the way back into 255s is Apple as of right now. So yeah, interesting stuff. Distinctly different from the rest of the Mag 7 on the day. And maybe looking for a potential reversion. But if this is going to continue to stay this week, then probably not going to get involved. I think the breakdown of this 256 was nice. The pullback in towards VWAP, if you were getting into any sort of pops, that was nice. Look at this prior day low breakdown. A little choppy, but 257s comes in nice. And then I think this was the weekly low as well. Was that the weekly low? Is that Monday? That is Monday. The weekly low came in at 256.70s. So yeah, a little bit of confluence with prior day low and weekly low as well. 257s could not get past that and pulling back in pretty aggressively to the downside. The market's not looking the same, man. The market is not looking the same at all here on Apple. We can take a look at friends here. NVDA, not really pulling up into VWAP there, but slow, steady consolidation near the lows here. So near pre-market lows as well. We did hold above prior days. We're well within prior days range, so nothing too crazy happening there. Amazon I am participating in. You can see here, yeah, that head and shoulders, man, might be coming into fruition as we pull back up into some of these pre-market high levels as of right now. So Amazon kind of doing its thing. Prior high, what is that? 238.31s I have on the chart. We're almost coming right back up into it. And what's the other one that I wanted to take a look at? Tesla here as well. Tesla, strong selling. Wow, look at that bid off of the open, man. All the way from 439s. That's almost 2%, man. 1.76%. And then we take a pullback, and that should be about a percent pullback roughly. Okay, more than a percent. 2.68, 2.7% pullback off of, if you took a reversion off of that strong bid off of the open there. So yeah, a lot of consolidations happening right here. Nothing too crazy. Let's take a quick look at what I was watching in the morning session here as well. Where did that go? ASTS, holding VWAP, man. Holding VWAP on ASTS. So the momentum, the craziness from the morning has definitely dissipated. The relative volume is still in and around 2.5s, 2.6s. You can see the volume here really fell off after about 10 o'clock. So around 10:30, 10 o'clock, volume falls off, and we start to kind of chop in this range on top of VWAP here on ASTS. I know Viru still holding that level, man. It's still holding, reclaiming the 10, but made it a lower high here and pulling back in. Market, what you up to?
What you up
Maybe
to?
this 15-minute bar, which just starting off a little bit red here. See if we can get that continuation. You can see prior bars have been holding on the NASDAQ. Prior bars have been holding relatively well, nothing too crazy, but holding pretty well here on the ES as well. So are these sellers going to step back in? Is this another instance of a free fall Friday?
Free Friday. All right, guys, we got to pause for a second. We've got news with Adara at the big desk.
Keep an eye on Dominion Energy. D is the ticker for this one. Apparently, a judge has said that Dominion Energy can resume a wind project that was halted by U.S. President Trump. So again, Dominion here, I guess, allowed to resume its wind project. Nice look for this stock. Little rally here. Back to you.
All right.
Thank you very much. There's some selling. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Come on. Let's get it. Let's break that uptrend, Amazon, and give me what I'm looking for, man. Let's see. Where am I posted? Okay, I got to start maybe dabbling out of this one. VWAP again, 237.70s. I have. Let's see what it is on this chart. A couple different charts here. 237.74 specifically. Wow, look at that. Swipe down and then swipes right back up. Thank you. Okay, come on. Got me a little excited there, but not really following through as we bid right back up. Ooh. Okay.
All right, I'm
Where's
in
the next
PRFX. Got in initially a bit of a shake and bake, as Obe sometimes says. Got stopped out of it. Held VWAP, even though put in the mother of all topping tail candles. I'm on the 5 at 1240. It's holding the volume weighted average price, and it's trying to work back up. So there's going to be bamboozlement, looks like, along the way. In addition to that, there's a seller here at 35 that we can't shake. Have a look. Okay, he's gone. 36s, looking for 37s now. Let's see if the buying stepping in. 37 manifests. Can we get 38s? We're in at 33s. There it is. There's the beak wetter. Now we're posted in the low 40s, looking for PRFX to continue on its merry way. There's 40, looking for continuation now into the mid 40s. Selling coming in, but bought right back up. This one is a rounding pattern, and the rounding patterns are usually, I don't want to say, you know, high accuracy, because I don't know that to be true. But, you know, anecdotally, from what I've seen, is the rounding patterns typically show you that buyers are incrementally becoming more and more exuberant or dominating sellers incrementally, as that rounding shape takes a little bit of time to do. So keeping an eye here on PRFX, looking for a squeeze though above the $1.50. It's a $1.59 high. We're getting a whole bunch of selling here though on the 40 penny level. Just before we go to Obe, I need to bring your attention to VERO, because VERO setting up like a very, very aggressive flat bottom break. As I mentioned, this is going to be an area crest now. It was a very clear rejection of $11, and now we're losing 10. There is this area over here that we have to keep an eye out. That's the prior area trough. That's prior area crest. And if we give up prior area trough, we could be all the way down. We could see $7 quick as you freaking like. That is the volume weighted average price. Not saying that's going to happen, but you need to be on the lookout for that VERO.
All right, guys, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100, the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs, which feature built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. All right, guys, so we got that bit of a shake and bake here on Amazon. We pulled all the way back into VWAP. We fell below this P Pro VWAP, P8 VWAP right here, but my VWAP on my other chart, like I said before, is all the way down at 237.70s. So that didn't really work out. Pulled right in and then swiped right back up here, maintaining a bit of this uptrend. Softy, still holding, so I'm still holding that one there. Hasn't really pulled up with any sort of distinction there. But the market is starting to come in here. We're making a lower low relative to some of these 15-minute candles with about 5 minutes? No, about 10 minutes left, roughly, just under 10 minutes left to finish printing this candle. So slow and steady, just slowly kind of making lower highs, lower lows, After, when was this? That was the local high, 1145. So we are in a bit of a pullback when it comes to this, these futures here. So let's see how far we're going to pull back. And guess what continues to pull back, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
Apple.
Yeah, I know. I can see that.
Apple's the one I should be shorting.
Very
Apple's
weak
the one I
lately,
should be
by the
involved
way.
with
I don't know
because this
why,
one
but-
just continues. Yeah, it is pretty weak on the day.
Not just on the day, for a couple
in
of
the
weeks
week,
now.
Yeah, in the week, in the past couple of weeks. Let's just take a look at the weekly on this one. Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
No
Yeah,
good.
I see that. Yeah, but pulling back into some prior structure, 240s maybe, potentially. But higher highs and higher lows on this one. Bigger picture. You take a look at the multi-months. This is the 1 month chart. You can see this is pretty clean for a higher time frame. The legs and the monthly average ranges, sure, they're wide, both to the upside, to the downside, but we're holding higher highs and higher lows nonetheless. This wick is pretty convincing right here. This one, when was this? Was that April? Yeah, there you go. That April wick right there where we just slapped up, pulled back a little bit, 200 held, and then we're pushing even higher. I got a little scared here when we came back into these 160s earlier on last year. I was just like, oh no, maybe we're going to break some key levels. But thanks to the presidential seal, when he was just like, hey guys, it's a great time to buy the market.
You remember that?
Oh, of course I remember that.
Everybody remembers that. Yeah.
That was the most local low. That's the most recent significant low in my opinion since past April. And what have we been doing in reference to those areas? Straight line up.
Straight line. All right, let's get right down to work over here. Let's look at a new trade, TRNR. See a bunch of bottoming tail candles here, which could signify some buying. Prior bar low is all the way down at a 120. It's trying to hold up. I've got 31s on. I'm not going to give it that much room. Sorry, I'm distracted by other things as well. Guys, VERO is really breaking down now. And so the short looks like it's on. It looks like it's on the way to 9. We just broke through prior bar low. Prior crest low, which was 9.25. So that one looks like it is on the way down. Keeping an eye on this one. So two trades now. Looking at TRNR, because you guys have been mentioning this a lot in the chat. I think I just have to adjust my stop on this. So I think I'm putting my stop where I want it rather than where it should be. Prior bar low is where I'm going to put it, which is 120. But I'm going to look to add if it does lose that level, into 123. And then let's go ahead and put the stop there and then see what we get there for that. So this one does look like it's on the way down, though. It looks like it might breach prior bar low over here, which not good for me. Yeah, it looks like this one is selling and selling aggressively. Stopped out of that one, so that will be a loser for me on that. And will that be my first loser? Nope, PRFX and TRNR are my two losers on the day. That's fine. IBRX were also involved in this one. Where is that? Just allow me a sec. So this one, we're going to keep an eye out on. Stopped out break even last time, looking for the continuation here into 40. I'm trying to trade this as a channel trade, but it's been tough. It's been more consolidative lately than channel trading. So I'm a little unsure about how to execute next on this. I'm just going to give it to 5.25. That's where it held last time. If it loses 5.25, that's another lower low, and that means I've got the wrong idea on this one. But the short is on, guys, on VERO now. It's coming down into 9. It looks like it might lose 9 here, and this is kind of what I meant by it lost prior area trough. This is the candle off which I'm basing my analysis, 1145. It was 927, and there goes 9. It is down now into the mid-80s. The short is on. This could be a flat bottom break, baby, through that 9.5 if you were using that 9.5 as kind of the bottom, or some people could be using 10 as well. There was a lot of interactions with 10, but this one does seem like it is on the way to that $7 area, if not worse. That's where the volume weighted average price is. Unless it holds up here at $9, we're gonna have to keep an eye out on this one. but I'm going to get involved. I'm involved with IBRX. I tried to get involved with IRE. This one is not available on our system. I was trying to punch in here at 1270. It's an MX stock. Probably doesn't do that much volume. 1306 high, clean hold off the 20 EMA. CTMX, I had a dip trade on this one. 5. This one got 6. So feel pretty badly about that. Should have been just punching in rather than looking, at these nickel and dime this one. But hey, that's the look. CTMX though, a couple of pennies off the day high right now. So keep your eye on this one. Very, very clean, steady state, higher high, higher low. Very little in the way of bamboozlement, but with these stocks, that could absolutely change. JAG is bleeding its own blood here, having lost that 150 area support. It is now down into the volume weighted average price at 1 1/3. But recall, this is very similar. This could be another area of support here for JAGX, not just because it's a 130 area and that's where VWAP is, but this was the upper trend line earlier. Recall that we were kind of rejecting off this trend line multiple times, and then I got in once that trend line decidedly broke. Well, we're right at that trend line now, so let's see if it holds. Otherwise, I'll have nothing to do with it unless it starts showing me higher highs and higher lows. VERO finding a whole bunch of support here at 875, 850, rocketing up back into 10 bucks. I'd be looking for $10 resistance here because that $10 flat bottom break, it's a former area of support. If that was the case, look for it possibly to act as a level of resistance. They tend to flip. So I'll be looking out for that. This could be a lot of short covering. Who knows? Who knows? Let the price action dictate. So yeah, that's all I've got at the moment. It looks like that TRNR was an excellent out because it just lost $1. I got out at 125 and now it's at 99 pennies. So you stops, guys. TRNR on Uncle Sheriff's list now. It's going to be taken off immediately off the side chart because this is all sorts of hot garbage right now. TRNR. I said no good, Obi. We're going to keep an eye on that. TMX continuing to go, and Lunar has awoken. Very long area of consolidation, basically since we started the show. Look at that, very, very long area of consolidation. 22 gets taken out, and taken out decisively. This could be a great continuation play. I don't know if anybody was trading this as a range, but it's a great looking prolonged bull flag. I believe this is the second bull flag that we got. 10 o'clock break, 2080 high, drop back down. Bull flag number 2. Are created equal. Looks like a $22 resistance level on LUNR. Keeping my eye on that one.
Yeah, I'm just got a pretty strong wick there on both these charts on Amazon and Softy. Those are the ones I'm involved with right now. Market taking a bit of a pullback here, so we did break some of that structure. I just want to get rid of this this candle here. That we did not trade all the way up to 474s. That's just a dark pool wick. So 470, sorry, 460 is what we're trading around for. We'll just say 460, 461, 15s. Yeah, that's fine. That should get rid of that. Boom, there we go, back in action right here. The 461s were holding up pretty well here on Softy. So sideways action as the market trends down, and guess it continues to be Apple. Apple is the culprit, it seems like. Sharif, for this strong sell-off. I'm looking here at some of this Mag 7. What else might be selling off? It's also Google. Google's near its day low, so let's take a quick look at Google here as it pushes into its day lows. Yeah, right there. So 328.92s roughly is the day low. We're trading at 329.30s as of right now here on the goggles, as the market pulls right back in. So Google and Apple seem like the ones that are really trying to pull here pretty aggressively. But if they do start to bounce, then maybe I'm looking for the next trade for the reversion on some of these, Apple being the one I'm stalking more closely, because again, 255 is kind of that area. We talk about why that range. Let's just go to the daily chart, the range that we've been making here. So we did break below that range here, but again, is this just a leg consolidation leg going into the end of the day? It could very well be, Sharif. And I'm looking for a potential move either to step up back into the range and hold the range, or if we're actually going to break down, we've already started to do that, and now hopefully with some volume coming into the market at the same time. But again, only time will tell, man. Only time will tell with this one. Had to be involved much earlier. I think that 256s, 257s was great as well. Even if you looked at prior day low, right here, this is prior day low, 257s, and you're just like, all right, well, we're selling. We had some strong selling into the end of the day, and maybe at the end of the week is when we start to break. Oh, I got it.
TNMG breakout, guys. Here we go. It just blew through 4. It's a 428 high. It's up 80%. One that I'm keeping my eye on here. We're going to look to post at 35s. Big move up into 38. Anything below 4, off which I got in, I get out. But if it holds at 4, I'm going to add TNMG up 78%. Looking really good. Midday move on volume, by the way. The last 3 volume bars on the 5 have been decent, about 250,000, maybe a bit more, 100 shares per pop. Looking for that continuation, though, but it looks like there's aggressive profit taking into this level. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put another possible entry. I'm going to put 405. Possible to get a little bit more into 405. That way, if I get in at 405, it loses 4. I'm not losing all that much. Here we go. It's coming back down into 4 now. Let's just watch here for a second. 409 just flash momentarily. I'm going to go ahead and post my stop on this so that there's no subjectivity whatsoever. Let's go ahead and put that. Let's see if it follows through. Seller at 20, 25, 35. Here we go into another possible area high. Not quite, though, into 38. So a lot of zig and zag. The volume is picking up, and the traders are watching this one, TNMG. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to the big desk.
Now you're in MSFT. We do have some announcements coming from OpenAI, which, of course, Microsoft has invested heavily in. OpenAI is saying that in the US, ChatGPT is available at $8 USD per month, so $8 in the US per month. Also announcing here that apparently, I guess they're just talking about their ad tiers. So ads are not going to be happening here on Plus, Pro, Plus, Business, or Enterprise. So most of their paid tiers are not going to have these ads, and ads will be clearly labeled and separated from answers. So OpenAI talking a little bit about how their ads are going to work, and again, talking with their pricing of ChatGPT Go. Keep an eye here on TTD with mind as well. ChatGPT apparently going to have test ads. TTD usually does not respond well to ad-related catalysts, and here it is dropping a bit. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Got forced out of the last remaining amount, but back above 4 it goes. So it stop hunted me there. I had it, I guess, a little bit too close. Let's watch now what TNMG does with 4. Good breakout trade, but definitely looking for a little bit more over here. You don't want to keep adding and then getting into trouble and giving back money. Current bar low, 89. So we're 389. Here comes back into 4s. Oh, I did get stop hunted because this is going to take off, isn't it? Here we go. We're going to have to punch here at these levels. Let's go ahead and post some at 32. And then we're going to look for a high of day break on this one. So I'm going to look to defend. And there it goes, right back up. There's the profit taker, seller at 33. Monster seller at 33. Happy that I got back into this one. No, we can't shake the high of the day. Momentarily, 38s is the high of the day. We're showing 32s, but the buying is quite aggressive. Watch out, though. This one has a propensity to move 10, 15 pennies in one quick swoop. So watch out here. Good defend of 4, not without stop hunting. Back into the high of the day. 36 is showing up. Monster seller at 36 that we can't shake. Good volume coming in here midday on TNMG, but undecided as to how this one wants to trade at least into the third of a dollar. Back into the third we go. The seller stepping down now. If they were at 35s or 36s, now they're at 26s and 29s. So let's see if we get that sell. Do we hold 4? Well, we held 4 not too bad earlier. Without, of course, it did include some bamboozlement, right? Because while I got stop hunted at 398, does that happen again? Well, we don't have any breaches of prior bar low. So even though we're putting in a topping tail candle at the moment on TNMG, we don't have any breaches of prior bar low. So let's go ahead and see what we get here. There we go. What do you got, Obe? Because I just have to set up some orders.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just, honestly, man, I'm just staring down the book on both these names, watching the market here as well. So Softy and Amazon. Again, I don't really see too much, so I find myself kind of dabbling in this chop. So nothing too crazy. But yeah, if you guys throw up some tickers in the chat. I'm more than willing to get involved there. There we go. Softy getting stopped out there. So 61.5s that coming back up through that prior structure. So that came in. All right, where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. AMD saying AMD. AMD was very, very strong yesterday. And wow, I didn't even notice this yesterday, Sharif. Okay. Look at the reversion. It came all the way back down to 228s from 238s. Today we're just in a bit of a chop zone here. So nothing too crazy happening right now. Google with the swipe up. What's happening over here on Google? I see that. Look at this 15-minute swipe up on Google, man. So that was one of the weaker names earlier. And yeah, talk about maybe a little short-term capitulation there as we pull in, slam down on the prior 3-minute candle all the way into 327s and then rip right back up into 330. So that's interesting to me right here. So maybe the market's getting ready for a potential turn to the upside, perhaps. I have no idea, but going to keep my eyes on this one. What else do we have here? What's happening, really? That Google swipe was interesting. Swipes down from, what is that percentage-wise? Wow, okay, so about 0.5% and then swipes right back up. So crazy here in this market today. I mean, it could just be somebody just punching out, or it could be some news that hasn't really come out yet, and someone knows something, or someone has the best sources, and you know, they just participated here as well. Some of the algos, man, they know right away when some of the sources have some sort of news. What's up, Adara?
You're talking Google here. GeoOGL looks like this reacted much like TTD and to a much lesser extent MGNI on the announcement that OpenAI is going to be including or testing ads on their free tier and their ChatGPT Go. So that's what I'm seeing attributed to this Google move by a couple different sources.
You ever hear about that? It's I don't know if this is folklore, trading folklore or not, but I'm just going to say it anyway. Did you ever hear about that hotline that some of the Wall Street, Hotline Bling? Yeah, that one too. No, but there's this like secret number that you call. It's like $1,000 a minute, or I don't know whatever it is, bro. And they give you like inside information. It's like supposed to be for like the Wall Street guys. I don't know if it actually exists in real life. Yeah, well,
but I have no idea. But there's all different sources of edge, I guess.
Yeah, you can call it that. Yeah. We can call it a crime as well. Either way, everything's fine. Shout out, thank you very much. BJO 9000 dropping 20 Norwegian kroners in the chat. Check RBLX double bottom 8840 on the 1-minute chart. Just 1 second, because I'm involved in this trade on TNMG and we're doing it live on this one. I keep scalping, but it keeps, you know, giving me heart palpitations because it looks like it's going to be a topping till inverse hammer candle, and then it ends up finding support. So I've given it to prior bar low. I'm scalping out on this one, and there was a lot of slippage there. Holy cow. That's not good. So we will give back a little bit on that one. But I had a couple of good trades on it. But there you go. Slippage does make a difference. Hey, funny enough, still positive on it. All right, let's get to RBLX. All right, what do we got here? RBLX. Roblox. Double bottom, he says, on the 1-minute chart. Okay, let's have a look at the one. Yes, I see what you're saying. That is also the volume weighted average price, that 88.50 that you're talking about there, 88.40. I see what you're looking at the wicks, certainly. I'm looking at the closing prints, and they're all above the volume weighted average price. Let's flip to the 5 and see if we can see a little bit better. What the hell? Why is VWAP different on the 5-minute chart than on the 1-minute chart? That makes zero sense. That should not be the case at all. In any event, I do see what you're saying, these two candles here, but I also want to point to the fact that you still haven't made any higher highs. So yes, you're absolutely right in the sense that you're finding support at that 88.40 to be on the wick basis, but the closing print's more like 88.50, 88.60. But when you're looking at the general trend for you know, the long, I don't see any higher highs personally. So not like I would trade Roblox anyway. Also, you also have these areas of support earlier from around 850. So it does jive that you're coming into this area of support. There was basically support there from 11 o'clock till the breakout at 11:20 on RBLX. Hope that helps, and thanks BJO 9000 for the super chat. CTMX is moving. Yeah, that's going to haunt me. I mean, I was trying to nickel and dime this one with a 505 dip trade. It ended up going to 506, and now it's at 542. So yeah, that is part and parcel of trading. That kind of look there, but IBRX, I'm still holding that one. Break even on it. I see consolidation and a possible move up, but CTMX looking real good. But what a drop from 42 into 32. This one has support at the 10 EMA at the $0.25, in between a fifth to the quarter. So be on the lookout for that. Papacito dropping 6.9 shekels in the chat. Hey everyone, I made $1,500 today. Good day, y'all. That necessitates a money spin. There you go. Shout out to you, my man. Hope you print up multiple storms on your side of the screen. We couldn't be happier for you, brother. Keep bringing on the prints. Let us know, though, Papacito, what were you trading, brother? Because I know that you're often looking at these small cap gappers. Let everybody know what you were looking at so we can kind of engage back and forth. But that's fantastic. Even Baby Hands Donnie wants to know what you were doing there. Shout out to Papacito98 for a big dub. Big day. And you know what time it is?
Time is it?
It's 10 after, man.
Ooh.
We got to start the news.
Okay. All right.
So let's get right down to work, baby. We're going to load up the news right now and do it live. There's some stuff to talk about. It's not the biggest news day I've seen, but one that's good enough. So let's get right down to it, baby. Yes, so on the afternoon rundown, we brought you this headline yesterday. This came out at around, I want to say 225, 230. We didn't really have all the details, but Assassino, the U.S. and Taiwan have struck a new trade deal where the reduction of tariffs will help here. So the U.S. and Taiwan finalized a major trade deal cutting tariffs on a wide range of Taiwanese exports, but there is a strong focus here in this trade deal on semiconductors as well as chip-making equipment. Washington wants to balance, closer relations with Taipei without aggravating mainland China, and President Xi, of course, ahead of the scheduled meeting between the two leaders in China in April. Broad tariffs, though, on most Chinese exports to the United States are going to drop from 20% to 15%. That is some of the best, I think that's one of the best rates in the world, aside from what Canada's getting under CUSMA. So that shows you the importance of Taiwan to the United States. TSMC, Taiwanese chip makers like TSMC that expanded U.S. production are going to benefit from either lower or zero tariffs on, we're talking about chips, wafers, manufacturing equipment that comes into the U.S. Makes sense, right? You want them to build it in the U.S., might as well incentivize them to bring in everything to the U.S. so that you can build there. That makes sense. Certain products, though, like generic pharmaceuticals, aircraft components, and unavailable natural resources, don't have more information on that. They're going to have 0% tariffs, showing you the importance of those to the United States and to President Trump and his administration. In exchange, though, for the tariff relief that they're getting, the Taiwanese companies are pledging to spend $250 billion in new, underline that, new investment money. They're going to target semis, energy, AI, but that $250 billion will include the $100 billion already committed by TSMC last year, with additional projects expected. We already know that TSM bought, I think, like several hundred acres. This was announced by Lutnick yesterday about, they bought new land beside the current fab in Arizona. Taiwan is also going to guarantee another $250 billion in credit to further support the U.S.-based expansion. Washington is increasingly viewing advanced chips as a national security priority, hence why they're looking at favorable tariffs for that, with Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick saying that the goal is to bring about 40% of Taiwan's chip supply chain into the U.S., warning that if these companies drag their feet, the tariffs could certainly move up, reaching over 100% here. Ob, what do you make of this latest headline?
Yeah, man. I think yesterday kind of showed us that on TSM earnings, very strong reaction to the earnings right here. We got all the way up to 350s, right? Guess what we did today, Sharif? Same kind of move. We didn't go all the way to prior day's highs, but 350 and then pushing or pulling right back into 340. So just covering into, just covering the range of yesterday. We did a full wipe there of somewhat of the range highs and then pulling right back in. So I think this one is poised to go a little higher if it's going to continue doing this kind of consolidative action at the highs. These are all-time highs on this one.
Yes, sir.
So I think that's it's a very, very healthy chart and prospects on the horizon as well.
Sounds good, Ob. Good take there. Let's go on to the next story. Micron, as well as other what's it called? RAM names like SanDisk. And I don't know if anybody's trading what's it called? Samsung out on the Kospi, but SanDisk is getting clipped today. They're down 1.5, while Micron is up 5 and change. Maybe because of this. They have officially begun construction on a massive new fabrication complex in the state of New York. It is part of a multi-decade investment plan by Micron to invest up to $100 billion, representing what would be, if it manifests, as the largest private investment in New York State history. It's going to be in Onondaga County. It's referred to as a mega fab and could eventually house up to 4 advanced fabs that focus on what Micron does, DRAM and NAND, of course. So good luck there. Wall Street analysts broadly upgraded Micron, give you some, price target increases here. Barclays has them at overweight, boosted the price target from 275 to 450. Wells Fargo, 335 to 410, maintaining overweight. Citigroup from 330 to 385, maintaining the buy. And RBC Capital Markets initiating coverage for the first time with an outperform rating and a $425 price target. The analysts are all in consensus here that tight DRAM and NAND supply will extend into later this year, not just a 2025 problem. But I really want to caveat this whole thing by saying once RAM trends in the wrong direction, it tends to trend. So we saw Micron get clipped for a long time because it was a glut of inventory. That's not the case now. It doesn't mean that the current state of affairs will persist forever and ever more. There's a groundbreaking ceremony as well, which featured Micron CEO Sanjay Mehrotra alongside U.S. federal officials, underscoring the importance of this whole thing here. And there was some insider buying that I really bring your attention to. Micron board member Mark Liu, he purchased 23,200 shares, which were accounting to about $7.8 million. It was this week. So a notable insider vote of confidence here. Usually insider buying a little bit more important than insider selling. Oh.
Yeah, so SNDK here is the one that I kind of have on watch when it comes to the space here, because it's been doing the most, right? It's been doing the most, and crazy breakout out of that 230. So I do have some lines here that do interest me. That breakout of the 300, that's where I have that anchored VWAP pin to. The breakout of the 300. This was that 286 area as well at the same time. So prior high breakout. This is an hourly chart. This is a 3-hour chart, something that I like to use every now and then. But we pulled back into it, held the lows here at 320s, ultimately 312s, 310s-ish, and then started to accelerate, trending to the upside. Sure, today we have a strong sell-off, but again, market tailwind as well, strong selling, coming back into what seems like, again, there's only 2 points on this trend line, but this was what broke that 360 area. So coming back into here. So maybe it's poised for some more pullback through that 400. But as of today, Sharif, we're holding that 399.88. So 400 hold is still intact as of right now, trading at 404. So I'm continuing to watch this one. And yeah, it could continue to go into the end of the year. But hopefully they find ways to solve this issue. Yes. Because some of these prices are absolutely ridiculous. Right, we talk about just even like hard drives, RAM, graphics cards also have some of that DDR tech in them, and these prices are going absolutely crazy. So we'll wait and see. I'm waiting for a real capitulation on the move. Okay, but we'll see if it can actually happen and come in. This could keep on going and continue to be irrational. in terms of the parabolicness of some of these moves on these tickers.
Bro.
Micron, man, Micron as well, kind of similar here. 350 holding on the day today. So we did have strength coming in here and breaking out of this 350 area. That was kind of the highs, 347s if you want to call them. But let's see, did that break out in the pre-market? Yeah, it did. Broke out in the pre-market, pulled back in the 350s and held that for the push up into 365. So pulling back now, the market's somewhat near its lows here in terms of the Nasdaq. So I do have very close eyes on all of these names.
I know you follow because you're always talking about the price of RAM, like you had just.
I mean, yeah, I like building. So it's just absolutely, it's kind of ridiculous right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't remind me of the kind of action that we got during COVID, where a lot of the graphics card shortage that we had.
Everything.
Yeah,
I remember that.
I remember spending $1,000 in cash
to
get my my current graphics card from a dude who had just bought it a couple months ago, and he got his hands on something better,
and he
was willing to let it go. And I was like, $1,000 cash, not a bad deal for the market that it was in. That card is probably worth like $500 now. So I'm hoping maybe something like that happens, but that took a couple of years for that to happen, where they started making those special graphics cards that couldn't mine either.
I remember those, because everyone was using them for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Guys, we have to pause
right
for a second. We got to go to Adara, but we're going to actually have a special story when we get back.
So you guys know here, this is pretty light on volume, only about 500,000 shares, but RPID, this is Rapid Micro Biosystems pushing higher. It looks like there was a long call for this name on someone's Substack. So again, RPID, this circulating on social media, looks like an analyst or group here. It looks like Citrini has called this long. Back to you.
So, as you know, if you don't know, our Prime Minister Mark Carney, is in China. He met with President Xi yesterday at 10 p.m. And Canada is no longer charging 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs. This is a big development. Tariff reduction. Canada will remove the 100% surtax on Chinese EVs that were introduced in October 2024. There is an import quota, though. So they'll only be able to bring in 49,000 EVs per year that will be allowed into Canada under the most favored nation tariff of 6.1%. That is not even sales tax in this province, let alone the combined sales tax, province and Fed, which is 13%, mind you. Affordability targets. This is huge. By 2030, the deal mandates that 50% of these imported Chinese EVs must have an import price of less than $35,000. So we're talking about quite affordable. With the mean price, the average new car price in Canada now is 60-some-odd thousand. These are going to be priced less than $35,000, specifically targeting, of course, the affordable EV segment. The market share, the 49,000 vehicle cap, though, represents only about 3% of total Canadian new vehicle market. So it's designed to minimize that direct competition, but that will change accordingly. Now, there's more on the agricultural side, which was the quid pro quo. I don't really need to get into that, because that's not going to be as interesting for you guys as the EV. But President Trump is not happy about this, nor is Trade Representative Jameson Greer, who are basically saying he shouldn't have done that. So we're going to have to see how that affects, of course, the trade relationship development and negotiations between our two countries. We already know that CUSMA is up for renewal this year, which covers 90% of trade, meaning that the trade negotiations we had already engaged with over the last year only cover 10%. I made that very clear to you guys yesterday. This is going to be really interesting to see how this works, whether 49,000 vehicles moves the needle at all. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see, but it's saying 3% of the total Canadian new vehicle market. That's all that 49,000 accounts for. I have no idea about that. This is big. Well, here's the thing. This is why it matters, brother, because they can bring in the vehicles in Canada and take them to the United States tariff-free. So, or with a lower tariff. And that's what some people are doing in Mexico. Just ask the people in California and Texas that are buying the BYD pickup trucks and bringing them north of the border. My sister's telling me she's seeing those down there now. So, yeah, it's not important until it is. important. Let's go on to the next story. Coinbase, crypto regulation bill hits a roadblock. So what happened? U.S. senators signaled they will continue pursuing a comprehensive crypto market structure bill even after the key banking committee vote was abruptly postponed. We'll get to why in a second. The bill is intended, though, or was intended, to give the crypto industry, that long-sought rules of the road kind of thing to clarify which regulatory body is going to oversee them. Passage was already uncertain before the delay, reflecting months of tensions between the two parties, the Dems and the Republicans. Coinbase CEO, though, the shiny one as we call him, Mr. Brian Armstrong, was publicly opposed to the latest draft of the bill. He had multiple concerns that emerged in the last-minute rewrite. The key objections that he had, though, were the reduced role of the CFTC, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. And within hours of Armstrong's comments, the Senate Banking Committee Chair Tim Scott formally called off the hearing. And here is one of the more contentious issues as to why it was called off. So it's on whether these crypto platforms can offer interest-like rewards on stablecoins. So the banks argue, like, for example, like the credit card rewards that you get. Banks are arguing, no, we don't want that to happen. They're worried, the banks, that it could trigger massive shifts of deposits from traditional banking into crypto. I don't know why these people think that they have a right to our money or a right to hold on to money. I'll put my own money wherever I want. I don't need you babysitting me. A Federal Reserve linked analysis suggests that there's a credit squeeze risk ranging from the hundreds of billions to as much as $1.2 trillion that could move from traditional centralized finance into some of these DeFi cryptos. The American Bankers Association, backed by over 3,000 banks, warned about the same thing, that interest-like rewards would siphon away capital for mortgages, small business loans, auto loans, and agricultural financing. Armstrong, though, Brian Armstrong, he countered. He's like, crypto firms should be allowed to compete on an equal footing, including offering loans and rewards similar to banks. Coinbase, Obi, thoughts?
Yeah, I think crypto with some of the Bitcoin action, I know a lot of people look at Coinbase and other brokers being like, okay, well, this should move around with Bitcoin. But guess what? These things have their own issues, like you're pointing out, and they're going to move relative more to that than that of crypto itself. But Coinbase has been selling off pretty decently over the past couple of weeks, few weeks, all the way from 444.65. So this is what I have on watch here. Bigger picture, yeah, we're in a much wider uptrend. But guess what? Look at these legs, man. It's so wide, all the way from 400 to 200. And maybe we do make a higher low, or we come back down into support. This was a bit of a double bottom. That you see the buyers here, you see the buyers here, you see the buyers here as well, and that's all the way down at 160s. So yeah, a little bit of turbulence, but imagine now if crypto also falls a little bit right there, right? So
I'm assuming that has a lot to do with the price action there on Coinbase is the price of Bitcoin or the price or the crypto industry in general. I don't want to say it's a direct conduit of it. No. But there is certainly some correlation in the volatility between the two, right?
For sure.
All right, Adara, give us your take, please, on Coinbase.
I'd be really glad to, and I did mention some of what I'm going to talk about yesterday, but I've done a little more research that I think makes a bit more of a compelling case than I was able to make yesterday. So let's talk about this. I think one of the most interesting aspects, at least to me, is kind of the political aspect. You're like, hey, Adara, who's this man with his fist up on my screen? That's Bernie Moreno. I've talked about Bernie Moreno yesterday. Bernie Moreno is a man who, as I mentioned yesterday, was able to, I guess, benefit from the crypto lobby here. He's viewed as very pro-crypto. He is on the Senate Banking Committee that was just mentioned. And here's how significant this crypto lobbying funding was for Moreno, because this aspect I didn't actually understand, or I guess the intensity of it until just now. So crypto industry spending over $40 million to fund Bernie Moreno's campaign. Now, who he unseated is significant. He unseated Sherrod Brown, who was in the House and then of course, escalating to the Senate since 1992, and B, was the chair of the Senate Banking Committee. So this man was able to get that crypto money to ascend to the Senate, and then obviously also joining the Senate Banking Committee. Now, I'm not trying to get political here. The point I'm trying to make is that there is an obvious sign here. There are some pro-crypto interests here in this committee. And furthermore, guys, guess who Bernie Moreno reportedly met with prior to his getting elected? That's right, the shiny one himself, Brian Armstrong. So there are connections to Coinbase that I don't think could be overlooked here. Long story short, the stocks, obviously, I mean, Coinbase and Robinhood did not react well yesterday to this news, but I do think there's still hope because we know that there are these pro-crypto voices right now in the Senate. Looking at you, Bernie Moreno, I want to see what happens here, but I don't think all hope is lost for the names like Coinbase right now.
Thank you very much for that. Informative as always. Shout out to Patty Ice, baby. We miss you, Patty. When are you going to come see the new studio, Patty? I've been telling you for a minute, man. It's done. It is literally done. So you got to come check it out. Shout out to Big Patty Ice, BPI, baby. Let's go on to the next story. BBC and YouTube, they're doing a partnership. And here's what's going on here. So BBC plans to produce original, tailored programming specifically for YouTube for the first time ever. This is being reported by the Financial Times, by the way. These shows will debut on YouTube and then be featured later across the BBC's, I should say, own platform. The partnership could be announced as early as next week. And the move is primarily aimed at bringing younger audiences onto the BBC who have kind of, shifted more onto the, being online on YouTube where we are right now. And the BBC remains ad-free domestically, but apparently there could be some ads on this one because it's going to be on YouTube, so we'll have to wait and see. There will also be a limited selection of older BBC content, which may make its way onto the YouTube. So anybody who's interested in some of these English dramas, I don't know, Coronation Street, EastEnders, from some of the names that I remember, it could find its way onto YouTube. The strategy comes, though, as the BBC navigates one of its biggest crises in decades. We know President Trump is suing them for a documentary that they put out there. And listen to this. YouTube reached 51.9 million viewers in December in England. That is actually about a million more than a million, 1.1 million more than the BBC actually got. So it gives you an idea here. There are more eyes on YouTube than there are in the BBC, despite the fact that it's free to air, and they don't even pay anything over there. Apparently, they've got a free license over because they're the what's it called? They're the national broadcaster. Anyway, Google will be down about 1% on the day.
Yeah, Google that news that came in intraday kind of definitely shifted or causing a little bit of a shift in a lot of stocks there. The swipe right back up, a bit of a capitulatory candle, if I do say so, and pushing even higher here on the market. But Google's kind of consolidating underneath this 330 as of right now. So sideways consolidation, pretty flat here on Google. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have much else to say other than that shake and bake was absolutely crazy.
All right, let's, sorry, just give me one sec over here to organize myself, Ob. All right, let's go on to the next story. Amazon pushes back. Oh, this is kind of, well, we'll talk about it because there's probably a lot of people that shop at Saks. Anyway, so Amazon invested $475 million into Saks Global. That's Saks on Fifth Avenue, of course. And it was part of Saks' not David Saks, part of Saks' $2.7 billion acquisition of Neiman Marcus back in December of 24. The investment was tied to a strategic partnership that included Saks at Amazon storefront, referral fees, and Amazon providing technology and logistical expertise to Saks on Fifth Avenue. What Saks did is they guaranteed at least $900 million in referral payments to Amazon over 8 years. However, like we reported to you guys yesterday, Saks on Fifth Avenue, or Saks, they filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection, which prompted Amazon to formally object to the proposed bankruptcy by them. Amazon arguing as follows. They said, Saks burned through hundreds of millions of dollars of cash in less than a year, and they failed to meet their operational and their budget commitments under their agreement with Amazon. So Amazon said, they filed court documents. They said, our equity stake is now presumptively worthless, citing poor execution. So here's what they're doing. They're claiming Saks' financing plan under the bankruptcy proceedings unfairly adds new debts to parts of the company that previously had none. The plan would also push Amazon further down the payment hierarchy. If you know anything about bankruptcy proceedings, we know that there's orders of priority. Who gets the money first? Most of the time, it's usually the government. They're usually number one. There's other people as well, like employees who have unpaid salaries. They're in the higher. Anyway, there's a order condescendi of priority during a bankruptcy proceeding, and this would push Amazon basically further down or near the bottom. And they warned, Amazon warned, they may pursue more drastic remedies, including requesting a trustee. So anyway, the judge hasn't ruled yet on Amazon's objections, but just another, kind of part of the story to the Saks on Fifth Avenue bankruptcy proceeding. Let's go on to the next story with Intel. Are they up on the day? Let's see where Int is doing. No, Intel is down 1 3/4, still hovering below that $50 area. But Jefferies, they raised the price target today on Intel. A little bit of a backhanded upgrade, I might say. Not even an upgrade, a price target increase from 40 to 45, maintaining, though, that hold rating, reflecting, that incremental optimism that the rating agency has, but they're tempering expectations. Jefferies characterized Intel's AI monetization outlook as relatively disappointing for the full year, and they cite its structural constraints rather than demand issues. So they're saying there's plenty of demand, it's just Intel doesn't quite have their ducks in a row, according to Jefferies. You may disagree. They're also citing tight capacity. They're saying it's limiting Intel's ability to fully monetize the GP servers, which is kind of keeping the upside to Intel capped a little bit. They're also citing PC demand weakness, and that's not new. We heard that as well with AMD, which adds pressure to the revenue mix that the company's trying to gain. Margins also are expected to stay under pressure through the balance of the year, according to the earnings preview. Again, this is just Jefferies' take, but Intel is down 2% on the day, mind you. So the note frames Intel as a show-me story, with AI progress acknowledged by Jefferies, but not yet translating, according to them, into clear earnings acceleration. Jefferies' hold stance suggests upside is already largely reflected in the current pricing. Intel, OB, any opinions?
Yeah, lots of opinions. It's attempting to get. It's lots of opinions on Intel there, Sharif.
Okay, sir.
It's attempting to break through this 50. It's finally broken out of that multi-year range. We kind of talked about that earlier on this week. Let's just take a look at the weekly chart here, right? So weekly chart, this consolidation, man, this was over, was it 365, 300, 400 days here, all the way from July of 2024. And then we broke back out of that range September of 2025. So that range break is coming in hot, man. Stepping up higher, 36s, consolidation, breaking out once more out of 44s and some change and pushing up into the 50. And what did we say, I think a couple days ago? That prior high is 50.60.
Oh.
This current high is 50.39. So even today, it's a little bit of a struggle. Market tailwind definitely does not help, right? Strong seller dominance. Pretty much for the morning session, right now it seems like we are catching a bit of a curl. The names that were beaten down, catching a bit of a strong curl as well. But Intel still holding up within its trend here. 47.28s currently. But when we take a look at how it's been interacting with the $50 level, it's been a pretty decent sell every time it comes into the 50. So it came into the 50 yesterday. That was a nice little push, and then strong flush back down into 47s. It does a similar kind of action today, but in the first few minutes comes into 50.21s and then slam right here once again back into 46.90s. So yeah, I think bigger picture, this thing is on its way much higher, but turbulence along the way. People definitely want to sell a little bit at 50. People have this. It's just psychological areas where, people like to sell at 10, 20, 30, 40, $50, $100. So if we're coming into an area that is something like that, like the $50 level, and we're seeing some of that selling, it's like, is it anticipated? Do you expect a little bit of turbulence around around levels like this? We're seeing it happen, so I think we can expect more of it until it stops doing that, unless and until it can reclaim or claim above 50, hold and consolidate and really show some strength that buyers are willing to hold above 50.
Exactly.
Then we have the green light for continuation. But we've done that on top of that 20, on top of that 25. Let's go back to the weekly. We've done that on top of this range right here, the 27s. We've done that now on top of this 43s. So stepping up pretty nicely. Yeah, man. Nice. This thing is poised for all-time highs, and those are sitting at 62.29s on Intel. Definitely held down for that year and a half or 2 years or whatever. And we were like, okay, where is Intel? Right? They're like, okay, all of these graphics cards are being bought. The AI rush is here.
They're nowhere to
but
be
guess
found.
what?
Yeah.
There's Intel CPUs in every one of those computers. So sure, you don't have as many graphics cards in one of those stations as you do one or two processors, right? But Intel's still there. So where has the bid been? It's here now.
All right, let's get right down to the next story. Ram. AST Space Mobile surges on U.S. defense program inclusion. Let's talk about this one. So shares jumped after the company was named as an eligible vendor for the U.S. Missile Defense Shield, called the SHIELD program, Missile Defense Agency, called the SHIELD program. While selection does not guarantee contracts, it allows AST to bid on the potential $151 billion pool of defense-related work, which expands, of course, their total addressable market. Bulls, though, they see SHIELD eligibility as a possible stepping stone towards involvement in the Golden Dome air and missile system. We always talk about the Golden Dome, includes our country as well. But here's what AST is actually trying to do, the Space Mobile. They're trying to be the first global cellular broadband network in space and delivering voice, data, video directly to standard smartphones without the need for cell towers on top of every building and, on top of towers, of course. The company has announced partnerships with telecom operators and launched its first commercial satellites, helping fuel that massive re-rating back in 24. The competitive landscape, though, does remain quite intense. They are looking at taking on the likes of SpaceX's Starlink, which I really, really have good things to say about now having flown on WestJet, Amazon's Project Kuiper, as well as Apple-backed Global Star. So there's a lot of hats already in this ring, Obi. ASTS, what's the look?
ASTS. Now, I did participate in this one this morning. Let's see here. Where is that at? So ASTS, absolutely beautiful, all-time highs, and this thing has been pushing higher. I don't know if you remember, this thing was a sub $5 stock, sub $10 stock, just a couple years ago, I think. Let's check the weekly here. But here's the thing, they finally caught on to something. They were in a very strong, not very strong, but very consistent downtrend, right? We had a high at 25. Now I don't know how many times this thing is split, but all-time lows coming in at $1.97.
What is that breakout date? Can you give me the date? No,
this one?
Right up.
Oh, this
What's
one
the
right
date?
here.
Is that the election?
With the volume, that is May 13th of 2024.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we hold. What day was the election?
November.
November.
Yeah. So close. Yeah.
So in and around there. But you see, bid comes in pretty aggressive, all the way up to 40. I'm sure shorts got into this and being like, okay, well, yeah, this was a $2 stock. What is this doing all the way up here? But they catch more tailwind, more squeeze. Now I think this one is what, 30% short, something like that. I don't remember what the short float on this one was. But we can check right now. Let me just take a quick check on ASTS right here. So ASTS, Space Mobile, what are you sitting at right now? 26.4% short float, right? That'll give you some of this action for sure. Right? A lot of participants definitely saying the same thing. This came from $2. What is it doing all the way up at 120?
Right. What a beauty, though.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. If you're impartial and you're just taking these breakouts, like that's the way to ideally do it, right? It's just boom, pushes back in, pulls into some prior levels, and breaks out of this one just yesterday, 102s, and pushing fresh highs as well. This thing probably poised for even higher if it's going to continue doing more of the same and holding that level. What's the float on this thing, right? Float is around 144 million shares. How much volume did we do today? The average volume has been about 16. Today we did 25 million. So I'm sure the float's been a little churned and rotated a few times here on the way up, and buyers willing to hold higher prices.
Right.
Maybe for that reason.
Shout out to Delion. Delion? Yeah, Delion 12. Thank you. He's like, Sharif, NGC is building the satellites for Amazon. I worked at NGC for 2 years, so I looked them up. They're on the pink sheets, I believe. Market cap 219, but here's the description. Northern Genesis Acquisition Corp, US-based blank check companies. Okay, I don't think I have the right one there. NGC, let me just check. Did I got the right one? Venture Northern Graphite Corp. Let me know which one it is, brother. Is it on the value or on the Canadian Venture Exchange? Northern Graphite Corp. I don't think that's it. Canada-based flake graphite company focused on producing natural graphite. No, that can't be it. Tag me again, Delian. Let me know. Let's go on to the next story. Novo Nordisk, Wegovy dose approval boosts competitive position. So what happened here? The UK Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency approved a higher maximum weekly dose of Wegovy at 7.2 milligrams, up from the prior 2.4. The higher dose is believed, the higher dose will be delivered, I should say, in 3 injections and is approved strictly for adults with obesity. Semaglutide, which is marketed as Wegovy, that's kind of no to the scene, but we know Eli Lilly's GLP-1 has also significant market share. But the higher dose approval is viewed by analysts as a defensive as opposed to offensive move rather than releasing a new drug. But they did take steps to get a new product out to market, specifically the oral version of Wegovy or Ozempic, which was approved in the United States back on the 5th of January. The option could meaningfully expand their total addressable market. Who do not like injections will go for this, despite the fact that oral is not as, I guess, robust in terms of weight loss as the injectable. Berenberg analysts expect the oral pill alone to generate $1 billion in sales in the U.S. That's higher than expected. And they also anticipate, though, more pricing pressure on drugs in the United States as President Trump tries to get those ones under control. Obi, NVO thoughts?
I'm not too familiar with their workings, but again, being the stock that they are, again, it's more medicine or biotech kind of, right? But yeah, it's been doing its own thing relative to some of the names. We looked at a Pfizer just yesterday. We looked at, what was the other one we looked at? Moderna. We looked at Moderna, right? Yep. Decent pullback. Starting to curl back in again and again. This was not even right? This is that Wegovy push, the GLP-1 push. Yeah, maybe a little too far too fast on a higher time frame, because just look at the monthly, right? Look at the monthly. That's a straight line up. A Christmas train. Say stairs up, elevator down. This is a great example of that as well. 144 highs. Maybe this is where we start to catch a bit of this was that consolidation before we really started to see that buying come in, and we come slam right into that same area and starting to hold 44s at that consolidation low. So I do have some eyes on this for potential reversion, swing right here. But you know, I'm not too familiar with their workings. But what's interesting to me here, Sharif, is that look at that volume increase as we start to sell. Anybody and everybody who was probably along this thing, even above 100, 130s, 140s, that volume coming in real hot as that chart starts to, as those volume bars start to really expand to the upside.
And a key hold of a technical area, as you mentioned, that consolidation area. That's a key hold.
That's pretty key, yeah. All
right, guys, I want to bring your attention to a new midday mover here. Small cap gapper about to take out pre-market highs. Here it goes. TNMG is all sorts of strong. It is up 85%, looking at taking out that 450 area. I want to tell you the pre-market high is 449, official high a day. We just got into a triple fours, $4.44. This one is a little bit spready at times, but TNMG making another very, very aggressive run. For the $0.50 break here. Beautiful higher low hold. I only saw this one really when it reclaimed the volume weighted average price at around $12.50. Took a couple of trades on it, some positive, some negative. I think I'm a little negative on it, to be quite honest. Let me double check. No, we're positive on it. Okay, so there it goes into another high day, 449. TMG is in breakout mode now. It took out the pre-market high technically, and there it goes. It is a 468 high now on TNMG. There it goes, 468, big move. Keep your eye out on this one. It's really going over here and could be a nice midday mover for those who are small cap gapper inclined. Let's talk about Cloudflare expanding their AI monetization push with a human native deal. Oh my talking about here? Well, Cloudflare acquired Human Native, is it Humane Native? Human Native, a UK-based AI data marketplace, as a part of its broader push to formalize how AI developers access and pay for high-quality training data. The deal the deal value, I should say, was not disclosed, but strategic intent is quite clear. Cloudflare wants to sit in the middle of AI data transactions between the developers and the content creators. I wonder why. Management framed the acquisition as infrastructure focused rather than content focused, reinforcing kind of Cloudflare's role as that neutral platform provider. Sure. Monetizing, though, I mean, especially monetizing content in the era of AI. Matthew Prince emphasized that content creators should retain control of the work for the work they use, whether for human audiences, for AI model training. Also, the acquisition accelerates Cloud's effort to build a system where AI developers pay creators directly for training data rather than, scraping content for free. Human Native's core function, which is a company they're acquiring, is managing transparent, permission-based transactions, kind of, which aligns with Cloudflare's broader positioning around trust and fairness on the internet. We can go more into this, but Obi, Net, what's your look
on
NET? Yeah.
So let's see, take a look at this monthly here. Okay, so yeah, holding, it did attempt to break out there a few months ago, right there in October, right? But slam, flushing right back in through that 200, breaking a bit of that long-term trend right now as well. Going to the weekly, let's see how that selling has come in. Okay, so we do have some structure here. We do have some prior high there, and maybe even in and around here. You can see 130s, but we're trading at 180, 186s. So I don't know, is this backside? The selling has been pretty decent over the past few weeks. November 10th, or sorry, 03 November was when this started, 3rd of November. And start to break down some of this trend as well. Now, just have to wait and see if this continues to break this trend. This is where supply was prior, right? I don't know if 2021 levels really come into play, but last time it got up here, strong selling all the way back to 40s. We come up, we push higher, a little bit higher, 220s to 260s.
I'm surprised it didn't
not that much higher, right?
Exactly.
So only about if we can just measure that right here.
What was that?
Oh my God! If we can just measure that.
All good, all good.
Good Lord. This thing is. I just want to see this breakout here. Okay, so.
What the percentage up from the previous high is.
Yeah, exactly. So if I click on that.
It's embarrassing.
There we go. 17%. So we only got about 17% above that prior high, and then flushing right back in. My question always, when I see something like this, is that supply was here before. Does it come in again? Do we have any sort of action that is confirming that sellers are dominant? We're currently breaking down this low right here.
It doesn't look good.
Slightly seller dominant.
All right, Adara, what more can you tell us about this Cloudflare headline?
I'm not going to talk about that headline because there's another headline here for Cloudflare that I really want to discuss, and it's less a headline and more of a thing that keeps happening. And that thing that keeps happening is X going down. You know who powers X? Cloudflare. And we know that like when we first had one of these outages most recently around, I want to say late October, early November of 2025, there was a reaction in the stock. The stock did not like it. People did not like that Cloudflare was just, slacking off. And we had Canva out. We had a lot of these Cloudflare-powered websites out, including, as I mentioned, X. We had ChatGPT wasn't working. But as of late, there have been at least a couple other instances, including this morning, where Cloudflare's having issues and X is flickering in and out, in and out. So Cloudflare, I don't even think you shouldn't even be focusing on doing whatever you're doing with this headline. What's the wording of this again? Expanding AI monetization? No, focus on getting your basic website to work so that we don't have issues with X going down every 2 seconds. I'm sorry, that's the opinion that I am of, because if you can't do the basic aspects of your business properly, I think you have no business really expanding further. That's my opinion here for NET, though obviously that is why you cannot and should not put your opinions onto stocks, because Cloudflare does not care that there is an outage, and it's just trucking along to the upside from this low. So yeah, I just want to say that I do think it's important to note here with NET that there just keeps being these outages, and I wonder at what point, they stop being able to get away with this. I don't know. That's my take on that.
Thank you very much for that. I'm just responding to somebody.
Yeah, no worries.
There we go. All right. Oh, we're good. Let's go on to the next story. Boeing. Do you have something important to cover, or should we go on?
I'm good. Go for it.
Okay. A union. Okay, so we know that Spirit AeroSystems union reached a tentative deal with Boeing. Let's talk about what happened here. Roughly about 1,600 white-collar workers at Spirit AeroSystems has reached a tentative collective bargaining agreement with Boeing. What's going on? The agreement follows that $4.7 billion acquisition of Spirit AeroSystems by Boeing, the deal which closed on the 8th of December, that allows labor negotiations to begin finally because regulatory clearance is now removed ever since the acquisition closed. So here's what we're talking about. The proposed contract includes a 20% wage increase for wage pools over roughly 5 years. And then those who are on a promotional salary will get 50% increases annually. Doesn't say for how long. Gotta assume it's not in perpetuity. Additional incentives include a $6,000 ratification bonus and a 10% contribution to match your 401k starting in 27. But these concessions address one of Boeing's most important recent, pressure points, which is workforce morale and stability following years of operational disruptions. The new management, headed by Kelly Ortberg, framed the proposal as their best and their final offer. And now union members have until January 30th to review and vote on the proposal. And they better hurry because their current contract expires one day after that on the 31st. So Boeing has looked pretty decent as of late. And, we've been hearing a lot more in terms of orders and demand. It was never really a demand issue. Can they get their ducks in a row so that they can produce these things and have them delivered? The chart doesn't look too bad.
No, man. I think we're kind of starting to get past a lot of the action that we got with the crazy sell-offs that we had in 2020, right? Yep. 2020, 325s all the way down to 100 bounce. Talk about 100 bounce on this stock here on Boeing. Definitely took flight after that one there, and still holding consolidation, kind of cruising nicely here within this range, 275s to 125. So I like this consolidation. Again, we've been digesting a lot of different kinds of reports on this name, and I think if we can distinctly get past this 270, yeah, we can definitely enter right back into the range that we were consolidating in from 2017 to about 2020 there as well. So I like the name. I think it's poised for maybe some highs there as well. They've been doing well in terms of breaking, holding within range and then breaking past some of these prices. So in terms of price acceptance, it seems like this accumulation or consolidation, whatever you want to call it here, has been pretty interesting. And if they continue to deliver, and if they do deliver, I do think that the price action would be soon to follow. 300 might be that gap fill roughly area here from that pull down. If you really want to get specific, 330s was that day low before we started to gap down and really aggressively sell off day after day on this name. So that's what day was that right there. That was the 18th of February in 2020.
All right, we got one more quick story here. Paramount Warner Brothers Netflix deal dispute heats up. What's going on? A Delaware judge rejected PSKY, Paramount Skydance's request to fast-track its lawsuit against Warner Brothers WBD, which sought for more financial disclosure. You'll recall we reported this story earlier in the week around WBD's decision to favor Netflix's takeover bid as opposed to their own. Vice Chancellor Morgan Zern, he ruled that Paramount failed to show it would suffer cognizable, irreparable harm without immediate access to the requested financial details. I don't know why I just can't move up the discovery process. What's the problem, bro? The decision removes near-term legal pressure, of course, on Warner Brothers as it advances through its preferred path. We know Paramount's taken their bid to the shareholders, and Netflix is taking it to their board. Warner Brothers, if you don't know the details of the story, rejected that $108.7 billion hostile bid takeover. It's all cash. It was earlier in the month, but we know Netflix has tendered another all-cash offer, but they haven't increased the price at which they value the company. Paramount had been arguing shareholders need full financial transparency in order to evaluate their $30 per share offer, which Paramount is putting forward, and that is set to expire, that offer by Paramount, by the way, on the 21st of January. Warner Brothers responded and said, look, disclosure will come later. It has to. It's the discovery process. I don't know why we can't move it up. When it formally solicits shareholder approval for the Netflix transaction, and no vote has been scheduled yet. I'm not going to go on with any more details because the show is almost over. OB, WBD, SKY, NFLX. I like that NFLX one.
Oh yeah,
bleeding its own blood.
Yeah, man, definitely. It's really putting its logo on. I like the red there as well. And yeah, maybe let's see. I was gonna draw like an N for the Netflix here because that's what it's starting to look like, right? So it's just like, okay, no, let's not do that. But yeah, multi-week sell-off here after those all-time highs were hit, 134s. Next level of support, 82s. If that cracks as well, maybe something in the 70s here. And yeah, a beautiful example of a reversion on a much higher time frame here. And people are like, oh, it's selling off because of the WBD. Guess what? It was selling off already in June of 2025. It broke trend with distinction in and around, when was this candle right here, buddy? On October 20th, off of earnings.
Yeah.
Right? And then WBD news, whatever. Again, the thing about price action is that the follow-through sometimes just needs a little bit of volume injection. And events and news and other catalysts can give us that volume injection. Of
course.
Right? If you're a large player, you're looking for counterparties. You're looking for volume that you can kind of maybe offload or unload or get into with, and it's just like, okay, cool.
Still holding that higher low though. So
yeah, it's using any and every reason to sell some more is what I've been noticing.
Yeah.
So that's Netflix.
All right, WBD, we got to end the show, but
yeah,
let's
might
give
step up its bid. I don't know.
Yeah.
But let's see what she has to say.
Let's give Adira an opportunity to talk about this latest tie-up.
Oh, I would love to. So here is the thing that I think is so funny. And again, I'm going to make the comparison once again to the whole Metsara drama because I still think it's relevant. Like, you can't it's just sour grapes. Oh, they like the other company's deal better. Oh, poor me. Yeah, no, that's allowed. They're allowed to prefer another company. That's kind of how this process works, right? You both put your offers up there. In fact, they've told you multiple times, hey, we're not going to like your offer unless you substantially change it specifically to how much you're valuing the cable side of things. And if they're not going to change that, then they have no reason to be upset at Warner Brothers for not wanting their offer. So to PSKY, I'm sorry, that's on you, boo. I'm just going to be real here. That's my opinion on that. With regards to the other aspect of this, though, it's interesting because I think David Ellison, from what I've read, and Paramount Skydance, according to a reporter on Semaphore on X, he said that we know we had Netflix and PSKY earlier this week meeting up with the European Commission. Apparently, we actually had David Ellison visiting the European Commission before that and being like, hey, pay for our deal. Like, we're doing better with the regulators. So I think that's a little bit dicey, a little bit sketchy. I don't love how it looks here for PSKY. Overall, I think Netflix will and probably should get this deal, and I think a lot of the way PSKY is behaving is maybe a little bit immature or sour grapes at best and downright shady at worst. That's my take on PSKY, but we have time for a lot more takes here with Sean and Neil.
All right, thank you very much,
Thank you very much for that, guys. It is the end of the show.
Yes.
And you're going to be on hopefully next week as well as Joey Options going to need a little bit more time. So it'll be me and O back together on Monday, same bat time, same bat channel. Big boys are that way. I'll see everybody at the desk shortly.
Have a good long weekend.
Thank you, gentlemen. And we are back, and shout out to Obi. Obi and Sharif doing a great job for sure.
Thank you very much, Obi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Obi. So I think we have that thanks to Dara, so we got to have like a thanks.
Yeah, I mean, that one's such a, although I still like the, I meant to say this when we were hitting the bruh key earlier. They've banned saying not bruh, but bro.
Oh, yeah?
And my daughter, it's not that they banned it, but like people were saying bro so much in my daughter's class. The teacher was just like, look, we gotta curb this. It was basically getting out of hand. It's also too, when it extends to replying to the teacher,
Well, it's a disrespect.
Like, there's a certain level of respect that you should have towards a teacher. It's like, when we grew up, it was
But the
like,
school will lose that argument. Like, if Marissa was there, there would be no chance that would be a rule, because she would be like, stepping on, because bro's a normal word.
It is a normal word.
You know, you should hear the words. I was telling you the words that get thrown around.
I don't have a problem with being used, but we were raised, you're talking to an adult as a kid.
Yeah, well, of course.
There's a certain level of respect. You don't call them by their first name. It's Mr. or Mrs. or whatever. Like, that's just, you can't call the teacher bro. And apparently that was happening a lot, so it is what it is.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. I don't know why we're talking about that, because it's prescient? I don't know. But certainly we'll see what happens this afternoon. I don't know how much volatility we're expecting. Don't forget a few things, just some window dressing. Walmart gets added to the NASDAQ 100, replacing AstraZeneca. I want to say, so AstraZeneca
rings a bell.
Getting the boot and Walmart going in. We'll see if there's anything at the close. I guess, I'm in Riot, which is different from where I left you guys, and then SoFi, I'm in the other direction. Yeah, like SoFi ended up bouncing close to that 26. Not all the way. It didn't really get to 26 even, but it went to 26.5. I just ended up with a bit of a mean reversion trade to VWAP here, but we'll see. The market's trying to go here. I just
trade at VWAP. I think it's going to go.
Yeah, like we're right at VWAP here in the NASDAQ, which I don't know if the timing will be right. Yeah, it's breaking through the volume weighted average price. So the market is trying to go here. We'll see if any of the shorts that were working before will continue. That's for sure. Maybe we'll actually get movement this afternoon. That's the other thing. Usually we've been seeing like range-bound boringness in the afternoon. You might actually see a little bit more action if this move can sustain.
Yesterday we went down to lows at this time.
Well, I looked at those charts. What were the imbalances like? Were they sells at the end?
No, I think it was a market sell, but I don't think it was anything to be like, yo, bro, there's a problem here or anything. You know? Yeah, I don't mean to disrespect you, bro, but, No, so let's see if there is a market sell-off right now. We just went short again on Tesla. If you guys are just wondering like what I've been doing, it's just been this. We have a top right here. We've hit the short a couple times. There it is, right back to VWAP, bro. We took that at 440.35. We'll see what winds up happening. We actually went short silver there at 81, broke higher, went long, and then we slipped up because we should have had a stop order right there. So I think we're going to get pretty aggressive now, and I think if silver doesn't get going here, we're going to stop out much sooner rather than later. And I was going to use this 80-50 area. We almost did get stopped out right there on SLV, but here it comes right back up to the upside. So a 10-cent hit or so right now on SLV. But so it's going to be a good afternoon. Like Neil said, hopefully we can get some action going. It's a little different than yesterday, as I used yesterday as an example. Today's being Thursday, plus we have a long weekend. So that's the other thing, right? That's part of the reason why I kind of like the silver long was just for now, heading into what should be I don't know, you're not going to be able to get out of SLV until Tuesday, basically, mind blue ocean tonight or whatever. Actually, there's no blue ocean tonight. So, you're going to have to watch that, and we'll see if silver wants to get going down 3% right there. Thought that we were going to test that high break of the day, and it doesn't look like that. So we're going to have to watch out for SLV and Tesla right now. Two names that I know can move in the afternoon. So we're going to watch out for these two there. Palantir's on our mind. There's a bunch of different stocks that are here, and we're going to check it out there. Yeah, Palantir, someone just put, what's up to Anil right there. So far so good here. We'll just relax. We don't need to make tons of trades. We need to address everybody in the chat, and if you guys have questions or comments, we'll be here for all of those. And man, there it is. Always be thankful. I did go long on SLV. So it's always something different coming right now. But
including the new vest. I'm the only one that hasn't worn up my ice vest yet.
Yeah.
It's sitting in there. I'm like, when it gets really, really cool in here, definitely will at some point. No, I just saw it was Rico in the chat was just saying that
Mr.
Rivian,
Suave, eh?
Rico Suave. Rivian apparently not doing too well today.
Rivian, did it finally break 17? That was what we were...
It did.
Yeah, that's what we were waiting for.
Oh my goodness, it's not just did it broke 17. It looked pretty clean this morning off the 17 level. So this one could be worth watching. Maybe the $15 level is going to happen. The 200 period, like if you missed Rivian the first time, But then the 200 period might be coming back a little bit faster than you think. So Rico, you're right, the sellers are in control. This is 3 days in a row. Check that, 4 days in a row now, outside of this little update you had in here. I don't know if you'll get a pop to short this afternoon. I'm being real about it. We'll see. Other weak names out there. We saw what happened with most of the chips. Ooh, NVIDIA is catching a bit. I was going to say, NVIDIA was holding out, looking pretty weak. Now it's pretty much like the rest of the market, where you're getting this higher low and trying to break through resistance. AMD, on the other hand, oh, AMD is coming back up. Okay, so even AMD is catching a little bit of a bid here. So even the weak names starting to reverse it just a tiny little bit. And don't forget, the space names are going to be in play. I know Ramin is happy about that, ASTS, Rocket, so we'll try to cover as many as possible. Well, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is.
All in.
Yeah, you gotta go.
I suppose it could have been like SanDisk and, well, they're down today. You'd pick that, and if you'd pick Micron, or Pixel, you'd be doing pretty well as well. And then just another theme as we allow Sharif to get set up. Remember this morning, one of the reasons why I'm even in Riot has to do with their AMD partnership. And it's that pivot that made IREN so exciting as well. That's why Brendan picked IREN as a pivot that some of these crypto names have been making into energy. So yeah, it makes some sense in data centers. We'll see how they go this afternoon. If this breaks trend, I'm going to jump out and go short into VWAP, but not yet. Not yet.
All right, we got Sharif. We're going to do the rundown very, momentarily here. And, we do want to make sure that everybody gets into the chat, lets us know what you're thinking. We did cover a little bit of Tesla down here at $40. We just went short again with you guys right here. So far, so good on the Tesla short. That's printing. Let us know when Sharif is ready. We can go over there immediately. But yeah, Eli Lilly was starting to come backwards today. Looks like they have a nice little level coming up. Sure. Do you want me to go to that first, Andre? Okay, then let's go to Sharif then with the rundown.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The original big boys, they're back. They're locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the afternoon rundown, you gotta join us in the chat. You gotta vote for your favorite tickers every day. We got a stock visualizer that we show you from time to time, so make sure you're voting, and you gotta throw in that $sign, then followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's start, though, by looking at all four major averages, and all are positive territory, but barely. The NQ is almost break even here, up 0.02. Likewise, with the SPY up faring a little bit better, up 0.1. The Dow is literally up 0.01, so essentially flat on the day, but the Russell 2000 IWM to outperform 0.4% on the day. Good look for small caps. We'll get to the small later, but let's look at what is moving now. The number one name, as decided by you guys, SMCI, super microcomputer, up a little bit less than 10%, 9.5% on the day with that 32.49 high. There's really no headline today on SMCI, but we've seen the strength in the chips as of late, whether it's, new demand by Taiwan Semi showing high capex, or President Trump striking a new trade deal yesterday with Taiwan, focusing on, of course, semiconductors and semiconductor manufacturing equipment. So SMCI, boys, unusual call volume, looking real good here, up 9 1/3.
It is looking very good, but I got to ask you guys a question first, everyone out there. If you were handed $1.25 million to trade, would you change your process or maybe just your upside? That's the opportunity the Traders Network provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large SIM and live funded accounts every day. Already paid millions around the world with fast same-day and daily payouts. Right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off. Buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code and check it out. And then if you do well in your funded account, you can afford to get yourself
thank you so much.
Some turtles.
So good.
I love turtles.
Oh, man, those turtles are the best. That was the one thing that we missed this Christmas, and I was telling you.
You got to always do it in the stockings.
The stocking, yeah, we do the Ferrero Rochers. and everything like that in there. But okay, so just real quick, we did buy a little bit more silver down there near the lows, and you know, if it breaks VWAP, we're out. We've already sort of talked about that. Those turtles, a tasty treat right there. So, okay, Sharif, you were talking about TSM, was it TSM? SMCI, yeah. And I mean, that was the one thing that was just, we used to have the rundown on the screen, so we're just going to have to remember the stocks. But up 10% here today. What a great day for SMCI. Sometimes the most beat up stocks get a little bit of a reprieve, right? And today, that's definitely what's kicking here for SMCI. Sorry about the dramatic pause there as the chart fixes itself. But right into there, right? Like there's no, mug off. Man, Andre's getting real good at this. $28. So it's been here since January of 2025. You know, super micro. It's just, I think this is just a little bit of a relief rally. I know there's a story here, but nice little relief rally there on SMCI. You know, you've never even looked at the 50-period moving average since November, and at that point it was $48. Well, it's now $28. So you're about to right now potentially change tide here for supercomputer. So I would watch out. Looks like we could be in for a break. The thing is that you want to make sure that you do not just come up to the 50-period moving average. You want to make sure that you try to cross through it, right? So that would be something here for me, waiting to see what happens. We want to break over $33, try to hold, and I think this would probably be the long, like a 36 or 37 break trade back to the upside for super micro. So, I mean, maybe this is the one. You know what? Sometimes when everyone's thinking one way, it is the other. So you do come in right to the bottom there, super micro. You might not like the stock, but the chart looks pretty good. Now you have a definite if you're already long. It could be a good swing trade opportunity here for SMCI.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, look, ultimately, this morning, I kind of like the short because it was at resistance, but it's what it did after at this 32 level. Like, you look at the prior highs, and it was obvious. Let me zoom it out so you guys can see. Like, it got right into a big resistance spot, and so it was good for trade when it filled in the gap. Like, the dip buy filling in the gap was actually better than the short because you'd still be in it right now. So I think this, and it's very bullish if it closes over this 32 as well. So the fact that it's holding out here, I think, is a fantastic sign for SMCI, momentum-wise. I'll leave it at that because my interest in the SMCI doesn't go any further past ever trading it. I don't know that I would ever want to own it, but I think you're getting a bit of a reverse. Closing here would be a very good start. I don't want to jinx it. The market just lost VWAP, so yeah, I'd be at least a little bit cautious with this. It's a bit of head and shoulders as well. Yeah, I don't know about this afternoon. Liking the long, certainly a close over 32 would be good. VWAP would be okay as well. And then I said it wasn't time, but then Riot did. Riot confirmed the trend break, so it was on trend. It broke the trend into VWAP. Wanted that one to continue going, but it didn't. Let's go to stock number 2. Usually I make a guess, but I'm not going to cheat. I'm not going to cheat.
Silver, maybe.
No, I think it's going to be that small Vero. I think it'll be that small capper.
Okay, let's go find out.
It is Tesla, boys, which is up a quarter. It's all good, Neil. Up 0.25%. Tesla faces additional scrutiny on potential FSD effects. We reported to you back in October that the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration opened the probe after Tesla's equipped with FSDs were laws going through red lights. Anyway, covering about 2.9 million vehicles that are equipped with FSD. They are going to be granted more time to respond to the 8,300 potential traffic violations involving that. But Tesla, guys, today about very, very tight range here, up about 2%.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in Tesla. I can talk about it just quickly here. I've just been shorting it pretty much all day, and you know, we tried to get the long early when it fell through there, and then it just did not come in. So did not come into the long. It just kept on going. So we sort of flipped up our game here. When the market was doing what the market was doing, Tesla was kind of going oppo. And right now, you can see as the market falls in right now, Tesla gives us that sort of top area and then smacked it to the downside. So we've been shorting it in around this 440 and view up and just hoping that, you know, eventually we can get back into some of these lows. But Tesla's going to be my number one stock today. And, you know, I think well traded. We just got the 200 period moving average down there at 439. So look at the market, man. We just lost it pretty good right there off of VWAP. So as that goes, so does Tesla. We also had bad movement there in Rivian as well, but the market continues to make a downside push here. So I'm just going to get later. We have about a third left of this trade, but there it is right there at the 200 period. Let's see if Tesla has a chance here at 438, but I like the short. My next bid is 438.55. Let's see what winds up happening here.
Nice. I got nothing to add, man. Tesla, when it gives you those VWAP, we love the volume weighted average price. We like anchored VWAP. Oh, the book's not here as well. But, no, I was going to get to there's a couple of super chats up here that I wanted to get to. And the second one's about CoreWeave before we go back to the desk. And we appreciate all of our viewers for sure. David, I love this message. If you ever feel like you're having, you probably mean you're having a bad day. I have 50K USD options expiring today. Worthless. Ouch. But I'm smiling.
50K?
Cost of business for us. So look, I've responded this to you. If you have a hit and you're smiling after it, I can only assume that means that was the amount that you in your mind, this is what you were risking on that particular trade, and you were comfortable with it, and that was your decision. And if it happens, it's like you win, you lose. That kind of a deal. Obviously, that's a tough hit, and and obviously, if you have a plan of action, I think you should always follow it and make sure that you can handle that loss, which I'm sure, assuming by your reaction that you can. From Robert, can you chart CoreWeave if you have time? Well, we always have time. We got like an hour and a half. Just quickly here, like everything else, it seems to be coming back in after up 6%. It was up more than that earlier. When you look at the daily chart, what happened here is CoreWeave. We only recently got enough data to have the 200 period moving average. So it just put up its 200th session this week. And what happened today, it tagged the 200 period moving average, which was there for the first time, and reversed. So I'd say that's relatively significant here, that 103 that it turned into. It's the kind of thing where I'll stop to fail on myself. The second the 200 period showed up, I don't know why I wasn't looking for a potential reverse off of that level. So I think you should, if you're long, it wouldn't be the most ridiculous thing to have rang the register off of these lows. Like it was a 60 double bottom, maybe you got a higher low. I think the first test of the 200 period was a fail. For this afternoon, the market's falling back. It wouldn't surprise me if it pulled back off a level like this. I know that's a big technical level that longer term traders and investors look at often. So the fact that it went almost exactly to that level, I'd consider it a natural place to ring the register and take some profit. Let's see what stock number 3 is. I'm just going to double down and say this time it's Vero.
Silver.
Close, Katina, man. It's coming. It's coming. VERO is the next one, guys. Venus Concept. Big move up, over 800% at the high, dropping down about 550% now. The stock is up big after Madryn Asset Management disclosed a 91% stake in the company, in the metal, which makes medical aesthetics technology. Madryn, plans active involvement in operational and strategic initiatives as the company evaluates the alternatives it has. I was involved in this one, boys, and it was putting in a downtrend while I was involved with it. It looks like the downtrend is still intact. What's your take on this?
Well, the daily chart's not going to be of that much use on Vero, except to show you this topping tail candle. Imagine if history almost rhymes with itself. At this point, it has a chance to close where, on the April 9th, it went crazy of last year. It opened and tanked off about 886. Right now, that's the level that it's been sort of hugging. But it's a very distinct downtrend from the high that it's trying to break. So I think it's going to get binary. Either we're going to hold this line and bounce, break higher than that level on the daily chart you can find, or we're on a one-way ticket to the volume-weighted average price. Didn't pay for locates on this, so I'm not going to be shorting it. But yeah, that big level you see on the daily, I think that's going to be key to close above or over under. And then if they decide, heck, if they can drop an offering, none of that's going to really matter. That's why you make sure you take your profits if you do get that opportunity. But yeah, key level on the daily approaching. It's going to need to break this trend in order to not fail the one key resistance level it has on the daily chart. Often these stocks don't really have too many levels when they do this.
Yeah, Venus Concept here done 261 million shares with a float of 1.4 million. So very turned over right there. 1.4 million shares outstanding. It's done 261 million shares there today with a short float of just 14%. I think people are going to get a lot shorter on this one, as this is just a prime example of what goes up must come down. So I think that is eventually going to be the play here for VERO. But yeah, I mean, enjoy it while you can. I mean, we just talked about David, cost of doing business. If you go long on Vero right here and hold this till Tuesday and you lose on it, that's the cost of doing business. So we're going to wait to see, man, up 540%. Hey, there's nothing wrong with buying tops, but as Neil said, this is much more than a top. This is definitely a blowout situation right there. You know, you might want to look at $3. I mean, although, Neil, I don't know if you saw this. It has done this before.
Yeah,
that's what we were looking at there. But yeah, I would say like that, this was the trade right there. And you had no, I don't think there's any chance of getting that, but if it breaks through that 350, then you were going long, and now you've gotten rewarded with this play. So, you know, on this day, we had a open down here of 470. And then, sorry, it opened there 880, and then the close of 470. So I don't want to say that might not happen again, but hey, man, the last time we wicked like that, we did wind up closing a little lower. So this doesn't have 350 in it today, I don't think, but just be careful. These are the names that are kind of, we talk about Nat Gas being the widowmaker, but in reality, you know, if you put too much money into a stock like this, hoping for the moon, sometimes you get the soil and you get the other way there and you get buried. So Vero right there, great opportunity to trade it earlier today. And if you had that break, like I was saying, like if you looked at that 350 or so area, you would have been in there early, and that would have been in the pre-market. So yeah, nice move there for Vero. I believe, like my buddy told me when he was talking to me about crypto, I was like, it's over with. So now you got to wait for this name to make another move, because for now, the money has been made. Okay, silver. Yeah, boom.
It is, Sean. SLV down 3 1/3. Gold and silver are lower, according to this article, as Treasury yields rise after President Trump reportedly said he may keep National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett in his current role. You'll recall he was one of the names that was floated around to replace outgoing Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Silver may also be experiencing, Sean, profit taking following its monster rallies. Silver down 3 1/3.
CompuCare team asking me about Netflix. We will talk about that, but earnings around the corner. I just put earnings. I just didn't get to finish it. So, yeah, be careful with Netflix or anything that reports very soon. So, I mean, I've only been trading this basically this week, and it's been pretty violent. We did start with the moves downside there early on silver, which was pretty good. This was a keystroke error. We didn't do anything there. Downside, so we went short. And then, again, we tried to go short again at that same level, and then we got blown out to the upside. And now we're just trying to go long against VWAP. So it's funny that you come back over here when I'm in this position. But it just, you know, we did get one stop out right there, not out of it all, but we did get stopped out right there. And I'm going to buy again on VWAP, hoping that we can bounce higher. But if we break this recent low right there, then I'm just going to get out. So we're just kind of dancing back and forth. I don't want to chase it anymore. So if it breaks, my stop is breaking down through 30, then we're going to get out. So one last little go here on silver. I'm trying to go long because I just know that you're not going to be able to trade SLV or I mean, it doesn't matter. It's spot silver anyways, trades all the time. But I was just thinking into Friday right now, into the weekend. I don't know, you know, maybe silver does, you know, talk about $100, and over the weekend people analyze it and maybe it's a decent long from here. Still think this has $100 written on it somewhere. I mean, we're on a huge super cycle for metals. We don't need to tell you that. This was up 140% or something last year. So silver looks like it's heading on its way downside. So we could take a little bit of a bath on this position. But overall, glad that we're starting to trade it again, like silver here. And, you know, the volatility's in. So I'll study some charts and try to figure out a little bit more about it. But it's a decent trade here, SLV.
Well, what's interesting is the volume's really high at silver recently, but this is much less than yesterday's vol. So like the volume really dwindling. Like if you look at it compared to the last few sessions, this is the lowest volume day of the week on SLV. But that being said, if there's something I learned about it today, it's, well, if I'm looking for mean reversions, which I think on silver, that's the way I want to play this. Just take trend breaks. You almost got to have them all, because that's a trend break. Look at that. This was a trend break. That was okay. That's not a trend break, and it lost. So trend break's good. And then there's a trend break, and it was good. So maybe when it's in this volatile stage, that's what we should be looking for. Or at least I know I should be looking for that. But hopefully this trend doesn't continue. I'm going to get rid of these because I don't really need them out there anymore. Hopefully this trend of declining volume doesn't continue. But it's worth monitoring if we come in on Monday and silver is still doing lower volume. Again, the lowest so far, it's easily the lowest volume day that it's had in about a week. And you got to pay attention to that because this has been one of the wildest rides out there. There's this, the memory names, some space stocks, and they've been clearly carrying the trade, I suppose, in terms of volatility and action. We'll see if that continues next week. Still plenty of juice this afternoon. Let's go back. I think we have one more symbol to cover, and I have no idea what it is.
Neil, is it true that Bichette is going to the Mets?
Yes. What?
Oh,
you got to bring up old stuff, man.
I didn't know. I just saw it right now. I had no idea. The Mets?
You're just rubbing it in.
I'm not rubbing it in. I just literally saw it on my phone. That's crazy, man. Anyway, I thought it was going to be Philly, but okay, let's go on to the last taker over here. JFBR up 133%. Look, this is called Jeff Brands, and they're up big after subsidiary KeepZone AI secured a distribution agreement with STI for Canada and Mexico. The deal is going to cover security equipment, including under-vehicle inspection systems and explosive detection devices for government clients like the Canadian Department of National Defense, as well as the Mexican defensive agencies, or defense agency, I should say. So breaking down below VWAP, which is at 145, but coming into that pre-market breakout zone, boys, at about $1.25, $1.30. Let's look.
First, we're going to discuss OGen, all right? So let's do this. When the seconds count, you don't have time to wait for treating symptoms. NYSE listed Oragenic, symbol OGEN over there, is rewriting the rules of neurological care. We're looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions. Book a meeting with their team today. It's OGen, and we've discussed this numerous times and had them on the show. We want to thank OGen for coming out one more time. But all right, so I was too obsessed with this silver trade.
So I actually did look at this one this morning, and I made the lesson of the day about maybe looking for opportunities in small cappers. And I was just showing you guys sometimes working off of trend lines or working off of mean reversions or support and resistance. And what we'll do often, you'll see in the morning show, you're looking in that first 15 to 20 minutes of the opening range to set something up. Well, in these small cappers, from 7:30 or from 8 o'clock to 9:30 might be your setup trade. And then your entry could be at 9:30 instead of waiting for something to set up and enter at 10 o'clock or 9:50. And that was the point, because realistically, unless you're a short trader, your best chance came right at the open. It broke this wedge to the upside, and then that was it. And then everything else has been back end of the trade. To the point where when it lost that trend line here, I guarantee you there were shorts that were just watch. This is that trend that it broke out from. And when it loses it, they pile in on a 150 break. It hasn't really recovered since. So a lot of times when we talk about small cappers and gap trades, there is, it's riskier trading in the pre-market. I get that. But for some of these, that might be your best bet, either right away at 9:30 if it sets up, or sometimes that'll happen at 9:15 or 9 o'clock where you'll get your best opportunity, or sometimes for the early risers even earlier than that. So with these types of names, you got to be willing to do it. Great volume, but it's under VWAP now. I don't know that I want to, I wouldn't necessarily get involved with it. It's not this is pretty bad when you look at its history of sustaining moves when it catches a bid. The only positive I would say is, well, it just got back above $1, so it's going to close over $1 right now. That can be a good sign, but yeah, otherwise this one would be a pass for me this afternoon. But yeah, sometimes you got to trade the pre-market or right away, and that's your best bet with these small cappers. And so you have your trade plan around them as such, would be the best advice.
I mean, that's part of us coming on at 8 a.m., of course. So we'll, and we have good news, right? Next week we can go over. When Adara comes back in, she'll hopefully have, I don't know if she has an earnings calendar yet set up, but she has that whole one. So, yeah, we will spend next week by bringing back the after show for big earnings reports. So,
oh, shoot. Where's my bang thing? Dang it.
Find it? Okay, good. Yeah, so a lot of you have asked for that, and we've told you that. One, we're definitely committing to Tuesday, Thursday, and then we're going to figure out, we'll look at the calendar and do that, so you guys get ready for that as well into next week. Okay, so we did get, I mean, yeah, let's go, finally, face slapper there for us on SLV. I mean, it came in, we bought the dip, and, you know, well worth it now, you know, just trying to play 1 versus 1 here, and what I mean by that is like if we can get, the drip down was if it breaks 30, I said, so we just got 40s there, so, and our average position is 41, so 11 or so cents, we're now in the money 30, so we did take out, you know, as we went up, man, we ran into the 200 period, that was basically 1-to-1, then we got 57s, then we got 65s, now we're getting the 50 period up here at 73s, so we've already sort of made money here as we hold just a little more than half right now in case silver does go back up to the upside, but we'll make money. We did get stopped. I'm not stopping out of 100% anymore. I'll stop out of like 75%. That was something else that I was trying to think about and learning from my own mistakes is that like I'll get out of 100%, then the thing will rip back up and I feel bad that I have nothing left. If we get out of 25% at our first target, or 75%, sorry, then we can sort of get down and maybe if it breaks there, then we know for 100% that we're wrong and we can lose our last quarter more extreme, right? But that's because we're trying to hold on for a bigger move as well. And then meanwhile, we were getting out of Tesla. Like Tesla came right back into the 200 period moving average. That's why we have these things on here. I don't think I want to go short anymore at VWAP. Like I wasn't going short ever here. I was only going short up top, and that's a break of 41 bucks. So we've already put some money in our pocket here with Tesla today. I don't think shorting a maximum amount of shares or anything like that into the close is the greatest idea. So I'm just going to hold on. Now I don't have any more bids on, well, I do have a bid on Tesla. It's at 439 flat. So if we can get back into there, fine. And then we wait for 438. So those are the sort of the beginning of trade idea right here that I have. And here we go, man. SLV, next stop, $81 as we get that fill. Actually, did I even have a fill there? No, I did not. We're waiting for 92s right now. So hopefully we can get that right into this area right here. That high is 95. So we'll go a little lower. I don't know, just randomly putting out prices. This is pretty price agnostic. It's against the futures trading of silver, the spot silver. So the fact that this is just ripping, like, see, like you said, oh, like 84 was key or whatever, it just rips it through. So
that's why I found like price on that. It's like
and on the TQ.
Look for trend and where you can visually see support and resistance. Someone asked about like key price levels, like numbers the other day on maybe stocks that are dual listed. I think if something's dual listed or is based off of spot price, sometimes you can't really worry about the even dollar levels. Like I don't worry about even dollar levels on IBIT because it doesn't matter. The level that, like the even dollar number that matters is going to be on Bitcoin. It's not going to be on IBIT ultimately. So I just trailed out of one. I might trail out of SoFi here. Here's the trend line. I finally joined it way too late. That's what happens when you're long biased. But I'm going to trail out if we break back above this trend line on the 3-minute. And then Riot, which we had the short, it got halfway to VWAP and then came back into break even. So I jumped out of this. Riot's been a super strong stock today, just like IREN. So Riot, the news for Riot was AMD, data center deal, and then IREN, which very similar pivot, right? Crypto to data centers. It's also actually running, I would say, as impressive of a move over there in IREN. The only other name that I have on watch right now is going to be AMD for I'm going to say its weakness, and then it's going to be weird to say that because you look at the daily charts, up 1.6%. Hey, there's some green candles in a row. It just hasn't really had any bad ones. All that being said, it has been pretty weak right here at about 234. Like you look at yesterday when things fell apart, and then look at all the resistance in here. So I was looking at that VWAP again. I shorted VWAP once already and going to look to try to do it again after it just rejected. Might have maybe missed that opportunity. I don't want to chase it too far. Looking for about 232 here on advanced. I can't say advanced money destroyer when it's been so good the last little bit. Like look at the week for AMD. What a week. From pretty much exactly $200, because on Monday, it literally dipped into $200 exactly. And then yesterday tops out at 238. Like sometimes, and we were just talking about even dollar levels, there's something about like on a Monday morning, a stock like an AMD gapped down and then wicking both the pre-market low and the $200 level. The second it breaks back above the high, it should just be an auto long. And the only excuse for that is there probably at the moment wasn't too much of a reason to be looking at AMD. But that's where even dollar levels matter. Like they matter in stocks like this, where you've got major strike prices and lots of options actions around those prices, but not something like, like we were just saying with SLV or like IBIT, where Bitcoin is going to carry the day. So yeah, those levels can matter much more when you're talking about individual names like this. Speaking of big levels, I'm going to throw a bid down at low of the day here. If we get back down to 26.2, I don't think it matters that 26 even. The low is the low on SoFi. I might still take a long if we actually get a chance to test 26 on SoFi at some point. I've seen Smoke Tuna, great name by the way, in the chat. I've seen this SkyCorp Solar. A few people have mentioned this one. Another one of these small cap runners doing an exorbitant amount of volume late. I have not heard in my ear what's caused this move, but I am going to look it up right now. Right now Adair is not at her desk, so I'm just going to quickly look it up.
I have some unfortunate news. Adair won't be here this afternoon, so you and I are going to have to start reporting some.
No, I didn't. But I cannot find even a story on this. There isn't a story since December 4th of last year. But it just started picking up volume, so I'm going to keep scouring and see if I can come up with the reason why the stock just went 100% in like 30 minutes or whatever that time frame is.
Okay.
PN. Yeah, okay. I'll keep searching, but there's nothing on our news source that says anything here.
So I've gone to Trader TV research right here, and this is exactly as we said, Adair. I knew she'd have this out, and here it is right here. So this is the calendar of earnings. My mug off. There it is. Okay, there's 3M. So this is Tuesday evening. This is when we're going to be here, man. We're going to be here for 3M. We're going to be here for Netflix as well. Interactive Brokers. It's really just a Netflix earnings call. Let's see what happens there after market on Tuesday. All right, Johnson & Johnson, not bad for Wednesday as a big name there. We're in now like outside of bank earnings season, right? So we can now move on. There'll be some regional banks and other names that are coming through as well. XLF names like Visa and MasterCard and all that. But look what's happening on Thursday, man. Thursday is where the jam be at. We've got Intel going on there. We've got Procter & Gamble. We've got some GE, right? Freeport-McMoRan, that's another one that we can talk about with copper kind of going off right there. So it's not like a huge week or anything like that. But if you want to look over here, this is manufacturing PMI and Michigan sentiment coming on Friday, as well as jobless claims there on Thursday. Not much going on here. I get the 20-year bond auction has moved stocks at some points if it's slanted one way or the other, but we won't look forward to that really on Wednesday. Well, we'll look forward to it, but I'm not sure it's going to move too much. So yeah, we'll wait for it. Looks like Friday economically are the two bigger numbers there, and yeah, I guess Abbott Labs, I don't know. I'm not super in love with too much here other than Intel, and most of us will hold. Oh, there's Capital One. I was just saying you're going to get some other bank names, credit card names. There it is right there. And also United Airlines, Interactive Brokers could help. Many of us think about our positions in Robinhood or things like that. So it looks like it's going to be a pretty good. Anything on here that's interesting to you, Neil? I don't know, P&G maybe?
Well,
I mean, I know you make Freeport a pick of yours, so that's.
No, I mean, I was going to say that's the one that day. Let's be real. I mean, maybe more people might be interested in some other names, but Freeport, I think, is a big. It must be
the week after. That's
a copper name. No, there's bigger ones. But we start getting into some big names that aren't banks next week, but then it gets like after that, then you get the like the massive like big cap tech names. So thank you to Ramin found this, but this is on X for this PN stock. Like, and it's just really Monster Green Candle. It is a solar play going nuclear on massive volume. So it's really just, it's a solar play on momentum. That's what we've been able to find. But again, we're just really talking about what you can find on X. Sometimes, and I saw someone post that same story, the 2 million share repurchase program. That's the one from December 4th. So they announced the 2 million share repurchase program. That is more than a month old. So I'd be a little bit, I mean, if it's moving based on that, just remember that is an older story. Okay, so two things. One, I'm short at VWAP here, but truthfully, whoops, I didn't even draw that very well. I can always, not that much of a difference. But I'm short at VWAP, but it hasn't even broken this trend. So if it breaks trend, I'll add and move stop from just over the volume weighted average price to the prior bar, if that happens on AMD. But just as I talked about that PN stock or SkyCorp Solar, it made another fresh high here. So volume is really holding up here. Regardless of whether there's a story or not, the volume is holding. So there's something here, let's just put it that way. Certainly not a name that's in my wheelhouse. I don't like trading. If it goes up 100% and they don't even have a catalyst, I just feel those are a little bit more dangerous than your average small cap runner in the afternoon on a Friday. Like, that's a little too random for me. But good luck if you got it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I think we always need to get some kind of catalyst. Shout out to, here we go, in the chat there, Hypercube, saying that we're getting closer and closer to, here we go. I just want to talk about this because, so I guess the CME VWAP you're looking at maybe, Beyond Meat, yeah, yesterday it broke through $1. I just heard something right there about, well, they released that protein. Okay, now it's back below, so. Okay, we just heard something about Beyond Meat in my ear, so I wanted to just quickly talk about it. There's nothing really going on there, but there it is right there, approaching CME VWAP. So I guess you're just talking about the continued contract. The only VWAP that I was using was the one that we have on our charts, and it does match with e-signal VWAP as well. So that's kind of like, here's e-signal right here. And I know we're not talking the same thing, so that's why I wanted to double check with you what you were talking about, because this is the VWAP that I was just playing off of. So e-signal and hours kind of matching. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't talking about something differently there. Maybe you're talking about a daily VWAP or something like that. So, but right now SLV, we just got another piece out right here at 81. So we might as well start to drip out of this a little bit as it comes to the upside. So we did that, and it was a good trade. So we'll say awesome on that one for now, and thank you for the help there as well. Tesla's starting to go. I said we're not going to reload this thing, so although, oops, that's still silver. Go like this. So we're not reloading it, but we are getting very, very close to tipping out. So 441 break. We're out of this one. It'll be we don't have very many shares. I've traded thousands of these today, but we have like sub 100 shares left, so it's nothing too dramatic at all for Tesla. But I still am waiting to get this 439.50 or so area. That's where my bid is. We talked about that, and we'll wait. Actually, my bid's at 439.15. I got to change that right now. Put something out right there, so if we do come back in, we want to make sure that we do grab it. Hopefully, silver does continue to go up the upside. There it is. Oh, I watch both VWAP, silver and CME. When you're saying CME, though, Hypercube, I don't understand. Are you just talking about why would that VWAP be any different? So that's what I mean. Because he's not talking about CME. There's no stocks.
The chances that the future is...
Because I thought silver SLV was pretty much
the only way there'd be much of a difference is if you had some weird volume spikes. Like, you're going to track the same price, but I guess you could have some volume spikes at particular prices to make them a little bit different. But again, I'm not an expert, so maybe there are legit differences. I just can't think of why there would be big differences on the volume weighted average price. We do have a super chat from Danny's Boy.
Ooh, we like
if we can throw that one up. On the swing trade front, silver has a history of running up over long weekends when the COMEX or LBMA is closed. Given the down dip in price today and COMEX being closed on Monday, Costco will probably sell out again. Yeah, well, get your silver at Costco if you get a chance. No, I do agree. Like, if you think about it, if people are getting, if some of this move is because people are getting squeezed, then, the long weekend, usually you think of risk in terms of if you're short when it's squeezing, that's where the risk is. So you're looking long, and it'd be like vice versa. Like, if a stock was a falling knife and people are just getting destroyed, then holding over the long weekend, it's like the opposite effect, right? So whichever... In this case, it is squeezing, so I'm kind of with you there. It makes a lot of sense there. Thank you, Danny's Boys. Was it Danny's Boys?
You know what I was going to say? The one thing about VWAP, which could be different, and I actually asked Gemini this, and they don't really know either, but what I was thinking about it is the CME is 24 hours, right? So like you have, the VWAP would have taken in consideration more numbers than the one that we have. So, so that was a good one, and that makes sense there. So. Okay, so the one thing that we did not do, so it's funny because P&L wise, my biggest loss today is still this, which was NVIDIA, and it was just because we had a lot of shares when it broke through 188. I just was thinking that was not going to be the case today. I thought, with TSM yesterday, just with trying to break through 190, which we got. This is almost identical to what happened to me when, not identical, but almost identical to what happened when Intel broke 50 yesterday with Obi. And we went long, and it was a win, and then we averaged it back into VWAP, and then we lost it, and then we took the low of the day at that time, and then lost that one as well. So it's almost like identical to what exactly Intel did yesterday. And just to show you guys, here it is right here. So this was yesterday, right off the open. We took the 50 break, which is right there. It was a good trade. We averaged it back to VWAP. It broke, we got out. Then we took the low of the day right there yesterday on Intel. It broke, and it did this. So that's like two stocks, same sector, basically the exact same move, and Intel did it again today. Takes out the high levels, comes back in, says, who cares about VWAP, who cares about everything else, and the low of the day, that's a nice story, we're taking that out. So yeah, it just continues to go around and around, but that's the same kind of a deal there today for Intel and for NVIDIA as we take out some of those highs and then fade the rest of the day. Silver looking to go higher here, and over to Neil right now is Tesla trying to go lower.
And over to Beta Pro by GlobeX, everybody. Why? Because savvy Canadian traders that are looking to boost their exposure have the ability to grab NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro's 3x daily leverage ETFs. They've got built-in FX hedging, so you can amplify the short-term moves, minimizing those pesky currency swings. So if you're bullish, if you're bearish, these ETFs are built for active traders like yourself to take on the markets. Make sure you read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan that QR code you see out in front of you, and good luck, everybody. So yeah, AMD finally broke the trend line. Not finally, but it did. So added to it when it did break the trend line and move the stop to the prior bar, and we'll look for retracement back into just underneath 231 if it wants to go for sure. And I see, Ohio. See, new loon.
There goes silver, by the way.
Ohio silver. It's hi-ho.
Yeah, it's hi-ho, hi-ho.
Hi-ho. Don't get, that's, it's the Lone Ranger, right?
Yep.
Yeah, hi-ho silver, because the horse. Thing comes from the horse was called silver. It's not even like a silver thing. I mean, not that I watched the show. I just know the cultural reference. I've never even watched the Lone Ranger.
I liked it. I talked about silver with that Cornelius, whatever his name was, from the Rudolph, Burl Ives Rudolph there.
Yeah.
Cornelius something, where he's mining silver and gold. And he's like, silver and gold, silver and gold. Shut up, Sean. All right, so, okay, back into there. Shout out to my daughter who's watching. We've got... Gia, you got to get ready, man. We've got two big games. We've got Brampton tonight and then Brampton tomorrow. So we've got tonight at...
Gia, take it easy on them.
She's not going to.
I know she's not.
Yeah.
But I got to ask.
The last time we played Brampton, some girl cross-checked her in the back, and that girl got 5 games for it. So Gia's going to be ready to rock and roll. And she was at a body checking clinic today. So... body contact, so that was fun. So can't wait.
Body check. That sounds like
talk to her about that.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yukon Cornelius. That's what it is. Thank you to my wife.
5 games.
Suspension.
You have video?
No, I have a video of it. Yeah, Mercy can send.
I'm just trying to picture getting 5 games at that age and what that must have looked like.
It's brutal, man. Hockey is brutal.
Well, I know hockey's brutal, but like, I mean,
yeah. It's all good. All right, so yeah, if I get the video, maybe I can show it to you. But right there, $81 right there for silver came in. We took it. We took out a couple fills there. I do understand what everyone's talking about there with Danny Boy. That silver, has had a interest in getting higher heading into long weekends. That's I didn't even know that stat, and that's what I sort of mentally was thinking about, so it's why we slipped. We were really short. We were short the whole day until this afternoon, where we flip over to the long. Yeah, you could just send it to me, Marissa. It's fine, and then I can show it on the show. It's or you can send it to Neil specifically if you want. It's fine.
It doesn't, yeah.
All right, sugar and spice and everything nice. Yeah, that's what Gia is. That's for sure. Okay, so we are also, the Tesla's charged up in the basement, so that's all good. But we're charging the short up right here, and it looks like it does want to continue to do a little bit. Here's Rivian. Rivian recently just broke some lows, so this stock has been in big time trouble, right? This was probably one of my best trades of the month, where we went short on $18 for Rivian that one day when it got downgraded and it filled out this gap, and then it just has turned around, man. It just has not got going. I mean, we did have that big announcement there that they were going to go back into sort of their own version of FSD I think it was going to be only $50 a month as opposed to Tesla's is $100 a month. But again, technology costs money, and these guys are still losing money every single vehicle that they do produce. So that is Rivian continually going to the downside. We have to wait to see if there's anything there. The futures are coming, or the futures NASDAQ is coming back up to the highs again with this VWAP trade. Not the highs of the day, but sort of the highs of the afternoon. Let's see if there's any actionable trading happening right here. 25,750 is the most recent high here on the NASDAQ. So we'll see if it can break through right now for Rivian. But yeah, I think it's a free for all, man. I think you gotta buy Rivian even at the 200 period right here. I see some people in the chat saying like $8 to $10. That's pretty low, but you know we saw what happened to Lucid. Lucid reverse split.
That's a different piece.
Is it though? I don't know how much difference this is, man. I mean, Lucid has their own problems with production. They still can't make any money on their car. And the thing about this is, we talked about it. I'm not going to zoom out because this is what
their stock is.
Oh yeah, there's
the price action between the two of them. I mean, vastly different.
Vastly different. Lucid is much more beat up stock, and this was at $2. They reverse split, right, 10 to 1. They went up to 20, then they tanked into 15 there, like real quick, as many names do when there is a reverse, and then it ripped for some reason up to $25. You're like, haha, we've got it. And now it's down, it's gonna break $10, or maybe it did already. It's right at $10 right now. So when it reverse split here in August, it was $2. So it went 10 to 1. So now you're essentially at $1 right now for Lucid. So this is a $1 spot there for Lucid. And look, man, we love the cars, but the price action there, it's a gorgeous car, but the price action does not give you, I'm trying to show you what's at $10, but there's not much down here at $10. You can see very, oh, now my face is in the way again, but right down into here, there's really no size to support this thing on the bid. So watch out for Lucid doing 6 million shares today and looking to get a little bit lower. And for you, Jay Bronson, ooh, look at silver going up right here. Nice move there. We'll see if we can get something out at 81.10 now, as silver keeps on going higher.
Higher and higher, and yeah, again, a lot of times if you hear us talking, like if I say like Rivian is vastly different from Lucid, a lot of times we'll be talking about price action, we'll be talking about like the way the stock is moving.
Out some Tesla.
Rivian's chart on the daily is very healthy compared to Lucid's. Whoops, I'm on SoFi. I'll go back and just say, like Lucid is a broken stock. It doesn't even want to, like, it's so bad that it doesn't even want to come up. It wants to hide itself. It's so terrible. Whereas Rivian's chart is very reasonable on the higher time frame. Like, it's still making higher lows and higher highs. Okay, so you've got the video. I got to see what's worth 5 games here.
Okay, so all right, so get ready. So okay, was I muted? Okay, I was muted. All right, so here we go. So this is the video right here. It has been received. The thing is, I think this is Gia. I'll sort of narrate this as it goes. So she's 81. So yeah, this is her. So here's Gia right here. See that little hit that she just did that? Watch this. Boom!
Oh my.
See what I'm saying? All right, let's replay that. Watch this. So here, I told Gia that she gave this girl the business a little bit right here. The whistle blows. It's dead. Boom! See, she's fine. She gets up, but one more time. You guys can't hear this, but I'll tell you when the whistle blows. Now. So there's the whistle. She gives that girl a little push. This girl sees that. Boom! Right there to the back.
That was a bit of a dive, the first one.
This is 11 and 12.
She barely tapped.
Exactly.
She barely tapped her, and the other girl went down.
All right, one more time. I think. So here she comes. She's 11 years old. There it is. Whistle now. Actually, the whistle goes right when, and then boom. The whistle actually goes right when she does that.
She gave a little tap. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah, so that was
good on her for not just swinging.
Oh yeah, Gia is.
Honest with you, because
yeah, she gets right back up and was looking to take names there. But that was pretty good. So
well, that answers the question of how do you get 5 games.
Yeah.
So my mind was like, 5 games, would it be too? No, that's
so. The thing is, the season is only 20. No, it's more than 22 games. But anyways, there's she's playing 64 games this year, including playoffs, provincials, and tournaments there. So, yeah.
Extracurricular stuff. That you
yeah, there it goes. So, all right, 81 bucks there. We did get a little bit out on silver on the high side there. So we're going to wait to see now what winds up happening. And by the way, we did take a Tesla bid again. And I said I wasn't bidding anything to down here. I took out 5% of what we have. We'll see if it comes back in down here into 439.50 or so. But nice move to the downside right now for Tesla. Nice move to the upside on silver. And yeah, we're just going to hold it. We have 1 more hour to go. We're reaching the power hour. If there's any sort of stocks that are moving around, let us know. CoreWeave has had a good move today as well.
Yeah.
So we could definitely talk about that. Here's CRW.
Just quick update. I trailed out of SoFi, so this one came out. That one was good. AMD it'll end up actually, this second trade in AMD will end up being flat. Still hilarious to me that AMD on the NASDAQ is not the first thing on our drop-down menu, believe it or not, when I type in AMD. Now, we lost VWAP and it broke that prior bar. So we were able to scalp some out, but then it breaks out. Not going to try fighting this one. Much better the first time through when we got it. So I'm on the hunt. Let's see what we have for other, like what else might be moving. I don't really like the long here to just obviously reverse it, but I do see some of the names getting thrown in the chat. Palantir, Rocket Lab, maybe. Palantir, wow. The market's recovering pretty well here, and Palantir is still at these lows. It's kind of weird. The defense names have been battling back a little bit. And the thing about Palantir is it kind of lost all week long. You were hugging the 50 period. The 50 period on the daily. Today, it extends away from it. It's going to close below. I said once that happened, I would start to be looking whichever direction it broke. So I guess on Monday, favor the short on Palantir after that loss of the 50 period could be the way to go on PLTR. Don't like that one as a bit of a chase. Either. Just gonna keep looking, see if we find something that looks pretty good. JL8, as long as people are talking about Palantir, it'll keep winning. One thing to keep in mind is, when I say something like, oh, well, I might come in next week thinking about it, Palantir looking like a short, we're talking about day trading. When it loses the 50 period, like I'd probably lean that way, trend back, and then if it does like a bounce, and then when it's trending down, you favor the short, and then when you start to see a day like this, you start just favoring the long. Like I like to look at stocks that way. Just what is it doing recently, and have the bias in that direction and look for entries. Now that it's moving again, because it wasn't moving this week, I think you start thinking about the downside. Intel hires Qualcomm executive. Now that just hit the wire. Is it moving? Really? Not really. That's not really moving. Intel's still weak. You're down 2% when the market's flat. You failed 50 again on Intel, like it did yesterday. Yuckity yuck yuck for Intel. So hiring that Qualcomm executive probably not going to make too much of a difference this afternoon to buck the trend that it has been on. This might be a trade. I might look for like the short into VWAP on Intel this afternoon. Still have an hour to go. Plenty of time.
Yeah, lots of time. I was actually thinking about potentially if you did think that, the move down in Bitcoin is maybe a little bit too much. What about picking up some strategy? I mean, this is obviously a big time levered play against Bitcoin, and it's really fallen like obviously from the highs here of 460 down to 160 right now. Like it's just sometimes things are just beat up so much. I know there's a lot of talk about, where's they're going to get liquidated? How does that look? And everything like that. But what about just MSTR, man? And it's just been beat up so much. I wonder if you can play along in this game against some of these levels. So we'll watch out to see if MSTR has some sort of get up to it there. I know it's been down now. This will be its third straight day down, bouncing off the 50-period moving average. And I know Bitcoin's kind of stuck right now, not doing too much. But look how much this is kind of moving around. Like, what if Bitcoin does finally start to move higher and break out? Will MSTR follow? I think there's a good chance of that exactly. You see Bitcoin right here at 94.9 and change. It's not doing anything. Here's the daily chart. I know we have Bitcoin on our charts too, but I always using this. We'll look over here and just have a quick look on the daily chart. Right now, just the minute chart's not doing anything, but on the daily for BTC, you could see here it's kind of just very much range bound on the stock. I mean, up to 97, 98 is the high, low of 85. That's pretty choppy right there. But you see MicroStrategy pulling back the last 2 days. So does BTC. So if we can break higher back above and then get into the 100, take up this 200 period, which is at 107, this could all be next week talk. Then what happens to MSTR? So I just think that there could be a good trade if you're looking to put some money to work here. And I know a lot of people, we got the question earlier, like, going into cash, what are some of the ideas? This could be an idea, and this is very far from cash. I mean, this could move very, very dramatically. We got some good news last week, of course, that it was not getting delisted, I believe. I don't know what index that was, Russell 600 or... Oh, MSCI, I think it was. Was not delisting these guys. But I don't know if that's a story or not, but we could just get going. Like that one candle right into here on the name. How do I? There we go. I zoom in a little bit here with the control button. You can see this one day was 161 all the way up to 172 on that Bitcoin day where Bitcoin ran up 3 or 4 grand. So there is opportunity here for MSTR, and I just don't want to forget about this name. It's too bad I wasn't really too bullish on Bitcoin, but I think if I would have chosen BTC, I know Fabian did, MSTR strategy is not a horrible play as well. So if you are looking, and then there's MSTX, I believe there's multiple ETFs or derived levered programs, products for strategy. So that would be something. And during the midday, we did get a story here. I know the trade desk got hit on this story as well. Google right here when the story dropped until everybody realized that it doesn't really matter to Google. But it was that OpenAI is going to start on ChatGPT in North America, start testing ads. So the trade desk is responsible for, so is AppLovin, by the way. You got to check out AppLovin. But
Broadcom's moving.
Yeah, you see, so the trade desk actually goes up there and then just flattens out. It makes the move to the downside. As we worry about traditional advertising right now in the space, trade desk, like this is what's been happening to this stock. Just really crushed, as I think people are just worried that, you know, big accounts going to be pulling away from them and moving over to, you know, OpenAI, start advertising into that space. And I guess I'll have to do a little bit more work about what exactly the trade desk is up to, because this is dead. Like this chart looks horrible for TTD.
It looks exactly like it's like CRM's chart.
Yeah, CRM I can wrap my head around a little bit more, but yeah. And look at AppLovin on the exact same situation there. AppLovin recently introduced into the S&P 500 and then whoopsies, dropped in there. Was it S&P or NASDAQ? But dropped right there. And yeah, not great. I don't really I like AppLovin. I mean, you want to put ads into your onto your apps. That's what everyone's using an app these days. Like I was even talking about it with iTrade and with, you know, the banks or whatever you're using. You know, you're using the app. We talked about that with Sharif and Joe and all of us. You know, you're making trades there. You're on the train. You're sitting at home. Whatever, you're using your apps. But AppLovin is not loving some of the most recent talk there about advertising. So
just very quickly.
Yeah, go.
There was that story a few minutes ago with Intel and Broadcom. Well, for whatever reason, it's Intel hires Qualcomm executives. That's the only story in the chip space that I can find right now recently. Broadcom, I can't even see a reason why Broadcom just spiked, but it is continuing to go. I mean, on volume, we just went $4 instantly to the upside. I mean, I keep looking around. I have nothing going on in my ear. I know normally we'd have Adara come in saying, hey, breaking news on Broadcom, but I don't see it. Like the only recent chip headline has nothing to do with these guys whatsoever, but it is going ham on volume. Maybe it could be technical, certainly like a trend break or just a break off 348. But as it comes into the prior high, I don't know that you want to chase this. Like a lot of times if there was real news, maybe you could push through, but if there isn't anything, then I would not be chasing this move to the upside. Again, have not seen any news whatsoever that would explain the move that you're seeing here in Broadcom. Just one reminder, in 40-something minutes, we're going to get the imbalances. One of the names that we are expecting to see an imbalance on would be Walmart going into the NASDAQ 100. Right now, they're selling the news on Walmart. Just broke the low of the day here. This bears watching. I feel like if it was screaming higher, then I'd be like, whatever, everyone's just buying it up going in. But the fact that it's selling off does make it a little bit more interesting. Just also, it's a NASDAQ stock, so when we show you guys something like the early look for the imbalance locator, well, you're not going to have any NASDAQ names on this. We find out at 350 if there's an imbalance or not. So you're flying blind until the actual imbalance comes out. Not like New York, where I can see like NIO's got a buy imbalance 2.4, BNS got a buy imbalance early, Uber's got a 1.2 buy, UiPath, that's another interesting one for sure, at about $1 million. So yeah, there's certainly some stuff to watch here for the imbalances, but it is Walmart replacing AstraZeneca that would be expected to be the biggest name for sure. And Mr. J, Adara had an appointment. So Adara is not here this afternoon. I would ask Adara, but I've got the same news service in my ear, and I hear nothing, I see nothing. Believe me, if we saw a story for Broadcom, then we would let you know. And with the absence of there being any catalyst that we can see, it does not follow through into the high. Never want to punch blind or chase a move as you see it going parabolic. If there's a catalyst that might push it through the top, that's one thing. But if I don't see a catalyst, I don't want to fight it whatsoever. Is going to lead me back to hopefully, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this short on Intel. It just broke down as you saw other things flying around. I'm going to have to push this down a little bit. If it's not going to come into VWAP, then shorting it where the bulk is around that 50 level, if there is even a pop there, might make more sense, is all I will say. Yeah, we'll see if we get that fill. Oh, no, there you go, SoFi. That's a bad wick out on SoFi. I put my trailing stop in, tags the trailing stop, and then right back to the low of the day. Of course it does. Let's get to the super chat here from David. Swing trade. Okay, $80 calls for Tuesday on, wait a minute. Looking for Tuesday open at 85. Any swing trade over?
Is he talking about silver?
Yeah, what are we talking about? What's the instrument we're looking at here?
I think he's talking about SLV would be my guess because it's at $80.
That makes the most sense. Are we guessing, David, or you want to let us know?
Swing trade, I'd say it has to be.
Yeah, it's got to be silver.
$80 call looking for Tuesday open at $85. That makes sense.
What else?
Any swing trade over the weekend is a toss of dice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that's why we went over to Danny Boy there, or that's why he had, I think, tweeted it out or sent a message to us. That was.
Yeah, he confirmed it is silver.
Okay, yeah, just doing the. There it is, SLV. Yeah, so. Yeah, look, I mean, if you want to look at a chart, we can just sort of do that together, David. But obviously, if you're putting this trade on, then maybe you already have. But yeah, $80 calls. I don't know what the premium would look like. I don't know if you're talking. You said the expiry, the 26th, right? So you got 2 weeks for that right now. Not this Friday, next Friday. So they're coming. Did you say 120? Anyways, whatever the story is. Yeah, I like it. I mean, silver's right up here right now. It has gapped through. You know, I could see silver pulling back to $74, but because your expiry is the 26th, I believe you put, you're going to have room to go. So all I'm hearing is that this trade should continue higher. There it is, the 26th. So you still have a little bit. Day trade 126. Yeah, okay. Looking to see if we can get going. So I think that would be a good opportunity for you there on SLV. I don't mind him. You guys tell me. Gold has pulled back a little bit as well today. So I don't know if this is the start of something, but gold's still kind of hovering now. I didn't actually realize that gold did have. There's what we were talking about earlier, and I guess it's rebounded pretty nicely there. I don't know why this exactly happened. On GLD, but we have rebounded nicely there on gold. And wow, okay. Volume really picked up on this thing right around 10:30. And all right, that's where that was, that capitulated bottom. And, you know, when you see a move like this happen, you are actually waiting for this. There was, something I was trading today had, it was silver. Also had that volume spike today. Hold on. So this is on a 1 minute chart. I see it on my other chart in here. I'm going to go over to silver. So there it is. All the way. Volume increasing. You see that volume candle right there, that huge spike. That's sort of the second to second last. So what you want to do is you want to find that right there, and then as soon as you break above, now it would have been tricky because you do have a bunch of like wick to the top here, but normally you watch this move down. You don't necessarily know where the bottom's going to be. It could continue, right? But I like to say sort of maybe go long once you break the candle, you know, where that volume occurred at, okay? Because that, generally speaking, would signify that, hey, the move, whoever sold this off couldn't get it down any further. They're now out of their position. Potentially the short has covered. Who knows? And then there's the move back to the high side. And then I'm just going to quickly show it to you on silver because I do see the same move there. And it was at the same time. You know, maybe it wasn't. There was one at 230. Yeah, I guess it's not as dramatic as I thought as that gold one. But you could sort of see that was a big spike there. And sometimes there's nothing there. You're looking for, and it's not here. But you're looking for the big move down and then the huge volume spike. That's right at open. But yeah, so there's really no dramatic moves on silver that I can compare it to. So I'll try to find another example. But that's kind of what you're looking for. I don't know if there has been a stock that really cranked today. Didn't AMD make a move all the way to the downside there?
Yeah,
so I'm not really seeing too much volume there on that one, and that's the opening print. So
the first
we'll find
was
some more
the whole day on AMD.
Yeah, we'll find some more examples.
I don't know if that's. There was a story. Someone that asked me about Constellation. There was a story for Constellation regarding the U.S. as to why it's down 11%. So I'll repeat it for anyone that, if you weren't in the chat. Trump administration preparing to call for an emergency auction aimed at accelerating new power plant construction within the PJM grid. And they're selling off the news here in Constellation. So Constellation down and GE Vernova today. I mean, typically these stocks have been moving in concert with one another, but today Constellation down, GE Vernova to the upside. Although maybe not holding on to all of their gains is GE Vernova. As I said, both these names have typically been a little bit better at following the same path. You're actually getting a break away from that right now. Like GE Vernova is continuing higher. CEG just lost a bit. Just lost the 200 period moving average here today.
Ooh.
Like at some point, I mean, this is why you try to pick favorites within a space, and every now and then it'll work out if you get the right one. That said, there's a point at which I think even this is going to be a buy. Like this is probably the kind of name I wouldn't let it drop too far before catching a bit of a bid. So yeah, that's why Constellation's having such a rough trade. I actually didn't look at Vistra just to give you a third look. Oh, they're just as bad. Almost as bad. 8% down for Vistra. Definitely GE Vernova right now is the winner. If you look at kind of like the bigger three in the power space. Yeah, like that GE Vernova. Got to add to that somewhere.
That's the hardest part, is figure out where to add. We do, take a look at that.
It really is.
We do get, yeah, it is. I mean, you never want to buy things at highs, but sometimes there's studies proven, man, if you buy stocks at the highs, that's the best time to buy them. So, all right, right into there. And it's because when you think stocks are at good prices, like you're waiting for the 200 period, there's many times where the 200 period doesn't hold and the stock just keeps on going to the downside. Meanwhile, there's a lot of stocks any stock that's at an all-time high today, you were better off buying it the last time it broke the all-time high, right? Which, if you just kept doing that, these stocks have momentum. That's what stocks are trading on, momentum. But right there, you're just going to wait to see. I just took another piece there only because we're now 40 minutes or 35 minutes until the imbalances. We've talked about how important imbalances are, and we got a nice move down into the 200 period there for Tesla. So that was a good little bid opportunity there, so we did take that opportunity to do that. I'm now waiting at 439.55 again right there, see if we can get another fill. I'm just getting out of 5% each time, see if we can hold for a bigger move, and still understanding that 441 is going to be are out. All right, so you guys, anything else you guys want to do? SoFi, yeah, okay, Capote right there. I'm going to put you on blast right now because this is what we have this for. There it is right here, SoFi coming in. Thank you so much for that note. Yeah, look, I think Neil and I both, I think you're already in SoFi today, right? But I like the stock. It's just now, near the end of the day, I actually don't really want to stand in here and bid this. I would actually rather smash it through.
There's no time for it to bounce.
Right, so it still could bounce. It's
but
just,
all
what's
of the
the story behind it? Why will it bounce?
All the big bounces off that level were in the mornings. Like there's one, right? Like right at the open, it tests. There's your bounce. The day before that, it bounces in front in the morning, and you get an all-day reversion. It bounces right at 10 o'clock here. You get half the day. It reverts back in. That's like when you put in, when we're saying we're going to buy 26s on SoFi, that's in the morning plan. It's very different trying to grab that at the end of the day, because then you're hoping, well, how much can it go in 20 minutes? Like that's what you're looking for to bounce off a major support level. It's almost like you could scalp the break. If you think it's going to bounce 10, 20 cents, if it breaks 26, you almost scalp the breakdown for that same 10 or 15 pennies. Obviously, you should have stuck with the short trade, but yeah, it would have been nice if it had done this. If it does this same move into 930, I'd probably be looking for the bounce play at the open. But SoFi, I saw someone in the chat saying it's been a bit of a disappointment. Gotta really put things into perspective. Like, look what it did. So it's consolidating up here. I think I'd be a little bit more concerned if it lost like $22 or something. Like if you were a buyer of this on the way up, I mean, you could have been, even if you chased this move or you bought the dip in, or if you were just, one of those people that were holding it and then complaining the entire time you're holding it at like $7, $8, you're still feeling pretty good about yourself until it loses $22. So this has a long way to go before this chart looks bad, so to speak. When in doubt, zoom out when you're talking about long-term hold, but in the short term, yeah, it absolutely stinks. Certainly has not been a good one. Again, should have held on to the shorts, but I'm not taking this long off of just because 26 is there. Although, actually, you know what? There would be an exception. Like if I were to pull up the level 2 and there's like an ungodly amount of bids or size at 26 even, maybe there would be like a scalp trade, like go long 01s or some nonsense to just scalp a few pennies out of it. But I haven't seen anything like that on the book that you just want to hop in front.
You want to talk about a bloodbath? These are all software names.
There we go.
Like,
oh, Figma.
Look at this, man. This is the week, this is the month, this is the quarter. Only Zoom is up here. And these are big names, man. ADSK, Workday, Adobe, HubSpot. We don't even have CRM on here. This was someone tweeted this out. But, you know, all of these plays, Intuit, ServiceNow, obviously Figma down 47%. That's a recent IPO. I'm glad Adobe, I don't own Adobe, but I'm sure they're glad that they didn't take that name out when they came public. Datadog down 21% this quarter. So this to me is the AI sort of like watch out now moment, because like, you know, you have Canva, which is a good program. Adobe, I still believe, Fabian, still pretty expensive, Adobe. I would think there. I know you like it, and I think they're, you know, for professionals, it's a completely different game, right? I mean, professionals will want the best software, will need it, but I think Adobe's story is one that it was a very mainstream, like a lot of content creators were probably using it in the last 5 or 6 years, maybe, and then now there's just so many more, like TikTok has that CapCut and all that kind of stuff.
I would say a good software.
Trading software.
Paid software versus
right. So he's just kind of saying like right now you can compare it to sort of like a Robinhood or something where why pay $4.99 a trade when you can trade for free? And so there's a lot of software out there that Adobe has unfortunately been unable, I guess, to stake claim that they're better than. And there's been a huge move to the downside. And yeah, you can now, with Nano Banana on Gemini, you can create almost any image you want. And I'm just talking out my rear here because I'm not a content creator or illustrator or anything. So I'm sure your brother maybe would probably know about Adobe better than I do, obviously. But there are uses in the professional world. It's just this name continues to get hit. And you heard CRM. Neil and I
complain about it. That's all I know.
Yeah, Neil and I talked about CRM the other day. It was down 7 or 8% there, and it was because Anthropic dropped something, or the team of, might not have been Anthropic, but it was one of them, had dropped a very similar product there for relations management software, and this looks like it's going to break as well. Big Mark Benioff story there, was in the Dow, or it still is in the Dow, and just continues to get absolutely crushed. But we've seen so many times that no matter what you think about the stock, man, prices don't lie, and you know we're near some of these lows. It might be worth taking a shot on some of these names, but software still in the penalty box, and we saw Palantir was in the penalty box, and that's a software service as well. So anyways, not a great space to be in right now.
Yeah, and from space that doesn't look very good in software, maybe something that could be on the rise and hopefully an exciting opportunity is PDS Biotechnology. You're going to find them on the NASDAQ, PDSB. They're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with the initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the US in a few years. You can learn more at www.pdsbiotech.com. Link in the description as well. I want to shout out to them for sure. And just to go from, well, hopefully that's a positive opportunity to, I just saw in the chat, people were talking about the Figma IPO. And I want to stress this about IPOs, because at some point this year, I feel like we're going to get SpaceX this year. And, you know, you're going to hear, look, here's what's going to happen when we get SpaceX. You're going to hear and see all of us talk about how we're flat out buying the IPO open, right? Which is what we're going to do. And we're going to buy the open, and we're going to go crazy trading it for like an hour or two. And then we'll take a step back and assess what you want to do in a different time frame. Because Figma was another example like this. Like when Figma came out, you would have heard us say all the same things. We're going to buy the open. And look, and these things are great trades on day one to the long side very often. However, I don't think you heard anybody saying we want to hold this. It's a very different story. And especially when Figma was very unique. I mean, I could throw up a CoreWeave chart, you've probably seen it. Figma was very unique in that it immediately lost the bid. Right? Like you got one green day, then you got a couple of pullback days, and then it just lost the bid after that. That's as nasty of an IPO that had a hype around it that I can remember seeing. We've been trading a long time. And Sean, if you can remember one that looks worse than this after, stocks, IPOs have done this before, but not so quickly when there was that much upside early. I cannot remember a stock that had that much upside within a couple of days and did this kind of a reversal. That being said, I also can't think of one that had this kind of a backslide where there wasn't a fantastic mean reversion trade. And again, I'd only be talking about some kind of a trade. I do think just on sheer, it's been such a bloodbath. If this ever gets the 50 period back, or one of the other ways you could look at it is if you just go back to some private funding rounds. Maybe there's a level you could work off of. It takes some more research to be able to find that, but maybe just a break 40 at this point or a break of the 50 period, there's going to be a trade on Figma. And again, it's unprecedented to the downside, but I think sometimes that'll lead you to some opportunities in the other direction. That's nasty. One of the worst ones I've ever seen. At least with, whatever, I'll get to Intel in a quick second. At least with CoreWeave, when it went from $180 all the way down to 60, it had the decency to be amazing before it did that. CoreWeave got rinsed, but it also did, you could have bought the breakout on this stock 2 months later. You could have bought the dip back into the open price and then absolutely ripped your face off. You can't complain about CoreWeave because it rinsed you at the top when it was such a good IPO early on to begin with. Figma, your only chance was to literally buy it at the open and sell it at the end of that day. That was the only good long on that stock. Terrible, terrible, terrible. For the IPO. I do think SpaceX is going to be a different beast.
SpaceX, I think, is going to be
fantastic. The liquidity expected on SpaceX will be the biggest IPO ever when it does happen, if and when it does happen, I should say. And we're all excited for it. Obviously, I think we're supposed to, and there's talk of OpenAI next year and, the other one.
It could be Anthropic.
It's Anthropic. Potentially Anthropic this year, and then maybe OpenAI next year. I don't think there's anything more hotly anticipated. I mean, SpaceX, I guess, because they're coming first, and then OpenAI. There's nothing people are more excited for.
Yeah, I mean, OpenAI is going to be nuts.
And then you know who is really excited for those? Morgan Stanley.
Yep.
Goldman Sachs. That's who wins. Just look at all the bank earnings this week and see who's smiling and who is not. And it's Morgan and Goldman that are smiling, and that's part of the reason why.
Yeah, for sure. This is, and we talked about that for this year. It looks like with less and less regulations and whatnot, hopefully this is going to be the year of mergers and acquisitions and all of that. Wow, Micron's up 6.6% today, 359 right there. Yeah, this is an area that we didn't maybe talk about enough today. We saw LAM, we've seen AMAT, we saw ASML, all these names really get going on a big quarter yesterday from TSM, right? So TSMC, Taiwan Semis, did have a monster move, and so did the equipment makers there. So this is a producer manufacturing area, but it's AMAT, it's LRCX. We already sort of talked a little bit about GEV and how they need to still be bought and owned in your portfolios because, hey, someone's got to power this whole decision here with data centers and not just data centers, everything that's been happening, all the new build-outs. It's very expensive to make nuclear turbines. It takes years, or maybe a year. GEV can get you the gas and get going on that very soon. This is the stock heat map here for a pretty green day over on this side. Oh yeah, Vistra and at CEG we sort of
just brutal.
Yeah, those have been brutal ones. I was actually trying to find this, the energy, the pure plays, the XOM down or flat today, up, but generally speaking, relatively flattish. But Valero down finally, EOG Resources down, Pioneer and Phillips. The downside as well. And then I don't know if many of you have seen Costco over the last little while. This has been an absolute rocket ship. So is my Target. That's been an absolute beast as well. But Costco, let's just have a quick look at that, as I think it was left for dead. And then everybody was very worried. I almost typed in Target there. Everybody was very nervous about what these tariffs meant for Costco because they were sort of fighting the administration on that. I don't know, honestly, what got underneath this thing. Costco doesn't move like this, nor does it move like that. But there it is there. I guess it does move like this, but that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One down day in the last 10 as we take out the 200 period moving average. If you were smart enough to somehow go down into here, this could be a decent sell area because remember, today, the reason why we bring this up a little bit is we've got Walmart. So Walmart's going to go into the NASDAQ today, into the NASDAQ 100. This is definitely a sell event type of story there. It's not moving on that. We'll wait to see if the imbalance comes out
it just
at 350 right there. But also Walmart, as Costco goes one way, Walmart's pulling back into this event today. So still like the stock. Let it slow down. Should probably is real home down into here. The reason why we don't have the continued contract or the symbol on this is because it switched from New York over to NASDAQ, and this is what Walmart looks like, right? So, you know, there's a Walmart within like, I don't know what, I think it was a Walmart within like 2 miles or something, 90% of Americans. There was something that I heard, but it was like, yeah, there's a Walmart basically that's walkable for the majority of people out there. And you guys just ask yourself where your closest Walmart is. And I still think that's a buy, but we got to get into this area again, 112. Remember, they got that announcement that it was going over the NASDAQ a couple weeks ago. That created probably a false bump higher. So let's just play the strategy of dip buying strong companies that we like. And I think Walmart is one of those names. And today you get sort of a random event, and it's only going to get added to the NASDAQ 100 once. So that's
I hope it pulls a Carvana. Because if
moons from there?
No, Carvana pulled back.
Oh, pulled back.
Yeah, like
Carvana pulled back? You mean?
No, Carvana did. Look at there's your run up, right? Like, okay, so understand that this get bought up. This is not the announcement. I believe the announcement was, I think it was this day. I'm pretty sure it was this day. This gap up here, and that's when you knew it was going into the S&P.
Whoa.
But it was running going into it, and then it dipped right back into 400. This pulled back 20% after the addition. So if Walmart does that buying opportunity, thank you very much. You scoop that bad boy up and say wham, bam, thank you, bam. I don't like that term.
Look,
anyways, but you know what I mean.
Look at this. We're just sitting there. Grab this. I mean, we just put this right here at 50. I trade 50. So there it is, man. We make $1. That's 440. That's 339.50. So that's about $1.20 right there. It's a good thing we're sitting there. We talked about this is the price that we wanted for Tesla. So getting lighter and lighter right there. I don't know what everyone's having for dinner, but that's a chicken dinner there. So not too bad. Let's see if we can get a little lower on that play right there as well. Silver going the other way, man. So we've taken a little piece out there on a break of 75. We're going to get out once we break once we break down there. I'm okay with it. We emptied out a lot of that trade as we had talked about it, and so now the move lower continues here on silver and on the whole market in general. The Fed's Jefferson is now talking, so maybe there's something going on there. If we ever see anything hitting the news wire, we'll get right over and start to discuss it. But it's still $1.
Come on, Jefferson.
Yeah, come on, Jefferson.
The market should be moving on up.
Sorry, that was a good one. Yeah, it's moving on up at some point here. I'm going to put a bid right there again in the 50s and see if we can grab that one. So yeah, he should be definitely motivating this market. It doesn't seem to be doing that at all right now. Silver is taking a little bit of a dump back down to the downside there. Bitcoin 95 and change, trying to make some moves. Did our XXRP. Look, this should be the year for Ripple, man. Ripple got, this is like the coin for banking. It should try to go here in 26, but I don't know. Maybe it won't. Cleared some regulatory hurdles. I don't know. We'll see. Not doing too much here. XXRP, 2 times levered for XRP, but not doing too much. And then Ethereum today, I'm not sure. I only really have on Bitcoin, so I'm never really too worried about what Ethereum's doing. But look at this. Ooh, right there to VWAP. So 24.85 or so. We haven't even really broke through VWAP all day. Sands right there, 10 o'clock, something was going on. But there it is, man, right up to VWAP and looking to take it out with 332, 15 or so minutes until those imbalances. Let's see where we wind up going.
Yeah, it's still some time, but I don't know how much further we can. It's a Friday, so things tend to move a little bit less. I don't know if we'll get to the low of the day here. I mean, the Nasdaq's not going to the low of the day. I don't know why I would expect Intel to go to the low of the day, so I'm going to have this one on the back burner. I don't want it. If we're bouncing clean off 47, which looks like the even dollar might hold, I might just jump out of that trade and then look over to see if Walmart's going to do something. Because at 350, I'm probably going to be looking at Walmart and AstraZeneca. will AstraZeneca come as a big sell and Walmart a big buy? And if it doesn't do that, then there might be nothing burgers on both those names. But that's where I want the focus to be. As easy peasy just keeps the word again. Thank you for the super chat. 0.2%. 1K only today. NYR. Hold on, the volume on, you traded something with 1K of volume? No,
He means that was his New Year's resolution.
Oh, is that what it is?
He only made 1K today, so he
Spike, I'm out. Okay, New Year's resolution. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, he said that he's going to donate 0.2%. So
Appreciate
if he made 1K today.
You're out on a Friday.
$2.
Well, we appreciate you. Enjoy the long weekend. For sure.
Not a bad
Bills
play
if you get a
getting
chance.
out of there. Oh yeah, that's tomorrow. That should be a good one. I'm looking forward to that.
Already nervous.
That's the biggest game for me. Looking forward to it. I think the Patriots, Houston should be a good
I think that's going to be a really good game. I mean, you better appreciate defense if you're watching that game, I think. But if you're looking for high flying,
two young quarterbacks finally meeting, so that should be good. Then you guys will hopefully be able to play the winner there. That should be exciting. If it was Bills v. Patriots, that would be really good.
That would feel so good.
Yeah, that would be a good one there.
I cannot tell you how. Going to the Super Bowl, if your team goes to the Super Bowl, you're going to be happy anyways.
Almost good enough.
But if you beat the Patriots, if the Bills beat the Patriots to go to the Super Bowl, first of all, we have to get there. I'm not looking past Denver. That's silly. But it doesn't matter what I do because the players are doing it anyways. But that would just be extra special. Extra special.
Yeah, this is the Bills' year. No Mahomes, no Burrow, no Lamar. If they can't do it this year.
Yeah, I can't promise my emotional state if they lose on Monday. However, I already said I've already got the Broncos.
And plus you get the extra day. Remember Tuesday, so you get to relax.
Oh,
and plus it was Saturday anyways.
Yeah, it's Saturday game anyways. Whatever. It'll be a few days later. But I said Monday, Tuesday. If they lose, I already have some Broncos gear that I will throw on when Brian Shannon shows up, and we'll see. It should be fun. It'll be a fantastic weekend for sure. I'm still surprised that you hadn't heard about this NCAA story. I'm going to get out. The bounce off 47 is confirmed. So we held 47, Intel held 47. I was in at the third. It bounced off 47 and kind of broke the prior bar after. So that's going to be an exit for me. I'll look over at Walmart for the close just to see if we get something at 350. Unless anything else sets up. I had a quick look at the book on SoFi. Nothing crazy at the 26 even. It's not insignificant. Oops, wrong direction. It's not insignificant at the 26 level. So we were talking about that earlier. I have to actually scroll down. I tried to use my track bar to scroll and it does work. It's not bad, but these aren't huge. 100,000 on NASDAQ and 90,000 on EdgeX. That's not gigantic. If I had seen multiple millions, that would be a different story on SoFi. But I don't think I'll be taking that 26. We'll see if it ends up holding. 15 minutes to go for sure until we get the imbalances. And Walmart's already going. My fear would be that the fact that it's already running off the lows might mean it's not as good. If I remember correctly, the Tesla one that was so good years ago, Tesla was tanking going into the imbalances coming out. And I think that's part of what made it so good.
Opposite the market.
Yeah, but it's running too early. There's still 15 minutes to go, and it's already bounced a buck. I don't want that. I would actually rather Walmart be still in a downtrend when 350 hit. That way, if it's a buy imbalance, you feel way better about punching a reversal long than buying at the high. I don't want to buy the top.
So we did get out. By the way, we're now at $1.50 in the money on Tesla. That's getting lower and lower right now as we go. Silver, we've just been emptying it out here. But, oh, wow, okay, nice move back to the high side here for silver. So let's get some more out at 92 if we're able to. There it is, if we're able to do that, and we are. So there it goes. We could have reloaded it right there, too. We should have, could have, would have reloaded it right there, and we didn't. So not would have, we did not. All right, I just want to show you this stock is halted. Remember we talked about PN again? It's just reopened. This thing is now 75 cents. So, we already talked about this. We looked at it, we zoomed it out, we did all of this work.
There was no news.
And there was nothing going on. And it kind of went right back to this $2 area again, and it was some sort of a solar play or whatever. And with no news, no nothing, what goes up again? All the way back into 70 cents, and now it's taken all of that out. I don't know what was exactly going on with this stock. It was nothing, and then all of a sudden popped as we had Ramin had found us that one Twitter feed where the guy obviously was pumping it up and got to $2 and now back down to 70 cents. So hopefully you weren't caught holding the proverbial bag on that one. You know, our bid is still, actually I'm at 439.16, so maybe let's just wait. Maybe we will wind up getting that, and then we'll find out if that does come through again. And then, you know, reporting one of the biggest names that we'll look at next week. We saw Intel's on Thursday, but it's Netflix with a little bit of a spike up right now. These guys are going to come and report and let us know how their quarter's going. We don't have to worry then about Warner Brothers. That's going to be happening on Tuesday afternoon, where we'll be bringing and rebroadcasting you the recap show, or the earnings show, I guess we should call it. We won't be recapping too much. We'll be going over the earnings plays live that are happening on that day. But yeah, Netflix, great little bottom there around 87, 85. So, you know, we'll see if that holds there on Tuesday. I don't think this is a risk over the weekend or anything like that. Just get ready for it to show some strength or weakness Tuesday after hours as we get ready for Netflix earnings. So, but
that'll be a big one. By the way, SMCI is threatening to really actually close at the high of the day here. So 12% to the upside. I saw a bunch of people mentioning this. Should be worth watching this one at the close if it can break through that 33, if it'll have an imbalance on it. Just a quick note, it's now 10 minutes till the imbalances come out. Alibaba's now here. That wasn't there before. 1.5 million to the buy side. NEO was already there for 2.5. Wells Fargo, sell at 2.3. Only banks that were good, only Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley in this turn, at least early on. We'll see how they react next week when you get a couple more days to digest the numbers that they had. BAC is also a sell, so a couple of banks to the sell side. Don't even know what that is. BMEZ, no clue. So that's going to be most of them. NCLH will be in there as well. Nothing on that list gets my attention more than, I think, potentially Walmart. Although with every move higher, like Walmart's now at VWAP and still going. I just feel like this is not going to be a chase. I just loved it so much better when it was going to the downside. Walmart going into the NASDAQ 100 at the close. It's expected to be a large buy in 10 minutes on the locator. You never really know what could happen. Reb just asked, can you please enlighten us on Costco? I've never owned Costco. I'm a Walmart guy. I've only ever owned Walmart personally, and I know Sean went over this already. It just looks like a trend break, maybe. Like, it was such a long downtrend, so when it found the bottom, it's just been trending the other direction for a little bit here. I don't think anything has fundamentally changed with Costco. You know, just maybe the buyers or the sellers, I guess, finally they got tired of driving the stock down, and it's a reverse trend. So nothing I'm aware of has changed. I still prefer, I get it, Walmart's not cheap, but I still prefer them to Costco as a long-term buy. But that said, if you grab the bottom on Costco, I bet you're pretty happy with it now. It's over the 200 period. It's going to close today over the 200 period. So I feel pretty good about that. Like, it's not like it rejected it. If you go to the higher time frame, I think sometime with a stock like this, you probably care more about the weekly. Like, you might say, yeah, but it's closing the week, retesting the 50 period on the weekly chart. That's not bad. It's going to close retaking the 200 on the daily, and it's going to close retaking the 50 on the weekly. That's pretty darn bullish for Costco that it's going to do both of those things. That said, like I said, I just prefer Walmart to it, so it's not like I'm saying all that and I'm not going to be a buyer of the stock, but it does look pretty good for the first time in a while.
Yeah, I don't know. We have to look back and see if there was an upgrade or something on that name. But I don't know why that is happening, to be honest with you. Okay, so Neil just went over Walmart, a little bit of a talk there. We did get Riot blockchain here today with some news with AMD. That spiked sort of in the pre-market. It didn't really spike that much, but there it was right there, 1650. And it's just, like I was saying, it did spike initially, but came back in again right there at 930, and we sort of weren't sure how to deal with it, but there goes Riot right now up and away to the right side of this. It was something like $31 million or something per year from AMD to help. I don't know. I'd have to go find that story. But Riot blockchain, nice move to the high side right there. And just watching that 200 period moving average. And we've talked about that many, many times. And even if you're looking at VWAP, would it give you an opportunity to get long there as well? So remember I was saying, forget about anything you're seeing here. It's just the momentum. And right now it takes it through, takes it out there on it. I mean, you need something to start the momentum. Riot could be on its way. Yeah. Right back up to $22, $23 again. right now. Do you?
I have the story.
Yeah.
It was they acquired 200 acres of land at Rockdale, signs a data center lease and services agreement with AMD, Advanced Micro Devices. So that's pretty big. And they sold, funded by selling over 1,000 Bitcoin on the balance sheet. So I mean, that's not, when you're making the pivot, right, they have all this Bitcoin on their balance sheet, using it to make a pivot. Actually, it's pretty good for them. A guy from work asked if I am buying more Walmart. I think, so the comment I was making about Walmart, I mean, short answer is yes. Do I know? Oh, that's right. Shoot, it's not, yeah. Our Walmart chart only has it from when it was on the NASDAQ, so I have to pull it up here on eSignal where you can get a full look. So it's a matter of where am I going to buy it. I'm a buyer of Walmart. On the weekly chart, I want to buy the 50-period moving average. So what I was saying with the whole, could it have a sell-off after the sell the news of it going into the NASDAQ 100? If it were to, then I'd be very welcome if it dropped that far. Carvana dropped 20%. I'm not saying Walmart's going to drop 20%. I'm just saying if it did the same move, it would be right into the breadbasket of the 50-period on the weekly chart, which is exactly where I would like to buy more. I'm not saying it's going to drop into there, but I'm definitely going to be there if it does drop. That's the better way to put it. So, like, I don't want the stock. I own the stock. It's not like I want it to go down, but I don't plan on selling any. And if that's the case, then oftentimes in the long term, I don't mind if it dips to allow me to accumulate more shares. It's not a bad thing if I'm not looking to do anything with Walmart shares except be a buyer in the short term and then hold them for like a decade or so, or however long it ends up being. So still about 5 minutes to go. It is pulling back a little bit. Love it if it pulled back further. The closer this would be to the bottom when the imbalances come out, the happier I'd be just for a potential entry point. Like, I hate chasing it in random levels because if it comes out a buy and it was down here, I would just punch long and throw a stop at the low of the day. It's so much easier to do that than literally buy the top and then have to pick something random in the middle where you're going to get out of the thing if it doesn't work.
Yeah, I was going to show you guys. I'm starting to tap out here of silver. It did get going to the upside there, so we will take advantage of that. We did get a nice little breakthrough, $81 there on SLV. So hi ho, as we trade some silver right there into the close. This is what I want to talk about more importantly, though, was Fannie Mae. We didn't even trade this today, and when I look back at it, it's like, why the heck didn't we, man? Nice move to the downside here for Fannie, and it's just breaking. We actually looked at it earlier when it was doing this, and it sort of stopped at 880, made a little bit of a move, tried to get back to 9, and right now it's trying to take out the low of the day. So I did want to bring this to everybody's attention because I was debating punching this name short on a breakthrough 850, but Fannie Mae downside right there for housing. Not an overall great day there. Tesla's still downside. That's good. We'll see if we get that 439 fill with only 4 minutes to go right now. So I don't really know what the trade's going to be for Walmart, but if it does come out a big buy, I think you just smoke it immediately and ask questions later about it. Like, so watch out here. It's going to come out, probably going to come out the wrong way, in which case it's going to go down. So we'll put this here for you ASAP and get that going once it does hit.
DJT's making a move.
Yeah, I heard that in my ear about DJT. I'm going to stop. I mean, with only a few minutes left, I'm going to get another bid there at 30. I'm still bidding Tesla 439. That will essentially close the trade, but I just took another bid there at 30s because it doesn't seem like it wants to get down there. We're now 3 minutes away from the imbalances. Let's see if it wants to work. And I just want to check out JP Morgan here today because I don't know what's going on, because I was really happy when I saw this back at 320 or so. And then just gave it all back right there into the afternoon. So yeah, a nice move downside.
What are they doing with
yeah, and then I don't know if it's all the banks. Wells Fargo, boom, as well. That got hit there. Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs both had great days yesterday. I believe both getting hit as well there during the midday. So maybe Trump had said something, no idea. But here comes the market. We just went red. A stock like Apple.
That's getting smoked all day.
255 downside. Bye Apple, down 1% there as well. Google buying on weakness, the number one name for me if that does happen. You can see Google different than the rest. That's not even moving at all. The rest of these names starting to go to the downside right now. And yeah, the market getting weaker and weaker into the close, just like we saw yesterday. Yesterday's trade was very, very similar. But yesterday, we took out the low near the end of the day. And I think maybe I'm just overstating what's happening right now. There's not really that much. Just some of the names are starting. There it is. NASDAQ extends. U.S. stocks extend gains. No, that's I will ignore that very much, Andre. Right there, they're testing something on the system there. So yeah, Netflix earnings next week, Intel earnings next week. I'm more excited personally for Intel, but Netflix, I'm interested to see where that goes, only because Intel holds the keys to other stocks.
I'm interested in both, but I think more so for Intel because it just feels like the fundamentals have been lagging the price action. Like we're up because the U.S. government put a stake in them and because NVIDIA also invested, but like nothing in terms of the performance has really warranted the stock being up 230 or whatever the heck it is from that low, 230, 240%, 250% actually, because the low was like $18. So yeah, it's been a little bit too far, in my opinion, on Intel. And another rejection of the $50 level today. 1 minute to go, and then we'll see these imbalances come in. Still the same names on the early look. Walmart, supposed to be going into the NASDAQ 100. AstraZeneca coming out. That's AZN. I'll be looking at Walmart. No guarantees it comes out as a big buy. You know how these things happen. What was the last big one we saw? Not Palantir. Palantir came the right way. Carvana was a complete disappointment. It was a nothing burger. Your best, this is the thing, the best you can do if there's like a big imbalance you're expecting and there's maybe an opportunity at the close, if there's nothing there, you just don't trade it. I think where some traders get into trouble is they're like, oh, Walmart's going in, it's going to be tens of millions of shares to the buy side, and then they just sit there like buying it up, and then it comes out as nothing, and then they're stuck. So it needs to actually show an opportunity instead of just hoping. So about less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, moments away. We do get our bid there on Tesla. I changed the rest of it to 440. We do get that 439.16, and there it is right now. We are now out. Let's watch out for Walmart right here. Walmart, 30 million to buy. There it goes, Walmart. Straight fire in the booth to the upside as it goes into 120 right there. Keeps on climbing. Walmart, now it's already paired. Look at the volume today. 150 million on the paired side for Walmart. Nice trade. Going to the upside there goes Walmart right now. NVIDIA, though, with a sell. That's kicking downside. But it's... Oh, man, this mouse still is not working out great. There's the downside play. There's the downside play in Netflix. There's a downside play in Microsoft. I have no idea what's going on with Tesla because that just, whoa. That went to 430. I'm at 438.55.
NVIDIA is a sell. So it looks like, look, Walmart, that's a disappointment because it instantly paired off. As Sean was saying it, I had it up. I punched long when I saw 30 and threw a stop. The second it paired off, I was instantly trail out. Because I wanted to punch long. Okay, fine, that's a bit of a fail to not scalp it. But I wanted to punch long, throw a stop, and then just hold it till the close. But it instantly paired off 1/3 of the imbalance on Walmart. So that's like, what are you going to do? If it's at the low, I can throw a stop at low of the day. In this case, I just threw it at the first even dollar that was there, which happened to be 119.5. So that's what happens on those imbalances. You can't hold when it does that. Like if you sit there just holding to the close, like you're just going to sit there and get bled.
Yes.
And then, which is just completely nonsensical. So I would have preferred if it was at the low of the day. By the way, AstraZeneca, they're the ones coming out. Nothing. Didn't really do anything on AZN. So the delete's kind of a nothing burger as well. Microsoft, you don't see this very often. Microsoft also a sell of 1.3 million. Netflix a sell of 1.3 million.
Yeah.
So overall, you are sell side on the three names that showed up. iBit's actually a buy of 1.4. Never really seen that before.
There you go. What's up to Palantir Queen? I like your stock, and I like what you're throwing down right here. You just mentioned, I'm going to put it on the chat. There it is right here. What's up, PLTR Queen? You just mentioned you just made $195 on Walmart. Congratulations. That's a good trade, man. That's an awesome trade. So there it is.
It was a better scalp.
Yeah, we're glad that you got that you hit that.
I'm an idiot. You should have scalped. The smarter play was to scalp it.
Yeah. Which is fine. We went all the way, so I'm taking some more out, so that was a good trade there as we kicked it. And Dane Generous, you asked me earlier, did I go both ways on silver today? Yes, we did. We were short early. Dangerous. Downside there on silver, downside, and then we finally broke trend a little bit there, and we waited for it, and then started buying it off VWAP. So we Started to go long actually once we broke there, and then upside. Wow, we just got filled on something. What was that? Oh, SLV. Nice move there into the end of the day. Here's my silver trade. Oh, we're on it right now. We just got filled at 08. Sorry, I didn't show that. Downside play for Walmart. We were actually bidding 438.50s. It went down to 438.65 there, so we should have had a little bit of a better fill. But wow, what a good trade there on Tesla. Short, short, short. Boom. So, you know, good trading there to end the day on TSLA. And we just got another fill on Tesla, didn't we? Yeah, we got 439 flat there. So we're getting out basically of everything right now. 75 cents in the money on silver. And, oh, sorry, fix this size. I don't know why that just changed. And then Tesla, $1.80 on TSLA. So, yeah, it's been a good little run here into the afternoon. But watch out, man. We're getting Walmart. Let me just call this back up for you. It's at the highs again. So, yeah, regardless of anything, it's getting going here again, WMT. Wait, because at 355,
Get a pair again,
there should be a pair, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go the other way. So just be careful with that one. And Netflix might be the one that eventually flips the other way, but NVIDIA probably already did. There was a big trade there on NVIDIA.
It's actually a little bit bigger, NVIDIA. It grew a little.
Oh, did it? Oh, yeah, it's because it's downside.
Now 3.5 million to sell on NVIDIA. That continues to claw. You still have a minute to go.
Oh, it's up there. That's why I didn't see it.
It's just at 355. Remember,
wow, Walmart.
355 is not. It's not a magical time, but there's always some kind of a pairing event. Like you'll see the paired volume increase. Like right now, it's 150 million is already paired. It's a massive imbalance here on Walmart. Being added to NASDAQ 100, obviously. To the queue. So with 30 seconds, and we will see.
It's at all-time highs, 121.20 right now for Walmart. And it was actually, we were just talking about, it was at 117. So talk about missed opportunity there. Comes out the right way and then blasts everyone's face right there. So let's see what's going on there. I just saw that NVIDIA might have turned around as well. I don't see them on the indicator anymore either. Here's NVIDIA upside there, 187. But let's see what happens to Walmart right here at 55. Maybe it flips the other way. WMT coming through. Yeah, there it is. Wow.
Flip.
Yep.
Flip
Still a
sell
bit,
and
almost a
back
sell now. Look at
it all.
Walmart. It was just 120.50 right down there into 119. We knew we talked about that flipping and just sat here and didn't do anything about it. So there it goes. Nice short. Got that. And I'm glad we discussed it. Still doing its damn thing. And what a trade. We actually got filled short, long. We'll just punch out of Tesla. Great trade on Tesla. $3 or whatever it was to end the day as that name to go downside. So my number one P&L name there today, Tesla, those most recent shorts into 438. I don't even see Walmart anymore, and it does sell side as well. Down into 185 right now goes NVDA. My worst stock today, and it's because we
it's a sell.
Walmart
To the sell side now. Walmart is. You just have to scroll down a little bit, but that's that flip, which doesn't always happen, but it often does. Like that's the thing. It's a better scalp trade than hold till the end. Like you could also do like you're in the money. You could just put a trailing stop in, so that at 355 you already have a stop, and then you're locked and loaded. That would be one way to play it, but it's not going to hold on very well today, unfortunately. We're going to end up, barring something crazy, we're going to end up in the red on the NASDAQ and the ES. The ES is pretty close. It's still more or less a flat day. Like the ES is 0.04 to the downside. It's really not that bad. The bigger test is going to come next week. Not necessarily next week, but we'll start to get more earnings through. And then when we get big cap tech earnings, that's going to be the big one. I low-key believe that I feel like the data names are, like, they're the big ones this time. They're not market moving. Oh, sorry, your memory names, your Micron, SanDisks. Those are the ones that worry me the most in terms of you better have a good report. If there is even the slightest problem with Micron earnings, with SanDisk earnings, those stocks are going to get destroyed because everyone's expecting like an NVIDIA type. They want 4x. That's the expectations are 4x growth on EPS. Micron, pretty hefty.
Yeah,
earnings seem to be big. Earnings matter more than the Fed right now, for sure. Thank you, others.
Yeah, I didn't mean to keep it up there for that long. There it is. I didn't even realize it was still up there. Bipolar, thank you so much. Made over 1K 3 days in a row. Great job, great week. Man, thank you so much for watching, and congratulations on that one. That's a great day, that is for sure. So still watching for Walmart here, trying to break through 20 again. As this is a sell imbalance, it'd be interesting to see where that print winds up coming. Oh boy, man, Tesla's still going lower. 437, man, did we have that short? That was a good one. We did empty out our silver trade at 10, so that's good. And now we only have 2 minutes left in Walmart still with that decent sell. So it's going to have to sell off 5 million shares here at the end, because, but it's just such a small drop in the bucket. I feel like it's going to just print basically where it closed.
For that much?
Yes, it's going to print
probably.
pretty much where it closed.
Not all Danny's boy, not all silver mining companies are the same, and today is a good example of which ones aren't good plays on silver. The ones that are up today are the ones you want to use to play the upside move. Danny's boy, I love that sentiment with that. When you have volatility, it has a way of weeding out relative strength and weakness, and that's something you should always be looking for. We were talking about that with the energy names today. CG and Vistra down, G Vernova up. Sometimes you separate the wheat from the chaff. Just to steal a bit of a reference that obviously I'm not a farmer, but hey, it's a good one. Separate the wheat from the chaff. Find that strength and weakness so you can be in just the best names. And it doesn't always work, but at least you have to have some kind of means of projecting which names within a group or space you like the best, as far as I'm concerned. As long as you're looking for it, there are lots of good ways to be able to do it. Costco, another good day today, I saw in the chat. And Dave is also giving you some praise there for that. Look, Danny's boy, less than 1 minute to go. Walmart's still dancing around here. Whereas I'm looking at yours. It's bigger itself.
It's only 5 million, but I don't really know. I don't think it's going to do anything. I was trying to wait to see if there was a huge
big flip.
Yeah, like a huge number that all of a sudden showed up there, but only 30 seconds left now. It's not a whole heck of a lot. We can do now if anything happens. We got to be flat or close to flat anyways, in and around 4 o'clock. So we are now approaching 30 seconds there. I mean, now it's 3.5 million. I think it's going to be fine. I think it's going to print, let's just call it like 119.70s or 80s, something around here for the close of Walmart. And that's $2 shy of its all-time high. And we almost got to there. 121.23 on Walmart's addition into the NASDAQ here today. We are now 10 seconds away. We want to thank PES Biotechnology for sponsoring the closing bell. Go check them out on NASDAQ, PESB. There it is, the close. 190. There, I think it was 119.70.
Oh, yeah,
to me, what it looks like. There's the print. 203 million share print. So do the math on that. That's pretty much right where that is. And maybe my math was off, but that's what I'm seeing right there. 20 something on the print. Maybe, yeah, whatever. Just add these up. So basically 200 million shares on the print, giving volume of 254 on the day for Walmart, closing right around that 119.70. I think that's where that big print came off at. So congratulations, anybody that's been long Walmart into the afternoon. We did get Palantir Queen as well, telling us that she had hit that for the long, I guess, and made a little bit of money. So that was a great day and a great week. Thank you so much to Stephen M. I just read exactly what he had said there. And yeah, go Bills, go. Tomorrow, I'm going to be good, man. Our game is in the morning, and then we'll sit there and watch the Bills in the afternoon and see what's going on.
I'll be nervous, but well, it's always fun if your team's. Look, you just want to be there. Just understand that when you're the Bills, some teams it's good enough to be in this spot. For the Bills, it's not, because if you got the best player effectively the best player in the league, the expectations are really, really high. Got to get that W. But you know what? We're gonna have fun anyways. Don't forget. Monday is Martin Luther King Day. So
we're off.
Enjoy your long weekend. The U.S. markets are closed on Monday. We're not back until Tuesday, but we also have a treat. Shout out to Obi, who's been filling in for Joe. He's going to be right back in there. Oh, there he is.
I think there's a chance Joe's here on Tuesday.
We'll see. Joe might be. Yeah, Joe will be in when he's ready to go. But we have Obi locked and loaded.
Yeah, he's ready.
He'll be back. We're all back. The entire team here at Trader TV Live, for Sean, for Sharif, for Obi, Joe, Brendan. Our staff is making a fantastic job. I mean, with the desks. Want to thank Mark and Rob and Randy for all the work they've been doing. And then, of course, Fabian, Ramin, and Andre making us look and sound good. We're Trader TV Live. Good. Well, most of the time sound good.
All right.
My microphone stinks every now and then, but that's, that's my mic.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Have a good weekend. We'll see you Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock.
Be safe, be well.
Go Bills. Bills Mafia.